Welcome, everybody, to Crystal Bears, Episode 5. This is a Final Fantasy talk show. I'm Droogle.
I'm Ridesy Shoepuff.
And I'm Easily 18.
And we are the Crystal Bearers, as are you if you're watching right now at twitch.tv/Droogle. Welcome to everybody in the chat, and also welcome to our very, very special guest. We have Via Final Fantasy with us.
Hello, everyone.
I really wanted to shout your name.
Hi,
I really wanted to shout it. I had to resist.
Want me to do it for you? I can do
it for me, please. Do it.
Hello, everyone. I am Via Final Fantasy.
There you go.
Intro inspired by the infamous and amazing Droogle.
This is what I always do whenever I introduce Via on stream, but my mic usually peaks and I wasn't prepared to turn off the filter so that I could actually scream your name. So thank you for doing it for me. If you guys don't know Via Final Fantasy, fantastic Final Fantasy streamer, but also variety streamer, doing some spoopy games this past month, for example. It's like some Resident Evil 4 and some The Quarry. Actually, you might still be doing The Quarry, are you?
I am still doing The Quarry right now. It is it's been a little bit of a slow process because I'm doing the PC version of it, and it's been a little bit lagging on my stream, so I'm trying to mitigate that before I continue on with it, because I do want to make sure that everybody has an enjoyable experience watching my stream, because it's not lagging on my end, but over on stream it was just kind of like that's not good. So
we could talk about The Quarry for a moment in just a moment, because I also played The Quarry. But first, Easily, how you doing today?
Fantastic. Now I've had a nap, just wake me up.
You got a good nap in today?
Yeah, I very much needed it after work, but all good. I was looking at doing some offline Final Fantasy 14 to try and get ahead of things, given I've only just started replaying it, and I'm enjoying it already again. So hopefully I stick with it this time.
Nice, very nice. And the perfect, fantastic Ridesy Shoepuff.
Anything but perfect. Anything but. Hi,
yes,
I'm doing well.
Yes, you are.
I've recently gone through some not Final Fantasy games on stream, and they've been really fun. I played Life is Strange. I played Until Dawn, which I'll probably never play again because I'm going to need diapers if I ever do, because it was terrifying. And I'm also playing through Little Nightmares for the first time at the moment. And I'm really enjoying it, but I'm looking forward to going back to Final Fantasy. So I'll be doing Final Fantasy 4 and 5 pixel remasters after Little Nightmares. I also want to make note that Via is not just a Final Fantasy fan. Via, our lovely guest here, is an avid lover of Final Fantasy music. And anybody, I dare you to try and, go up against her in like a Final Fantasy music trivia or Jeopardy. You do not stand a chance. This girl crushed all of us the other night when we did
You're giving me too much
Jeopardy.
credit.
Including me. She would crush me as well.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of people think I'm like the music master. Via's got me beat, you guys.
I mean, between the two of you, I'm pretty sure you could cover every single song. I think the answer.
I think they could.
I need to brush up on the retro stuff. I really got to brush up on that. I know it, but I don't know the names of them, and I'm new to that. Like, I just did the Pixel remasters as well, and I'm excited for Shoop to get through them because they just get better and better, right? Like, to see the evolution of the franchise is such a cool thing. And I think you're going to really appreciate that when you get to 4, 5, and especially 6, because that's going to be brand new for Shoop, which is really freaking cool. But it's been nice focusing more on Final Fantasy myself as well, because I went through my own spoopy territory there. I did Dead Space Remake. I did Resident Evil 4 Remake. I had a great time with it. Don't get me wrong. I always love doing Spooktober, Shocktober, whatever you want to call it. But then I got back to doing Final Fantasy VII with the Echo S mod, and it is so cool. Everybody here knows 7 is my favorite game of all time, but Echo S, if you don't know what that is, it is a mod spearheaded by Suna Mods, but really a huge collaboration of the Final Fantasy community to come together and voice act the original game. And the main cast specifically is doing such a fantastic job, but even the NPCs, it's really charming because a whole bunch of Final Fantasy fans and even Final Fantasy streamers came together to lend their voices for the NPCs. And even though the audio quality might not be perfect, or maybe they're just obviously not suited to be a voice actor, there's this really special charm to it because it feels like it belongs in a 1997 PS1 game. You know what I mean? Like it kind of brings you back to that era in a way where maybe the voice quality, the recordings weren't that great, and you had a little bit more of a cheesy factor to the line delivery. So even when it does feel like that, I'm like, this just feels right. It feels perfect in Final Fantasy VII, and it's breathing a new life into a game that I've played many times, especially the Midgard portion, my favorite game of all time. But it's surreal, I keep saying, that it feels like the first time I'm playing it at the same time, because there's all these little additions and tweaks, and it's really faithful to the original Japanese translation. And I'm like, oh wait, was that different from the original? Did that, is that how they said it, or is that a translation error? Like, what did they do here? And then they even have fun with like This Guy Are Sick. They do their own take on that. So I cannot recommend enough. If you have a PC, if you are capable of modding, it's really easy to do actually. Just get the Seventh Heaven mod manager and look up a tutorial. You will have no problem at all getting this thing set up. It's super easy. This is my first time ever modding a game. I've never modded before. I got this thing up and running in a day, and it works perfectly, and it's awesome. I really, really highly recommend it.
I've seen probably 4 of the streamers by now play through the Echo S, and every single one of them have adored the new way of playing the game, in the fact that they get to hear these voices and have a much more personal interaction with the characters. And as much as we might comment as to the quality of voiceover and not, and how you react to characters, hearing a voice does make you get a much deeper connection in most cases, and I feel this massively demonstrates that.
I just got
So
through
it's
the
huge.
portion where you interact with Dine, and I'm not going to go into specifics on that character, but I actually felt like a little teared, in my eye during that sequence, because it's not something that hit me super duper hard in the original game back when I played it. But for starters, it does involve a father and his daughter, so that hits more home with me now than it did before. And then also having the voice acting on top of it was like, oh man, this is connecting with me in an extra special way now, because of multiple factors, but especially because of the voice acting. So yeah, I agree with you there 100% easily. It's really cool. And they're working on, by the way, they're working on Echo S8 right now, Echo S9
Yep.
for Final Fantasy 8 and 9, and they're even, I'm hearing, working on Legend of Dragoon for a voice acting mod.
They're branching out a lot. The demo for 9, I don't know who has access past a few of us. I know myself and a few other streamers have access to it. I believe they'll make it more public soon. 8's demo is still a little bit in the works, because they're still getting voice actors for 8 as well.
Mm-hmm.
So
I
I'm one
did
of them.
see, yeah,
I'm officially one of them.
I did see in
Yes.
chat that Lex had mentioned watching B's playthrough of the Echo S demo for 9. I did as well. B was one of our guests on Crystal Bears a few months back, and that was my first exposure to the Echo S mod, was watching the 9 demo. And it's really funny, because the other night when Drew was playing through 7, I was raving, and I've been raving for weeks, about the voice of Senna in 9, and someone in chat was like, oh yeah, that was me, that was my voice. And I was like, no, I told him, I said, this is exactly how I envisioned Senna's voice from the time I was a little kid. And I was like, dude, well done, excellent voicing. And I love that Suna mods, are reaching out to like creators and streamers that are as obsessed with Final Fantasy as we are, to do the voices. It's really cool. I like it a lot.
Yeah, I just spent like 30 minutes, actually probably more like an hour last night, recording my 20 lines that I had for an NPC in Timber. Though, if you guys remember, there's an NPC in Timber that looks like Zone but isn't actually Zone. Do you guys remember?
Mhm.
So that's who
yeah,
I'm
I
voicing.
remember.
I'm voicing that guy.
That's
And-
awesome.
And
Yeah.
I realized like halfway through reading the lines, I was like, wait a second, this guy's supposed to be from the country. Like he's supposed to have like a sort of like a southern twang. So I was like, oh man, I'm gonna have to do like my country accent, which is not at all good, but I went for it. So it's terrible, it's cheesy, and yeah, I guess you guys will hear it whenever Final Fantasy VIII Echo S mod comes out.
It was really funny to listen to you in the other room recording these lines,
Yeah.
like full force into the mic, and I'm just kind of listening through the wall, like, wow, he's going for it. He's doing his best voice acting.
I mean, if I'm
great.
gonna be a part of it, you know me, I don't half-ass anything.
Hmm.
So even though I don't think I'm any special at voice acting. That's for damn sure. If I'm gonna go for it, I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna give it the full measure. You know what I mean? So hopefully it goes okay. I emailed it over and told him if you need me to do it again, just let me know. I'll start all over again. I'll do another hour. But anyway, we probably should move pretty quickly tonight because we have a big show. We are going to talk a little bit about 7 Rebirth because we just kind of have to. We didn't do a show last night, or last month, I should say. And there's just so much 7 Rebirth. So I feel like even though we have a big show tonight, we have to touch on that a little bit. But the crux of the show is a Final Fantasy XVI spoilercast. Don't worry, chat. You don't have to head out just yet. We will give you fair warning when we are getting into Final Fantasy XVI spoilers, because we're going to start off that topic with a little spoiler-free review from each of us. Maybe it'll be 15 minutes or so of us discussing the game from a spoiler-free perspective. Then we're going all in. We're going deep into spoilers for probably an hour and a half, 2 hours after that little starter portion. So we will let you know. We will give you fair warning when we're getting the spoilers. So nobody needs to head out just yet. I know there's a lot of people that still haven't played the game. A lot of people are waiting for the PC release, I've found out, which is, it's interesting. Like, I didn't really think that was going to be the case with so many people, but it clearly is. There's so many people are like, no, I'm not playing it until it's on PC. So times have changed. PlayStation is not the home of Final Fantasy anymore, I guess. Not entirely, at least.
Not entirely.
Also, I see that you guys are bombarding us with experience points. Thank you. It's actually a pretty close match right now, which is unusual. Usually either super easily or way ahead of me, but it's actually somewhat close right now. And also, I see we got one Moogle mailbox. So, chat, welcome in Roof, Rabo, Matt, Viper, Xerxes, Zarkano, and many, many others. It's awesome to see you. It's awesome to have you here. Take advantage of the Twitch channel points redemptions. You can give experience points to all of us if you would like, because there are 3 different options: plus 50, plus 100, and plus 200. You can use each of them once, and you can type in which of the cast members you want to give the experience points to. And lastly, there is the Moogle mailbox. That is the final section of the show. It is where we dive into the Moogle mailbox, answer your questions that maybe we weren't able to get into live on the show, because this is a conversational podcast talk show. We're going to be very busy talking about the topics, and we might not be able to see a lot of what's going on in chat. So keep that in mind. We are interactive, though. We have polls throughout the night for you to take part in, and we do have the Moogle mailbox, as I just said. So we will get to all of your questions at the very, very end. But let's not waste any more time. Guys, let's get into a short discussion on the biggest Final Fantasy news from the past month. It is time for the level update. First up, just a quick thing to touch on before 7 Rebirth. Today, Final Fantasy IX crossover event began? I don't know, either or, with 7 Ever Crisis. This was like just announced a few days ago to release today, and I'm curious. I'm gonna go to Shoop first, our diehard Final Fantasy IX fanatic. I'm gonna go to you first. What do you think this means anything, or do you think it's just a crossover event and no big deal?
Maybe both. I know it sounds strange to say, a very diplomatic answer, but people have been raving on and begging for like a Final Fantasy IX remake. And then I've been reading online of people thinking like, oh, this means they're definitely going to make a remake if they're doing a Final Fantasy IX crossover event. It's the first like Final Fantasy IX thing in the media that we've had in forever. And it's like, who knows? Maybe it is something. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's that they just wanted some other PlayStation 1 Final Fantasy era games to get some attention as much as 7 is. For all we know, we're going to get a Final Fantasy VIII crossover in Ever Crisis. I don't play Ever Crisis, so
wasn't there another Final Fantasy IX related thing like just a week or two ago, though? Am I crazy? I feel like there was something else as well.
We had Memoria Project, but that was a completely separate independent project.
Maybe somebody in chat can think of it. I want to say there was one other Final Fantasy IX related thing that happened in the past few weeks that is leading people to believe that they're building hype. So let's think about this for a second here. I've heard about Ever Crisis and the way it works. And when they do crossover events, they're usually 2 phases long, and each phase is 2 weeks. That's 4 weeks from today. What's 4 weeks from today? Literally 4 weeks from today. It is the Game Awards.
Ooh.
Easily, what do you think?
So I think it's very coincidental to have. Not only do we have this Forever Crisis, we had teasers of either a anime slash movie or a remake. We've had um, these game experience leaks that have been out. We've had um, There's been lots of little murmurs of a remake potential for how long now?
Oh
And
God,
I
years.
think it's got to be too coincidental for all of this to be building up, and it's that there's got to be something, whether it is an anime, whether it's a movie, whether it's a little game, whether it's just an addition. I think there's something,
Hmm.
but
There was
as to a
something at the
full
start of
remake,
there was something at the start of the year about an actual like a TV show, right? A nine
Actually,
TV
that's
show.
been a couple years as well. They announced that anime a while ago, so long ago that I actually am a little concerned about that
Mm.
um, happening. I don't know. There's been so much silence around that anime for such a long time that I wonder if it fell apart. I think there was a French studio that was working on that. Supposedly, it was targeting. They actually said it was targeting like 6 to 12 year olds. I want to say it was definitely a younger demographic. So even if it is targeting that demographic, honestly, I'm still interested. I will check it out no matter what. I don't care really who is targeting. But keep that in mind as well that it might be for more of a younger age group. Via Team Real, Team Fake. What do you think?
Uh, it's hard to say, and if you notice, I was just looking down a couple minutes ago. There was an article I came across today, actually, that kind of gave me interpretation that it could be real,
Hmm?
and I'm trying to find it, and I cannot. And I wish, for the love of God, I wish I had saved it because it was giving even more speculation that there might actually be going through with the 9 remake, and I kind of feel. I mean, it's also just another aspect of like solid confirmation for me to actually like I need to see it to believe it,
Yeah,
you
you don't
know?
want to get your hopes up.
Yeah, so
Right.
I'm very cautiously optimistic about it.
One thing I will say is Square Enix has been using Unreal Engine a lot lately, right? Even
Mhm.
Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth are on Unreal. From what I understand, Ever Crisis is using Unreal. And if you look at that crossover event teaser, you've got the Black Waltz present there, and those assets, it kind of in my head I'm wondering, this makes sense, right? They're working on Unreal. They've been doing all their projects this way. They probably have the assets created already potentially for a 9 remake. Why not take advantage of that, throw them into Ever Crisis, create a little event out of it? It just, the synergy makes sense, right? And efficiency of it all makes sense. So I think there's honestly a pretty good chance that we might see something next month. I do think there's a pretty good chance. I'm trying to stay optimistic yet cautious because we all want it, you
Well,
know?
if we do end up seeing something about it, I'm hoping that Tifa getting the Amaranth treatment
Mm-hmm.
means that maybe if they do remake 9 this time around, we'll get Amaranth story in full and not just cut to active time events. And
One can
maybe one
hope.
day we'll actually see the full motion video that's featured on the back of the game case that's not in
yeah,
game.
yeah, that one that's just not there.
I want to see
Mhm.
that exact frame in
Yeah,
the
I want to
remake.
see him with his hand this way with the fire. Yeah, I
Yeah,
want to
for
see all of
sure.
it.
Also, real quick before I move on, I noticed my mic was incredibly high because I must have bumped it. Am I good now? Yes. To the Crystal Bears, do I sound okay?
You sound fine.
Okay, just making
Sounded
It sounds
sure.
good for
okay.
me, yeah.
Okay. Everybody in chat, let me know if I'm too loud or too low. But let's move on. Enough of that. Let's get into a quick discussion on 7 Rebirth. It's been a crazy month for 7 Rebirth. I was not expecting them to go so hard. Started with Tokyo Game Show. They had a full on demo that they presented live during the show. And it was like a 30-minute demo going through the lands after leaving Calm. And I was like, holy crap, this is so much, first off, so much more than I expected them to show, but more importantly, this is so much more ambitious than I thought they were going to go
Mm.
with Rebirth.
It
Easily, I
is
can tell you want to go ahead.
huge. It is absolutely huge. The stuff that you can already do in that game just from that demo, and it doesn't have the same vibe that 16 gave, where it was just this massive impact out of nowhere. It's just a very pleasant, very fun interactive experience that you can do on the demo, to the point like they added it's little things like the fact that the chocobo can drift.
I'll
Little
be right
things.
back. The dog and the cat are about to fight. Hold on.
Oh no.
Go ahead.
Oh no.
It's these very little things that they've added that you wouldn't necessarily expect, and I'm not going to jump into them fully that I've seen, but
Mm.
some of them that are there, they leave such a positive taste in your mouth that, I mean, I've already pre-ordered my Rebirth copy, so it's kind of hand in hand. I know I'm getting it. I know I'm excited about it.
Yeah.
So that demo has just added to this excitement, but not in a way where I'm sat there going, oh my God, this is just going to blow my mind straight away. It's just leading me that direction.
Yeah, yeah. Before this demo was prepared and shown off at TGS, what was your expectation for how this world was going to be structured? This potentially open world. What were you thinking was going to be the way they went about it?
I had very high expectations. I had high expectations when Remake came out, and with the expansion of everything that they did on that, literally just like even just like the little park segment with Aerith, I was just like, they've added so much stuff to this. And so what I saw in the Tokyo games, I was not disappointed at all whatsoever. I was just like, this is absolutely humongous. And even seeing, I'm sorry if I mispronounce this, even just seeing Junon, I was just like, oh my God, what is this place?
It's so much bigger than I ever expected to be. And honestly, it's bigger than it was in the original. It just is. Like if you look at it on the map that they've shown off, they really, really enlarged the size of Junon to the point where it actually looks, I think, like it's bigger than Midgar. It's massive.
I feel like it's, I feel like they've made it so big that this is something that if it were real, like we could live on it because it's just so huge.
Yeah, but it also it sort of encapsulates the same problem that Midgar has, where you've got this city above, and then you've got this dying fisherman town down below that's suffering. So it's sort of the same deal there. But what's so cool about it to me is it does sort of direct you into that fisherman town seamlessly. Like there's no load screen. Like you go underneath of Junon, you go directly into this fisherman village, and it's all seamless with no load times. Because if I'm being honest, I don't know if I was trying to keep myself under expectations or sort of save myself from being disappointed. But whenever I thought about part 2, my mind was like, okay, Final Fantasy VII is sort of a linear game already, like any Final Fantasy, really. From 1 to 9, there is this illusion of openness, and it sort of tricks you into believing that you're on this non-linear adventure, but it's really point A, B, C, D with some diversions if you want. But the overworld map allowed you to really feel like you were on this grand adventure. But when I thought about the world map of 7 originally, I was like, this thing's already divided up into zones. It really is. Like you've got, when you leave Midgar, you've got Calm, Chocobo, Farm, and you've got the Marsh. And then you go through a tunnel, which is Mithril Mines, and on the other side you got another big zone. You've got Fort Condor, and you've got Junon, and really that's it. That's all that's on. Condor. That's the only thing on the other side of Mithril Mines. So I was like, in my head, thinking about it for years, I'm like, what they're probably gonna do is just have you sort of have like big zones, but like Final Fantasy 12 style, just linear through the big zones, have like a dungeon through Mithril Mines, come out on the other side. But no, like this, like they not only just achieved like a 1-to-1 scale, they added so much to do within it. Like there's so many little quests and hunts and chocobo chicks to find, and like Red 13 has his own little side missions, and there's people to talk to. Like I never expected them to go this hard, and I don't even understand how they're doing it. Like in the span of 4 years, it seems too ambitious to me, and I'm wondering when the other shoe is going to drop.
I think maybe I feel maybe they were still working on it from the beginning as they were working through Remake. I think they probably didn't expect to make it as big as they actually did, and they were just like, oh wow, we actually have something going on here.
Yeah. The co-director on Remake kind of took lead on this one, from Nomura. Nomura is still the overall creative director of the remake series, let's call it. And I'm trying to think of the name of the co-director that sort of took lead here. I want to say Hamaguchi for some reason, but I could be wrong. I apologize. He said in interviews that he felt the enormous weight, right, to realize the scale of this world. And I remember one of the questions specifically was like, what's going on here? Like, how big is this world? Like, can we expect to see everything we saw in the original? And he was so excited to answer the question. He's like, I'm so happy you asked that question. And he's like, here's the answer for you. Everything in the original game, everything in the original world map is here on a 1-to-1 scale. And I was just like, are you kidding me? Like, that's wild. Like, I don't even understand how you went about that. You got pirate ships out on the coast that you can swim to now. You got chocobos that you can ride. Red 13 can ride. Like,
and he rides them upright. Yeah, he rides them upright.
Which is an important thing, actually. You know, that's another thing about 7, right? Easily. I think you would definitely agree with this. One of the big charms of the original is how stupid it is. It's like, it's so all over the place and stupid and wacky. And Nomura, in one of his interviews, said specifically, when he was asked, what should we do about Red 13 on the Chocobo? He said, have him ride the Chocobo. Have him hold the reins. Like, that's what Final Fantasy VII is, right?
Yeah, it's very silly, and it needs to be, because it's got some very, very serious tones to the game. And so they need that levity. And as we get on to 16, as you say, the levity difference, we need that levity in the games, especially with how dark some of them really do get. And 7 is no different to that. So I think that's, if they've managed to capture it like the original, then they've done a good job. But with regards to the scale of the game, they can do it because of the fact it's over 2 discs. They probably just had to do such a big team in order to push this game out in this time frame. But the sheer size of it is incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Moving over to combat for just a moment here. Shoop, I know you're obviously somebody that didn't like totally vibe with Remake. You've talked about that a lot with the combat in the original release, but you've seen a lot now of Rebirth, and you've seen some of the tweaks that they're making. Any optimism there about what they're doing that might change your mind?
I mean, that's my own fault for not paying attention to the tutorial when I played through Remake when it first came out, and I haven't played it since. So I think I just need to play Remake again first before I can make any decisions on whether I like or dislike the combat in Rebirth.
Didn't you plan to do that anyway before Rebirth actually comes out anyway? You planned on replaying it anyway, didn't you?
Yeah, I'd like to. I want to get through the Pixel remasters first, and then I'd like to play the original 7, and then 7 Remake, and hopefully 7 Rebirth when it comes out. Probably not right on release. I'd like to give it some breathing time before I stream it. But I'd like to revisit it. I also have, as much as I love Final Fantasy as a series, I have only played Final Fantasy VII, the original game, all the way through once. I've played disc 1 more times than I can count. But as far as the game all the way through in its entirety, I've only played it once. And I need to let go of some of my own personal things with Final Fantasy VII before I can really enjoy it as a game. And now I guess as a series, because it's not just one single game anymore. There's so many subparts of Final Fantasy VII. You know, there's Crisis Core, there's Crisis Core Reunion, there's 7 Remake, now there's going to be 7 Rebirth, there's Ever Crisis. There's so much that goes around Final Fantasy VII that I truly, as someone who loves the series, cannot fully enjoy yet until I experience the original game in its entirety again without those personal things going on with it, if that makes sense. Yeah,
I think you're going about it the right way, though. To do 7 OG, then Remake, then Rebirth, I do think that's the right way. Throwing Crisis Core in there would probably be a nice thing. If you were to do it, I would say you would do Crisis Core probably between Remake and Rebirth, because Crisis Core, or actually I would actually argue you probably would do Crisis Core before Remake, actually, just so you understand the weight of what is being changed in Remake. But even if you don't do Crisis Core, I do think you have the right mindset of going through OG first, then Remake, then Rebirth. That'll help a lot.
I did see in chat that Xerxes asked, Shoop, why didn't you pay attention to the tutorials? So I played Remake when it first came out, and I was playing it back and forth with my ex. He would play one area, I would play the next area, etc. And I just didn't pay any attention to it. I'm having serious technical issues down here. The dog is trying to eat the cat. The dog has already eaten half of the trash can. Give me a second.
I think we need to bring Raj up here, as we need to do.
I think so. He ate my chicken pot pie. I'll be right back.
What was the other thing I was going to bring up real quick? We just had on screen the Nibelheim incident, so the flashback. It has been confirmed that the game will start with the flashback. I always knew that was how this game was going to start. It just makes way too much sense from a storytelling standpoint, and also just starting off with a really sort of mysterious moment, right? I'm not going to go into details, but the way the Nibelheim flashback story ends just sets up so many questions and mysteries that are going to go throughout the game. And of course that's OG and we don't know what they're going to tweak and change, but I do think it's a great starting point. However, we also know where this game ends, and where it ends is the Forgotten City, which I can't go into detail on. Again, I can't go into detail on what that means, but it's important to say. For them to say this game ends in the Forgotten City is very, very important. So without going into spoilers, I'm going to put a poll in the chat, and I'm going to ask you guys, will events at the Forgotten Capital be altered?
As much as I would like the opportunity for things to change, I also really hope that they don't dramatically. Like, the overall event, I think, needs to happen, but changes around it, fair enough. But that is such a big moment story-wise.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like if it is removed, I'm going to be a little bit lost, which is kind of ironic given the name of the place, but I do feel it somewhat needs to happen.
You feel the original event needs to happen?
Yes.
Via, do you agree?
My brain is in several different places of what could happen, because I'm still very stuck in the mindset that that this is a multi-dimensional universe that we're dealing with in this one. So I feel what could transpire in one dimension will still happen, but it can transpire in a different place.
Sure.
And have a different outcome. So that's where my stance is on it.
There's ways that they can change it and do it at the same time.
Because there are still lots of questions regarding the whispers that were introduced in the first remake.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's kind of, and the fact that when they went through, am I allowed to say the end of remake, or?
I get where you're going. I think we can just say that they went through at the end of remake. Yep. Yeah,
what they went through at the end of remake, I'm convinced is a completely different place.
Okay.
And so
could be. We don't know.
So, and I hope that we get more answers in the second one. That's something that I really hope for. But I feel that they're probably going to stick to it, but they're going to add a twist in it in a different dimension.
Okay.
Yeah, I voted for yes, but only slightly.
Here's what I will say, which is kind of shocking to me almost in a way, is I'm okay with anything technically. Like, I'm not against them changing it massively. I'm not against them doing it exactly the same. Like, they've already set us up for the potential of it being a completely different story. I've already wrapped my head around it. I've already come to terms with it. And it didn't really take me very long, honestly, because when the game ended, I was like, that was so enjoyable. I'm excited. I have questions. I'm on the edge of my seat. And I like that I'm in that space where I don't know what's going to happen next. And I'm sort of very happy that they gave that to me. I'll always have the original. That's not going anywhere. I've got it now with Ever Crisis, or not Ever Crisis, with Echo S, which adds the voice acting and makes it like its own little mini remake in a way. Like I've got the original, I'll always have that. So whatever they want to do. It might turn out to be a complete failure, it might not. But just I hope that they don't listen to any of the feedback, if I'm being honest with you from that perspective. And whatever their original vision was for this thing, just follow it through. Whatever it was, if you wanted to do your own thing, if the people coming up in the ranks were like, you know what, we love 7, but we don't want to be stuck for 10 years making the same game that came out 25 years ago, I get that. Like, I get that you probably wanted to put your own stamp on it. Do it. Like, make it your own thing if that's what you feel like you want to do. I'm
Stamp.
there. Go all out. It's a little stamp, you know?
Oh, wow, stamp.
I that's my opinion on it. And even if 2 ends, here's what I will say. I think 2 is going to end in a way that people are going to be super upset, no matter what. Like I don't think there's any way that part 2 doesn't end and there's not massive outrage.
It's either going to end with like a massive cliffhanger that's going to upset everyone, or it's going to end with like a really major event that doesn't get explained, or something massive is going to change, or something's not going to change at all, and people are going to be like, how come you didn't change it, you know?
It's not necessarily a bad thing though. Like, you know, anger and frustration and like these are all emotions that they are instilling in us when we play these games. And sometimes a game is not supposed to fill you with happiness and excitement. Sometimes it is supposed to fill you with like a sense of dread, or like I always bring up The Last of Us Part 2, for example. That game is not enjoyable, really, from a story perspective. That game is not something you play and it's like, ooh, I'm having a great time right now. Ooh, there's a nice romp through post-apocalyptic Boston or whatever. And it's like, no, like that game is a chore to get through emotionally. It hits you hard at the end. And if they want to like shock us at the end of this and make us upset that they changed X, Y, or Z and make us question, like, where is this thing going? We're all going to be talking about it for 3 years after that. And I bet you that's their goal, because that's exactly what happened with Remake. A lot of people were upset at the end of Remake, but what happened? We've been talking about it for 3 to 4 years. Just like, what are they going to do? What are they going to do? What does this mean? What does that mean? Tons of theory crafting and speculation. And it brings us back to the original. Now, granted, when we played the original, when Disc 1 ended, we just put in Disc 2. But still, when Disc 1 ended, we had that moment where we're like, oh my God, where's the story going to go? What's going to happen next? But with Remake, they did the same thing, but they did it in like sort of like a seasonal episodic way where it's like, oh, we got the cliffhanger end of the season. Now we got to wait to get our answers. But we got to feel that for the last 4 years, letting all those emotions and questions build up. It's kind of crazy. I think it's kind of cool. Anyway, while I go to grab Bogey real quick, easily.
He's
can you take the
okay
reins?
now.
Are you sure?
No, he's okay. He's laying under the table in here, and then Raja's laying under the dining room table. As soon as I said that, Raja's walking over here. Raja, please don't walk over here, baby. You guys are gonna fight. We have we have Drew's dog at the house for a week, and he has really bad anxiety around the cat. Raja, I think, really just wants to be friends with him, but
Either that or he wants to torment him.
no, I don't.
He's
I
a
don't
cat,
think
could be either.
I think he's just curious, and my cat's been around dogs before, and he doesn't understand why Bogey is like, oh nope, okay, yeah, come get Bogey.
Raja will
come get
literally
Bogey.
stand at the top of the steps and look down at Bogey all night long, just staring at him. I'm like, no, that cat wants to torment him. He knows the anxiety that he's causing right now.
You might want to get him, because he's starting to get a little shaky.
Easily take the reins. Why don't you close off this Final Fantasy VII Rebirth discussion? Any closing comments that all three of you have? Take the reins.
Yeah. So with regards to Remake, as everyone knows, there was a very big discussion around fate, and that's what the Whispers offer. And showing essentially 2 timelines running at the same time when we leave Midgar. Obviously, we know we've left Midgar. How do we feel that, as we get into Rebirth, how do we feel like that they're going to allow us to potentially view 2 different timelines, or are they going to keep us on their new one? How do you feel for that, Via?
I really feel like it could go both ways. I really do, because they've just expanded the story, and they even expanded stories of NCPs or NPCs, of NPCs so much. And I honestly think that it's already given us the concept of jumping in between both times. And so I feel it really could go both ways.
Yeah, it's the whispers seemingly being around the are they restricted to their own fate, and that is obviously how we're tying into whether or not the events happen at the end of the game, at the end of Forgotten City. Um, Hopefully, we'll see something which keeps everyone talking, as Drew has said, and it will be nice to see what they've come up with. It really will. Um, I, for
Yeah.
one, am excited, and I know a lot of you guys are.
I'm very much looking forward to it. But yeah, I'm not against any changes. Like, I'm not against any major changes to the main storyline. I'm really open to anything because I was very pleasantly surprised of what they did to remake, and I know I'm going to be playing that game over and over again for years to come.
Just a small little thing. Can we just talk about the fact they've renamed Bottom Swell to Terror of the Deep?
Are we against this?
I am. It is Bottom Swell.
You're okay. I didn't realize there was a very avid fan base for Bottom Swell. I think Terror of the Deep is actually a pretty cool name, but
It is a cool name, yes.
I
Yeah.
realize that, we're meant to keep things PG-13 and all, but for some reason, every time I see bottom swell, I don't read it as bottom swell. I read it as bottoms well. And I'm just like,
you would.
maybe a name change is a good thing.
Misty Ped.
Misty Ped, what's a Misty Ped?
No, but seriously, just one final comment from me here. The combat looks amazing. I love everything they're doing, all the synergy abilities, all the synergy skills. Being able to tie that into what they're doing with the story as well, though they've said the reason they're doing that is because they want it to feel like a team. They want it to feel like these people are connecting and becoming a part of a family, so that when something potentially happens, it hits even harder. And I think to integrate it into the combat in that way is a really, really smart idea. I mean, when you do the math, that means we've got dozens of synergy abilities because each character has their own ability and skill with each and every other character. That's a lot of potential there, and skills can be done whenever you want. There's no limit on skills. You can literally do as many times as you want because those are what help fill your ATB bar. And then your synergy abilities are kind of like limit breaks, but like a dual tech, sort of like from Chrono Trigger, for example. And I think that's just such a cool idea. And the animations and the effects that we're seeing already between the characters, so cool. And I also love that they've taken feedback into consideration when it comes to combat. Like, for instance, now if you hold down the attack button as Cloud, you will instantly jump up to the enemy, because that was one of the big issues a lot of people had with Remake, right? Aerial combat was such a chore.
Yeah.
It's like, how do I get Cloud to jump up to this thing? It's like, I got to get under it exactly so that he jumps up. Now you just got to hold the button down and he'll instantly jump up.
I
go
do
ahead.
remember struggling with that, and it was actually miserable. Like the little drone things that flew around with the soldiers hanging from
Yep.
it or whatever.
Absolutely.
I hated that. I hated it.
I
Everybody
always
complained
turned to
about that.
magic. I always turned to magic when it came to those drones because it was just so tedious trying to physically hit them. So I'm really looking forward. I know he's not a very popular character, but I'm really, really, really looking forward to fighting with Kate Sith.
It's good. Everybody's got their own thing, right? And that's what's cool about it. Each character has their own abilities and their own sort of quirks. And I'm sure Kate Sith, as it is officially named now, by the way, not Ketchi, it is officially Kate Sith, I'm sure will have a very quirky moveset. Easily, you were saying something?
I was going to say, as we're getting onto side characters, I have one final point I wanted to make personally around this, and that's they announced who the voice actor is for Vincent,
Yep.
being a very popular voice actor in Matt Mercer. So, thoughts?
I mean, I think it's so cool to start. I think it's so cool that Matt Mercer sort of called his shot on this one years ago. Like, I want to say it was either in an interview or a tweet that he literally called his shot, saying that he wanted.
I think it was a tweet.
Yeah,
it was a
he wanted
tweet.
this role like 3-4 years ago. He said that. So good for him. That's pretty freaking cool.
Good choice.
He
I love
manifested.
that.
Yeah.
I love that up until the day that his voice was announced officially, everybody on Twitter as well, the fans of the games and the fans of him as a voice actor were just like, give him Vincent, make him Vincent.
Yeah, it happened. Yeah.
I was I was not surprised, but I was very, very, very excited that it was confirmed, because I was just like, it has to be him. There's nobody else there was nobody else that I can think of that could do it except for him.
Yeah. Yeah, I honestly, I know Matt Mercer's in everything. Somebody in chat just said it, but I don't know him that well, if I'm being completely honest. Like I'm sure I played a lot of games with Matt Mercer. And I've heard his voice recently a lot listening to him, and I've already heard him in the trailer a little bit. He sounds great. I'm sure he's going to do a great job. I mean, in my opinion, I think everybody's doing a great job in 7 series so far when it comes to voice acting. I'm sort of blown away by how much I love the voice cast. And now we have to wait to hear Sid and a few others as well. I do think it's worth mentioning, in case somebody doesn't know, that both Vincent and Sid are not playable in
Yes.
Rebirth.
Mhm.
So get your
day.
expectations set there. Little sad, but also leaving some things for part 3, of course. But let me go back to chat here
Room
for
for
just a moment before we move on. Xerxes had a question. He said, "Did you see the tweet from one of the devs? I think it was Katase, saying there is one scene we know fans are dying to see, dying in quotes." And I'm just like, really, dude? A little on the nose, don't you think? It is weird that a lot of the interviews almost directly seem to state that somebody's dying in the Forgotten Capital, and take that for what you want, I guess. I don't know, but they do seem to be implying that something tragic and devastating is still going to happen at the Forgotten Capital.
That makes me really nervous when things like that happen, because especially for the players who have not played the OG, they're going to go into this completely blind. They're not going to know what is going to be happening. And I would just be really unfortunate to have any sort of that plot line spoiled for them as they're going through it.
What were you going to say, Easily? I'm sorry, I cut you off.
No. I literally just need 2 minutes. But you guys carry on. I'll be 2 minutes.
Oh, sure. Yeah, no problem. Xerxes also says, if you look up his Wikipedia page, you will be shocked at how much you know him from. He is a master DM and for D&D, and puts his skills to use for all the NPCs. I'm excited. I'm excited to get all in on the Matt Mercer hype. Also, a big thank you. We have sort of alerts turned off, but I do want to give a big thank you to Sweet Honeybags for the 5 gifted subs. It's especially special because I will say, with this here being my channel, other days of the week, that I'm a part of a hype challenge right now on Twitch, and all your guys' subs and cheers, they are going towards experience points for that hype challenge. So that is really very much appreciated. That's 2,500 experience points you just provided, Sweet Honeybags. So I thank you so much for that. Welcome in Brian, Rabo, Redivide, Heather, Ish the Dish is here, Rofe, and many others. You guys are awesome.
Redivide asked a really good question that I kind of want to touch on before we leave the 7 Rebirth conversation. Asking if new players need to play the original to understand how amazing Remake and Rebirth is, or watch a little recap. And what Easily answered in chat too, I 100% agree with, that you can play it completely separate. Do I recommend playing the original? Of course, just because it's the original. But there have been changes in Remake that really do make this, it's not a completely different game because it's the same characters and it's the same world and all that stuff, but you can tell that something's a little different this time around in the story, and I do believe that it can be played independently. I really do.
And they do have some things in place to even help if you want to do Rebirth without Remake. There's going to be a 17-minute full CG video recapping Remake. So keep that in mind as well. For whatever reason, I really don't recommend skipping Remake, but for some reason, if you want to skip Remake, they will have a video. Go ahead, Via.
I definitely, to touch base on that, I definitely feel it's kind of up to the person and what their preference is, because I've had a lot of people ask me, it's like, do you recommend the OG before Remake? And I was like, it's really completely up to you. One of the things that a lot of people have told me that they're turned off by are the graphics because of the little polygon figures. Yeah. I was like, well, if you could get past that, you should be solid. But it's also really just up to you, because if you want to like engage in conversations of Final Fantasy VII in general, I would say play the OG, so that way you can just kind of engage into the thought process of what has been applied to Remake and what may be coming up for Rebirth. But if you want to be surprised, well, also if you, because I feel like if they go right into Remake and then go back to the OG, it might be a little bit of a letdown for them, because they just go
Yeah.
from this really massive big thing to this little itty bitty little space kind of thing, you know? And I think there's something special about going through the OG and then just going to the big thing that came after.
Yeah.
And just kind of seeing like, wow, they literally took this little thing and then just made it so much more.
Agreed. You guys already kind of heard my thoughts on it, but just to sort of finally close off this subject here with Rebirth, my recommendation, not just from a storytelling standpoint, but also, as Via said, from sort of a production value standpoint, to kind of the series grows. If you do it 7 OG, then Crisis Core Reunion, which is the remake of Crisis Core that came out pretty recently, then do Remake, then do Rebirth. Not only will you understand everything, you'll also have the impact of the changes. You'll see the series grow in visuals and music and production value, and it just makes sense that way to me. But also understood if going back to old Lego chibi block characters is too much for you. I know some people can't really get back to that, but as pointed out in chat and me earlier tonight, the mods are amazing.
Yes,
Not
they
just
really
the
are.
voice acting one, but a lot of the other mods that update the graphical models for the characters and even the backgrounds, 4K AI upscaled backgrounds, texture work redone in battles and outside of battle. Even the music, if you want, can be updated through mods. There's so much at your disposal if you want to dive into it and make it feel like a game, sort of like a remakester, like, you know what I mean, like remaster remake. It's sort of like you're taking this OG and putting a skin on it to make it feel like maybe this could have come out relatively recently, but you're still getting the heart of the original release. So keep that in mind. Also, I saw that 66% of the voters gave a 5 for hype, the maximum number for hype on Rebirth, and most people think that Forgotten Capital will be altered massively of our community. So we'll see.
Okay.
We'll have to wait and see.
Um,
Go ahead, Easily.
Can we talk about the fact that I reckon all of the pets are on something today? What I had to go for, the cat, my ginger cat, I might add, managed to get into the dog's food, not to eat, right? Not to eat. He got into the box to lie in the box full of food and tip it over.
Nice.
I was expecting something completely different.
What the
I
dog
thought
doing?
I thought the cat was gonna pee in it.
I thought so too. Either
No.
pee or poop, and I was like, please don't tell me it did that. Please don't tell me it did that.
He'd be more likely to eat it, honestly.
Oh,
Oh,
Charlie.
Oh no,
No.
please.
Oh no.
Well, if we're all done with the 7 Rebirth discussion, we are going to get into a much bigger topic. It is our topic of the month, Final Fantasy XVI SPOILERcast. But don't worry just yet, you guys. We're not going to get into spoilers just yet. Let's start with a little discussion on our overall feelings on the game, spoiler free. Like a 3-4 minute review, and I think we'll just kind of go round the table here, left to right. We'll start with you, Easily. What are your overall feelings, spoiler free, on Final Fantasy 16?
2 answers. One where my own expectations and personal feelings, it's pretty poor. I personally didn't enjoy the game very much. Some aspects phenomenal, other aspects not so. But then if I take my own emotional side out of it, I think it's actually a very well-rounded game. There are some very big negatives, but also some very big positives, and I'd give it somewhere around a 7.5, 8 out of 10, taking my emotion out of that. I think it is a fantastic game, and a lot of people are very much loving it. I personally very much struggled with the enjoyment on it.
Okay. Shoop, off to you.
I too, if you have to go on a number scale of like a 1 through 10, I too voted that it would be like a 7.5 to an 8. There are some parts of 16 that had me feel immense emotion.
Mhm.
I mean, I there were moments that I definitely cried. There were moments that I was like, oh my God. But I felt like it lacked a little bit of balance for me as far as the high highs and the low lows. I wanted so bad to rate it higher, and you guys know for me personally, and Drew can attest to this, that I fought really hard to be like, no, this game is amazing. This is so cool. I've never played anything like this. But I also, in hindsight, looking back, I'm very, very new to next gen games. I had never seen graphics like this. I had never had the scale of a game right in front of my face before. And I think it was easier for me to rate things the longer I played and the more I really looked at things. And I think a 7.5 out of and to an 8 would be about right for me.
Before we jump to Via, I do think it's pretty crazy. The poll results so far, it just happened. We just got our first excellent, but prior to that, there was no excellent, and it really is a pretty wide range here. You can see even a couple pours in there, which is the lowest possible rating. So that's very interesting. Via, what about you?
My rating that I gave it, after going through some more of my VODs, I gave it a solid 7 out of 10. And reason being is that I thought it had a very strong story behind it. And I do love a good story when it comes to video games. So I thought it was very solid, very immersive and very engaging. I just wish that it had given us a little bit of a deeper connection regarding the characters, because I felt like that was very lacking for me. I didn't feel as deep as an emotional connection towards the characters in this one as I have to other characters in the past. And so I just felt like there was a little bit of something missing there. But I definitely enjoyed the story in the main quest story.
You guys all sort of focused on either just very broad feelings or on story. None of you actually commented really on the combat.
I figued we would get to that at
Oh,
some
I thought
point
we were going to
throughout
talk about that
anyway.
later. Sorry.
Well,
I thought you were just
but-
talking about our
but-
general feelings.
But broad feelings, did that relate into your review score at all, or was it really mostly about your feelings on the
For
story?
me, yeah, the combat. For me, the combat, yeah. There was a lot of missed opportunities with the combat, with it being a single player combat system.
Okay.
And I wish that we could have incorporated a little bit more of a kind of a combination basis amongst other things.
Capt of the Dork makes an interesting comment here. He says, I wonder if these scores would be lower or higher, let's say, if it wasn't a Final Fantasy game and some new franchise. I actually would phrase the question the opposite way. I wonder if the scores would be higher if it wasn't Final Fantasy.
I think they would be potentially higher. I think we have a very big expectation of what a Final Fantasy game is or what it may offer, and there are some elements where this just didn't quite hit as far as that goes. But if you took that in take another AAA name game and you say it's theirs, it may score slightly higher because our expectations are different.
Mm-hmm.
I think with the way Twitter kind of went off on people that were just like, this isn't a Final Fantasy, I've been really reluctant to say, which I normally am very comfortable saying about Final Fantasy 15, which is that I loved it as a game, but I didn't necessarily love it as a Final Fantasy. And when I say that, I mean like the old school turn-based nostalgia of what I grew up with as Final Fantasy. But if I say it about 16, the whole internet implodes. So I've just avoided saying it. But I do feel like if it had maybe a different name on it, that yeah, the scores would be higher, because we all have certain expectations of what a Final Fantasy looks like based on usually nostalgia when it comes to the series.
Sure. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. We've talked about this many times on the show. We all have our feeling, our nostalgia on what Final Fantasy is and what it means to us. And that's totally okay. I just think it's important to recognize and support the franchise growing, evolving, reaching new audiences, and doing what it's always done, which is that. It's always been this ever-changing, ever-evolving thing, and not every entry in the franchise is going to be specifically targeted to you. It sucks that we have to wait 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years between mainline releases, because it does make it so that if you were bummed with 16 and you wanted a full party system and you didn't want it to be open world or X, Y, or Z, it's like now you got to wait potentially 5+ years to get your Final Fantasy. And I understand how frustrating that can be, but it's still, my point stands that this is not doing anything differently than Final Fantasy that came before it. And Sakaguchi has commented on that, the father of Final Fantasy, for example, saying this is Final Fantasy, in words, like those exact words, this is Final Fantasy.
And here's the thing, it's a group of people who band together. There's romance included, there's saving the world included, there's a mass supervillain who wants to destroy the world or make some form of zero existence. That is Final Fantasy.
Sure.
That is Final.
Good
There's
versus
magic.
evil, yeah.
Yeah, good versus evil. There's kingdoms, and there's aeons, icons, eidolons, whatever they're going to call them. Like it has all the tropes of Final Fantasy,
Yeah.
but there are things I think that are missing that I would have liked included.
That's exactly what I was just going to say. My feelings on the game would be that there are aspects of this that are more Final Fantasy than ever before. Like, this is as Final Fantasy as Final Fantasy gets here and there. And then there are aspects of it where I'm like, what are you doing? Like, why would you remove this Final Fantasy aspect that clearly could have fit in here in a really appropriate way? But we'll get into more details on that later. My overall feelings on...
There are two I can name of.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get into the same ones. I bet we're
was-
thinking the same thing.
What was Easley about to say? I'm sorry.
No. I was going to say, as far as you go, if you were to say, is this Final Fantasy? And a blank statement, yes, it is. Yes, it is. Is it your own personal opinion of one? Maybe not. Maybe yes. But the game follows every single Final Fantasy question trope that you could have. Story, music, cinematics. You've got the characters. The only things it's missing come down to the JRPG factors, which you would expect to see, such as statuses and better crafting and things like that, which we'll obviously get into. But in terms of a broad question, is this game a Final Fantasy? Yes, absolutely it is.
Yeah.
Is it yours? Maybe not. Maybe yes.
I think we'll talk about that, especially at the very end when we're kind of through the narrative discussion. We're going to kind of go chapter by chapter here to a certain extent. The one thing I will say that really factors into my overall feeling on the game, and this is going to be felt throughout the narrative, I think for all four of us, is it's got a great plot. There's a great lore and there's a great mythology behind all this. It has some really compelling characters. The roots of those characters are really, really strong. Where the game fails for me is storytelling. And I don't mean that as a bad script or anything like that. Production value is through the roof. Script is really well written. When I say storytelling, I purely mean pacing. This game just has peaks and valleys that are far too way too far apart. And we've talked about this so many times, but that is the big failure of this game for me, is that it doesn't keep a good consistent baseline that keeps you engrossed and excited. When it dips from those massive peaks, it goes so low that you actually, or at least I'm speaking for myself here, actually get a little bit bored for many hours before it at least levels off or goes back to the next peak. And it should never be like that. You should have highs and mediums, but I would say you shouldn't have highs and lows. You shouldn't have lows.
There was a night where, I'm not going to say where in the story it was, because we'll get there when we talk about the actual storyline. But there was one night when I was on the phone with Drupal, and I was like, I refuse to agree with you. I think that this game is amazing. This is fantastic. And Drew was like, I think you should just play a little bit longer and see how you feel when you get to this point. And then I got to that point. I was like, all right, this part is a little bit slow. And I said, but my next stream, I bet it's going to pick up again. And then I spent a 6-hour stream. I hate to say it like this, but I was very tired because it was the same. I hate to say boring. But there was a point in the game where I was bored, and I was very grateful that I had my community to hang out with me during those low points.
Very
Just the
repetitive.
same loop. Yeah, the same loop over and over again, specifically in the side quests. And as one of our new chatters in chat, Swunderland says, pacing issues there, far worse if you follow the side quest. And I know there are some people that decided to play the game very differently than us. I did all the side quests when they were available. There's some people that went through the entire game focusing on the story and then went and did the side quests later. I honestly think for me, this game could be a point or maybe even 2 points higher if I did it that way, because I probably would have recognized after finishing the story that I wasn't into the side quest, and I probably would have just stopped and not let it impact my feeling on the central narrative of this game. So I'm almost a little disappointed that they structured the game in a way where it's like, oh, check mark, check mark, check mark, I gotta do these things, as opposed to past Final Fantasies. And this is what's great about the old school, right? There's no map, there's no checkbox system. You're wandering this world, you find side quests if they organically appear to you. Before, a lot of us back in the day, we didn't follow a guide. We went through the game. We might have found a couple side quests here and there to divert us from the main narrative, but we got through the game. We enjoyed the perfect pacing of games like 7, 8, and or 7, 9, and 10 specifically. And then when all is said and done, we scoured the guides. We went to the internet if we had it, and we went into all the crazy side quests and super bosses, and that was our end game. You know what I mean? But that's not the way games are structured nowadays, and this is not just the fault of 16. It's just 16 is following a course that I really am not a fan of in RPGs nowadays, where it is this checkbox system. It's like, this is not good for pacing to try and distract us in this way. Let us focus on the heart of this story, and don't take us away from that until it's the right moment to do that.
I did
So-
every single side quest in the game, and I agree.
You did, yeah.
I also did every single side quest, and a part of me kind of regrets doing that, because I'm definitely somebody who, for my first playthrough, I want to get through the main story first all the way, and then go back later and do side quests. But I've gotten to this habit of just trying to do. I've gotten to a habit of a completionist mindset. It's like, I have to do everything in this first playthrough, which you don't always necessarily have to do that, because
No.
you don't want to remember your first playthrough as like, oh, I got so bored at this part because it was a redundant side quest that kind of didn't really add anything to the story.
Right.
So I played, as some of you know, very, very different from completing all of it. I didn't want to do side quests for a majority of it, and I remember Shoop at one point come in and telling me off because I wasn't doing side quests early on, because she said, you're going to miss things. And I was like, but they're so boring. And I did a couple of the side quests that were said to do, and they were very good side quests because they were different, they were unique, very dark side quests, but very very interesting. And then I got further in, and I was really struggling to connect with the game. I had no emotional connection whatsoever to any character, because I was being led on this positive negative roller coaster where I just went, I don't want to get attached because they're going to die, and then if I don't get attached, I'm not going to enjoy it. And then I just ignored side quests for the last 30-40%. I just completely ignored them. I was like, no, I'm going to do the story. And I enjoyed the last 10% a fair bit. Not going to lie, I did. And
But
I
the
didn't
last
touch
10%, you also
any
only
side
did.
quest
Yeah, you
apart
did
from the
2.
two I needed
Yeah.
for the hunts. Yeah, the ones that you said to me to do.
It closes strong. I think
Yeah.
we all can agree it closes pretty strong. I have my grievances, which we'll get to later on, but I do think that they upped the ante at the end, and it came together in a pretty cool way. If I had to give it a rating myself, I'm pretty similar to you guys. I'm kind of, I want to say 8, but I'm also struggling a little bit to give it an 8. It's like just barely below that threshold for me. You know what I mean? It does
Do you
have
know-
a lot of flaws for me.
Do you know which Final Fantasy I would compare some of the feeling to? Um, and that would be 12. And don't get me wrong, I do like 12. I really really do. But I know a lot of people really don't. And this game as a vibe gives me 12 vibe. And the reason for that is you don't really fully connect with characters. The story pacing's a little bit all over. You've got some very nice cinematic parts. You've got some very nice side quest parts. The game is huge. You don't have to do it all, but if you do, it's very long and drawn out, and it fits a very similar feel to me. And as such, if I were to say, look at the reviews for 12, very mixed. Look at the poll we just had for this game, very mixed.
Yeah.
It's a similar vibe to me, and
Yeah.
I feel that's where it's going to be. It's going to be people's like, you know, 12 is like 8th on the list for a lot of people. You know, it's on the after the top 5, but you know, it's kind of middle territory. And I
Yeah.
feel that's where 16 is going to be.
I'm very much on board with what Conjugate said in chat. With the first 2 hours and the last 2 hours are the best parts of the game. I agree. There were a few moments scattered in the middle that were really wonderful, but for the most part, the first 2 hours and the last 2 hours were the best part.
It's hard to say because I'm looking at different echo chambers right now, but the echo chambers that I am a part of, when it comes to the internet, it does feel overwhelmingly negative to me. The
And it's
response to this
sad.
game, which is weird because critically it did really well. It has like an 88 on Metacritic. That is a really, really good score in today's review landscape, especially in a year which many people are saying might be the greatest video game year ever as far as reviews go. There's
Mhm.
like 10 different games that are 9+ on Metacritic this year. It's an absolutely unbelievable year for gaming. For Final Fantasy 16 to compete at all in this year is good. It's a really great score. I feel like the fan base response is not reflecting 88 to me. I'm not getting that vibe at all. So I'm curious to see 2 years, 3 years from now, where things are going to settle. Because I think we all recognize when Final Fantasy games first release, it's very turbulent and virulent and polarizing. It is what we're seeing. It's a lot of people saying this is not my Final Fantasy, this is where I want the franchise to go, and we're going to get very much into that, and I think we probably should start right now. So we were just saying, the first 2 hours of this game, the demo of this game, we all played it. I mean, you guys remember when we played that demo, all of us and everybody online too, everybody I saw was like, wow, we've got a game of the year contender on our hands here. This might be the best Final Fantasy ever based on these first 2 hours. And now I look back and I'm like, oh, it's actually kind of a bummer that that's how the game starts, because it sets your expectations so high. And then it's not quite able to match it for the long run. Emotionally, let's go Via first. Via, emotionally, how are you feeling after that demo portion of the game?
Well, after the demo portion, there was an array of emotions of because of what we witnessed and what we went through. But I definitely was one of those people that thought that this was a contender for Game of the Year, because it was massive. It was just jaw-dropping, gorgeous graphics, amazing music, and the battling that was introduced to us, and that was kind of set the bar a little bit for me.
Mhm.
And then once the game came out and kind of continued on with it, it was just kind of like, what
I think
happened to the big hype?
I think what worked for me in the beginning, and this will actually echo Game of Thrones, a series that very much inspired Final Fantasy 16. I think what for me works so well at the beginning is I felt a focus. I felt a vision. There was a group of characters that I got invested in very quickly. I felt for Joshua. I felt for Clive. And by the way, let's just say it now, because we're about to get into it, even though we're at the very beginning of it here, the demo. Spoilers. This is it, you guys. We're getting into the spoilers now. This is the spoiler cast. I don't think we should hold back at any point moving forward. So if anybody does want to head out at this point or pop a tab open and lurk, totally understand. Go ahead and do that. You guys can come back to this episode at a later date once you've finished the game as well. Because that opening is devastating. It really is. Like you really feel this brotherhood between Joshua and his sword, his shield, his older brother, and in just the course of 2 hours, you become emotionally invested in that, and you feel it ripped away from you, and you believe it too, even though later on Joshua comes back. In that moment, you feel it. It's like, wow, like this is his younger brother. How old is this kid? 10 years old? Like he lost his younger brother.
10,
He
yeah.
died and he wasn't able to protect him. He wasn't able to do what he was sworn to do. And even the minor characters like Wade and Tyler and Daddy Elwyn, like this guy goes out in no time at all. Like he dies super quick, so quick that you really shouldn't have had any emotional impact from that. But I did. I actually felt really sad in that moment when we lost Elwyn. Even the Chocobo, when fucking Ambrosia, when Ambrosia
Don't even get me started about
gets
that.
knocked by the rock, I thought for sure that Chocobo was dead, and I like emotionally jolted in my seat. Like, are you kidding me? They're gonna kill the Chocobo too? Like,
That never happens in Final Fantasy.
I was emotionally invested in this game in the first 2 hours. And the reason I brought up Game of Thrones is my favorite season of Game of Thrones is actually the first season. And I think that's kind of an unpopular opinion, but the reason I love the first season of Game of Thrones, and the reason I love the first Lord of the Rings movie, and I love the first Harry Potter movie, and I love all these series that eventually grow and become much more expansive, the reason I always love the first one is because it's simple, it's focused. It's none of the geopolitics. It's about the characters. And there's not so many of them that I have to be torn in a million different directions. It's like, no, I'm feeling for the characters that are in front of me. There's not too many of them. I can focus on them. And the game does a really, really great job at the beginning of setting that up to the point where when it does become really geopolitical, which some people enjoy, don't get me wrong, it's not really my taste in Final Fantasy, but once it does get really geopolitical and focused on all the different realms and a lot more characters that I think were underdeveloped, as we're going to get to, Hugo, Benedicta, Barnabas, characters that I felt were underdeveloped and didn't really ultimately serve a purpose outside of being a villain, it started to lose that focus for me.
I want to talk about a primary focus of the Final Fantasy series in general, and a lot of it has to do with the main character or the main protagonist coping with grief and loss, and we see it all throughout the series, and or accepting some form of loss. And in 16, in the demo portion, it takes everything from you. It takes your 10-year-old brother, it takes your father. And then, of course, there's this big twist, which, spoiler alert, your mom is the worst person on the planet. It makes
the
you
master manipulator.
Yeah, she's terrible, but it really makes you realize, and it gives you that Final Fantasy protagonist feeling, as most of these games do, that you are alone in the world, and your family's gone, and you don't know who you are, and you don't know who to trust. It's very, very Final Fantasy in the demo. It's very in your face, story hard. And you know what? This time we're not going to cover it up with sunshines and rainbows and rescuing princesses. This is everything hurts, and you get to watch every second of why.
Extreme tragedy.
Before anyone who watches me heard alone and thinks about it, my OBS is off. I will not hear not alone.
Oh, goodness.
Are people trying to play it on your channel right now?
I don't know. I'm not gonna look.
Don't do it. It's not worth it, you guys. Easily, going to you real quick. After those first 2 hours, like, what were you looking forward to in the game? You know, we had this closure. We found out Annabella orchestrated this terrible moment, resulting in the death of one of her children. And she didn't want that to happen. Granted, she didn't want Joshua to die, and she killed the people she felt were responsible for it. But she also didn't seem to really shed a tear also. This woman orchestrated this thing, killed her husband, killed one of her children, sent the other one off to be a slave of war, essentially. Like, after that, what were you, like, looking forward to after that moment?
Her dying. Very simple. No, I mean, through the story, I looked forward to finding out how Clive was going to deal with all of this loss and grief, and eventually figure out a way to move forward with his life and not be a slave. The sheer emotional trauma you get at the start of that game leaves this massive void that you hope he gets some form of retribution and help, and I mean, ultimately, through the entirety of the game, I don't feel he ever gets that.
I feel like intentionally, so to a point, we'll get to that, but the revenge that Clive wants, because this game, I would argue, very much at the beginning does have a theme of revenge. After that moment, us as the player and Clive, we are hell-bent on revenge. We think that somebody else murdered our brother, when in actuality it was us. We became the dominant of fire. We became Ifrit, and we killed, we think, our own brother, but he's placing the blame on so many others, not Annabella, his own mother. He doesn't know. He sees this figure, right, the shadowy figure, and now it's chasing the man in black. It's kind of like a Sephiroth type thing, where you're chasing the man in black and you want revenge. And I thought that was a great starting point. I was excited to see where it would go. We get a massive time jump, of course, after that moment. Clive is a good bit older. He's been a slave of war for many years now. and we kind of just have to go with that at that point. We quickly come into contact with Jill, the girl from our childhood who was very close to us, who we learn is the dominant of Shiva. And we, through sort of this coincidence in this moment, we come in contact with her, we fight her, and then Sidolphus Telamon, the icon of Rama, comes into play as well. So we're very quickly introduced to a couple of other potentially great characters. I think especially Sidolphus, who I think is one of the great characters of the game, and I would say the most charming character of the game, that provides, for the time that you have him, the levity that the game needed, in my opinion.
Agreed. I was going to say, as you were discussing how we get through the Shiva and that, can we talk about that initial cinematic, the one where you see Shiva and Titan have their bit of a fight? I would have liked to see more of it.
I've actually got it right here.
Very cool, very, very cool
Yeah, it is.
introduction.
Oh, visually
Yeah.
it was spectacular.
It
I
was-
love the designs of all the icons, of course.
There's a little bit in the scene right here. Look at her. Look at Shiva's expressions.
Just a
Mhm.
giant
She-
snowflake.
Yeah, she makes certain facial expressions when she's like, "All right, I can beat you," and then Titan throws some stuff back at her, and she has this. It's very brief, but she has this look of fear in her
Yeah.
eyes, and then the look of fear turns into anger, and it's little things like that they did cinematically, and here it is. You can see it coming up here in a moment where you can
There
just
it
see
is,
the
yeah.
look. Yeah, the look in her face. The subtle
She's got this
changes to
sort of like a cocky
expression.
look there, and then it just
Yes.
changes.
Yeah,
Mhm.
determination, I guess you could
Looks
say.
determined. I don't say, but confident,
Mhm.
and then this look of fear to anger.
Mhm.
It's such.
It's really well
it's
done.
Such a nice.
There's
Yeah.
no taking away from the visuals for sure, and
Right,
the
right
and
there.
the epic scale of this game.
Mhm.
There's no taking away from that. These icon battles were truly remarkable. I was kind of shocked how hard they went, Square Enix, with these moments. Like, this is not a cheap game. You can tell this game oozes production value all the way through. And I think at the beginning especially, you were so impressed by those iconic battles, and I mean that in both ways, iconic battles.
Iconic.
And I think that
Icons.
as the game goes on for me, and we'll go through each icon battle, they do start to become a little bit more of the same, and a little bit style over substance, I would argue.
Very repetitive.
Yeah, so we'll get to that
Mhm.
later, but this was a great starting moment, and I felt like
Mhm.
after that demo portion, I was feeling pretty optimistic, because I did feel like they threw us right into it. It's like, oh, they're not wasting any time. Like, we found Jill, we met Sid. Like, well, let's see where this game goes. We go back to Sid's hideaway, which
Get
is
Torgal back.
Get
Torgal's not a
Torgal
puppy
back.
anymore.
yeah, they kind of throw us into it pretty quickly. Some good pacing at the start here, bringing us to Sid's hideaway and introducing us to a lot of other characters, like Old Nan and her friendly gentle giant, and what was his name?
Goots and
Goots,
Goots.
yeah.
And Gav, of course.
Gavin.
Mm,
Yeah,
Gavin.
yeah,
We love Gav in this household.
yeah, so some good character introductions there, and I really liked that we were getting some lore being set up, because we were stationed in the hideaway inside of this abandoned airship from long ago. Like, we've got this landscape littered with them, and I remember in that moment I was like, ooh, I'm kind of excited here. Like, airships, like, oh, do we get to fly one in this game? Are we going to get some explanation on where these airships come from? I'm always a fan of when science fiction and fantasy merge, and maybe even a little bit of religion in there. So I was feeling some cool seeds being planted at the beginning there, and setting some cool expectations. But that also was our first moment in Hideaway, where they throw a couple of side quests at us, and it was my first inkling that, okay, a little nervous here, because I don't know if you guys remember, the first side quests you get are so simple. Like, hey, go here and pick up this thing, and come back, go talk to these 3 people,
It
give
was
them
soup. You have
give
to
them
get
bowl
them
of
some
soup.
You
Yeah.
have to make
Yeah.
soup.
give
Yeah.
them bowls of soup, and I was like, oh, okay, these it's okay guys, it's just the first couple side quests, it's not going to keep being like this. I was trying to like tell myself, but my initial reaction was, okay, I hope they get better than this, you know what I mean?
It does. You end up going to fetch
Mhm.
garlic later. You get garlic too to go with your soup.
And also mounds of shit. Don't forget the mounds of shit. those are good as
Yep.
well.
I wanna backtrack just a tiny bit to the demo area, and then we can proceed.
Oh, sure.
One thing we didn't touch on at all as far as the pros of this game goes is the voice acting, because it's
Mhm.
freaking superb. And
Mhm.
I knew that the cast was going to be wonderful, but what really sealed the deal for me as far as Ben Starr being our Clive was when he, spoiler alert, was when he is pummeling Phoenix into the ground during the demo
Yeah.
portion, and he is screaming, "Get your hands off my brother!" And he is just full on. You can hear the passion of the human being's voice in the recording studio, that he is in pain while he is recording this.
Without
And
a
it
doubt.
was just, it was so, we couldn't have gotten a better Clive. I just want to put that on the table, that everybody who did the voices in this game put their absolute all into it, and really
Mhm.
they really embraced their characters. But that was the moment, the turning point for me, when I knew, I said, this is a 5-star cast, was that
Yeah.
moment.
Yeah.
To add on to that, from my understanding, Ben Starr had to really dig down into some very deep
Yep.
personal emotions to bring that out.
Yep.
And it's just it's incredible, but also like sometimes sad at the same time, because it's just like, what did they go through, you know? But it's like, but if you can transpire that into your performance, it just makes it all the more powerful.
Mhm.
It was beautiful, heart
It was
wrenching, but beautiful at the same time.
Yeah.
Oh man, it was. And to touch base on the voice acting, as much as we all hate Annabella, I thought the voice actors did a fabulous job on making us hate her so much,
Mhm.
because she
Yeah.
was just she's just so senile and cynical and just and manipulative, and she just knew how to
She
bring
knew how
that
to
across in the
make us hate
character.
her. She
Like
knew how to
she
make us
just
hate
did
her.
so, like
Yep.
she's like Joffrey. She was like basically
Exactly.
like Joffrey from Game of Thrones.
Yeah,
Like basically you did such
that's
a
the hallmark of a great character. You might not like, you don't have to like a great character, but you can
like they're
recognize
doing
a
something
great
right if you
character.
hate them that
Yes.
much.
If you can make us feel that type of hatred, you are doing your job. That's
You're doing your job.
exactly right. And I honestly, I would say that about every member of the cast. I don't think there's a single voice actor in this game where I'm like, nah, that doesn't fit the character, or this person's putting in poor work, or they did this wrong or that wrong. Honestly, there wasn't a single moment in the game where that took me out of the experience. That wasn't what took me out. If anything, what took me out is sometimes the verbosity of the game. It's just super verbose, right, here and there. But
Yeah.
nobody at any point seemed like they were half-assing the voice work that they were putting in. They went all out, hard work the whole way through. So I 100% agree there. You can't take anything away from the voice work, the production value, the epic set pieces, the music as well. For the most part, we can touch on it now, I guess, to a certain extent. I will say, there's some really great tracks in here and some epic tracks. Everything fits with the moment. I think that it lacks in memorable tracks. There's probably, I would say, between 5 and 10 truly memorable tracks for me. But all of it was either atmospheric or fit the moment. It's a very well produced soundtrack.
So I have been looking at making some sound commands and such, as some of you know. And I was looking through some of the Final Fantasy 16 songs to try and implement them. And I realized when I was listening to them that vast majority of them do not feel enjoyable to listen to without a purpose. And where their music is in the game. So, for example, I'm going to use Bahamut's music.
Mhm.
Bahamut's music is phenomenal for that section. It keeps you going. It's very hype. It's very dramatic. It's very like, you know, you're having an epic moment. Now, you listen to that without that visual, without that cue, and tell me you still feel the same, because I don't.
Mm.
I don't feel it has that same impact without a purpose behind it, unlike previous Final Fantasy sounds, where I do have that. Go on, Via.
I have to agree with you, because I did buy the Ultimate Edition soundtrack, and I have spent the past few days listening through the entire all the 8 discs in my car. And something that I noticed that I didn't even notice in the game is that there are so many tracks of the same piece of music, but they are different renditions.
Yes.
And they're very, very slight changes in the music for each of those renditions. And it's just not very, I guess not very, what's the term that I'm looking
Diverse.
for? Diverse. Thank you. I was like, there's not a lot of diversity in the music. And
Yeah, I would agree.
there's so many different renditions of the Crystal theme. Like, but I do appreciate the fact that we got a battle version of the Crystal theme. And then we have this nice little calming after effect of a big battle Crystal theme. But it just felt a little monotonous at times.
I agree.
Because
I think you get that with atmospheric music sometimes, where that's something that it works fine in the game, but not something I really am dying to listen to outside of the game. And for me, it's funny that you guys are saying like the music is only good when you are listening to it against the backdrop of what happened in the game. When for me, I'm not listening to the 16 soundtrack on its own yet. Maybe someday I will. But for me, when I listen to Final Fantasy soundtracks, the reason I do love them is because when I do hear A Head on Our Way, or I hear Memoria in my head, I am brought back to those moments. I'm visualizing where I was, what was happening at that part in the game. So I'm reliving that moment. I'm experiencing nostalgia. That's a definition of nostalgia.
It's also environmental nostalgia too. Like I feel like the music in 16 it doesn't really play off environments well. I think it plays off big moments. I think for me the only song that really plays off environments is Hideaway. And like in other Final Fantasies, you have like Fisherman's Horizon and Dali, which ironically are both names of environments. But when you hear the Village of Dali music, you can see the Village of Dali in your head. And
very
same
calming.
thing. Yeah, and same thing from 8, like Ami and Balam. Like you can hear that song and see the environments in your head. Whereas like 16, if I hear Find the Flame, I can see myself doing the whole Ifrit part. If I hear Away, I can see the demo where I'm fighting with Phoenix, but I don't think of a place where I'm encapsulated. Does that make sense?
No, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, there are select few tracks where I am taken back to what was happening in the game when it comes to the 16 soundtrack. There's only a select few that do that for me. And which is interesting enough because I mean, even in Final Fantasy 15, I can listen through that entire soundtrack and I'm taken back to where that moment was in the game. And that's even a big soundtrack too. It's 4 discs long. And I think probably the repetitive renditions in 16 is just kind of we just kind of get lost because of how much it just kind of was all over the place a little bit, I guess.
Yeah, the leitmotifs just kind of recur over and over again, so you don't have like a specific place that you're associating a song with. And that's what's said in chat, and I 100% agree. Soken, he definitely does do his leitmotifs. Shupa knows this very well with Heavensward. I do love the leitmotif of Heavensward. I listen to it all the time. But that's all that game is. As far as what I listen to, it's literally that same leitmotif played 10 different ways throughout Heavensward, and that's really the one piece that I like. Whereas Nobuo Uematsu, he is very melodic, and each and every single area has its dedicated melody that is that area's melody for the most part. Especially once he got past 7, I would argue he got into that. 7 has a few places where he uses the same song in a few different areas, but like A Head on Our Way is used multiple times in OG7. But anybody who listens to A Head on Our Way, what's the place you're thinking of?
I don't know the title, so I don't know. I'd have to hear
Via?
it.
Like, do, 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 do,
Yes, and what place are you thinking of when you hear that?
I was just trying to give them some context. I think of Calm. I think of Janun.
Yes.
Calm.
And
yeah. But specifically, Calm is the first one that comes to your mind, right? Because that's the first place you hear A Head on Our Way, and you associate it with that. And every other Final Fantasy, whether it be Fisherman's Horizon or X, Y, or Z, like when you hear those songs, you're brought to those areas. So 16 just doesn't really do that because it's not trying to do that. If we're being honest, it's just that's not the goal of the composer in this instance.
It did it with Hideaway, but again, like we were talking about, like you guys were talking about in chat, it's mostly for certain scenes. The music goes with the scene.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and Hideaway, I would argue, is Sid's theme. We've talked about this. I would argue that is Sid's theme.
Yeah, I feel like that's Sid's theme very, very much. Yeah.
Well, let me ask this. in Final Fantasy 16, can you, hand on heart, name the boss songs?
I don't know the names of them. Well, I do know one of them,
I-
of
Like,
course.
if
I know
if
haven't
Find the
you've heard
Flame.
them.
I'm still studying the tracks, so I don't. I don't
Well, I
know
mean,
enough
aside
about
from
my
Find
head.
the Flame, if you heard one, say you heard Odin's theme, would you go, that's Odin's theme? Or would you be like, that's in 16, but I'm not 100% which boss?
Honestly, yes. You know, I'm very musically focused though, but I definitely know
Mhm.
Odin's theme. I know sort of the eeriness of it. I definitely recognize Titan's theme, Heart of Stone. I know Find the Flame. So there's definitely tracks that I recognize. I know Joshua's theme. I would call that Away. Sid's theme, Hide, Hide Away. So I definitely they have it. Don't get me wrong. Like I said, there's about 5 to 10 tracks where I'm like, okay, these are tracks that I remember. These are ones that I associate with a time, a place,
But
a
see,
location, a
even
person.
The Tron
But-
sounding track.
Right.
okay, but
Sorry.
even in chat, Razor has said multiple times Bahamut's music is incredible. It's absolutely amazing. But what is the name of it? Ascension. Okay.
And Ascension has multiple forms. It's not one song, it's 3 songs.
There's different.
Which
different
makes sense because you go through
yeah.
phases. So that makes complete sense.
Yeah, it
But
like builds up.
Let's throw in there. If I were to play, let's say if you put the extreme on, you'd know the 2 Final Fantasy bosses that's probably from. If you put One Winged Angel, straight away you know where that's from.
Yeah.
You play Kuja's theme, you'll spot that straight away.
Sure.
I'm just saying, for me personally, and whilst I don't know the names of the songs, I don't tend to put names to songs. I just hear them and picture them. Now, for me, I haven't got many songs in 16 where I hear them and I go, this is this fight. This was this particular scene. This was this like thing. I have to think about it, and maybe that's due to the fact I didn't fully connect with it. Maybe other people do.
I think that's probably a big part of it, honestly. Yeah, I think that is. I think when you connect with something, these tracks become a lot more memorable. Let's actually jump forward a little bit here. What's kind of funny is I see on screen right now we have Garuda's battle, and this is something I can say about the game. Like you do hide away and all that, but everything kind of between that and going after Benedicta and trying to track down the man in the cloak is all kind of a little bit of a blur to me, honestly. Like I remember going to the sort of town that's got like all the bridges on the water and sort of like a dark town.
It's
and
mostly just traversing through the woods with Sid and Torgal.
yeah, it all kind of blends together a little bit. Nothing really stands out for me there until we get to our next, as we said, peak, right? So here's our next peak. We've
is
got
our peak, yeah.
this is the next peak. I would argue is going after Benedicta and having this really amazing fight with Garuda. I mean, this was fantastic. I did enjoy this a hell of a lot here.
She killed me my first try.
I
She
saw
killed
that.
me.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I didn't understand the icon fighting mechanic, so she murdered me.
But the problem with this,
Kupka got me.
the problem with the repercussions of this moment, I would argue, is that we lose a character that I was excited to learn more about and to dive deeper into why they are the way they are. And I think we get like just the most minor glimpse of it with Benedicta and her relationship with Sidolphus and where that all comes from. But most of it is told in something we haven't brought up yet, but the Act of Time lore. And I feel like this is the first example of a character that is undercooked, and in all honesty, I think is sort of an example of fridging a female character. If I'm being blunt here, she
1000%
amounts
agree.
to nothing
Me
more
too.
than sort of a sexy showpiece
I was
for
expecting
Hugo
so
to
much more.
pine after.
yeah.
And also even the implication, I think it's been proven that it's not the case, but the implication that maybe she was like a sex slave and things like that, just even add more to that it's like, what was this character meant for? You really you didn't give us enough here with Benedicta. I feel like she had a lot more potential.
I
I
really
was
thought that
rooting for her so much.
Yeah, I really thought Benedicta was going to be our Beatrix. Like I thought.
I
she
did
Like
was
you
too.
gonna
might she
be
have
the-
like redemption,
thought-
you mean?
Yeah,
I thought so
oh, yeah.
too.
Yeah. That would have been real. I agree.
Yeah.
I think that would have been really
I-
cool, actually.
I was actually rooting really hard for that to happen, to be similar to a Beatrix redemption. I was really hoping that she would come out of that battle and she would basically just be reunited with Sidolphus and basically just kind of become one of us, and we would get to know more about her.
Right.
But I
was waiting.
man,
I was waiting for
so
us to have
sad.
another like a powerful female on our side besides
Yeah.
Jill. You know, I thought that would have been really cool.
I was just
And-
I rooted so hard for her, and everybody gave me crap about it because they were all just like, "Why are you rooting for her?" I was just like, "Because."
Well, I think
It's like
because
the Tyra Banks thing. We were rooting for you. We were all rooting for you.
We were rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. How dare you?
I think the reason we feel that way is because up to that point, and I think ultimately, unfortunately, the game is lacking a little bit in its female presence.
It
I would
definitely
argue
is.
even Jill, who we haven't touched on very much just yet, because at this point she hasn't really had a lot to do. You know, we got to meet her as a child, and I felt an immediate connection with her. Little child Jill. I love the moment that her and Clive have together when they're children, when they're staring up at Media, I think is what the name was.
Media.
The moon, and sort of making a wish on the moon, and when you come and you're reunited with her. I was so excited for her to see Clive again, and when they do, I was like, oh, this is great. The emotion here felt a little bit of romance, which is a weak spot for me, meaning like I love it in Final Fantasy. I love romance in Final Fantasy. It's why 7, 8, 9, 10 are my favorites. I love the romance of those games. So I was looking forward to that a lot, but then she departs and you don't really have her for a while, and she comes back and leaves again, and I just feel like we're going to get into her moment eventually. She does have her moment, but that's another female character that I do feel like was undercooked.
Yeah, there's.
I might be.
definite...
Oh, go ahead.
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, Via.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
You first. You
There
first. Go
definitely.
ahead.
I agree that there is a huge discrepancy of Jill's presence in the certain part of the game, and then after another certain part of the game, she literally was just kind of like swept aside. And I'm pretty sure we'll touch base towards the end of it, because I had some very, very strong opinions about how basically she came out in the end. I have some very strong opinions.
Shoop, what were you going to say?
I was going to touch on, you know, we were mentioning combat earlier. If we're discussing spoilers, there's no, you know, question that if you've beaten the game, you know that eventually you do acquire Shiva and Garuda as icons. And I might be looking too deep into this, but I did find it interesting, like especially with Shiva, because Shiva is known as, we like to call her Dami Mommy or the Ice Queen or whatever you refer to her as. She's the most powerful woman summon all throughout the series. That both Garuda and Shiva's icons were just like, oh, we're really good at staggering things so that you can beat them up with the boy icons. And I'm like, I'm sorry, but Shiva is not just here to stagger somebody. Shiva should destroy you. And I was like, oh, is it because women are weaker? Like I said, I could be looking too deep into it. But
I agree with you,
I
Shoop.
thought about that.
You're not thinking too deep into it. I have the exact same thought.
I was like, why are the only 2 female icons in the entire game the ones that can do good stagger damage?
I mean, your feelings are valid. Like, it's not something I think that my mind would go to, if I'm being honest with you, but you're not wrong. I mean, it's true. Those 2 characters, those 2 icons, their abilities are more focused on that than damage.
Yeah.
So I don't feel you're wrong, but at the same point, what does the ice do to the units? It freezes them in place, which is why I believe that it helps for stagger more than damage. Would I prefer her to have a really big attack? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, I would.
I
But
think I
in
just
my
feel
eyes,
like
it's-
Diamond Dust shouldn't just stagger you. Diamond Dust
It should
should
do a lot of
obliterate
damage.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That being said,
I agree.
I find Diamond Dust to be one of the best maneuvers in the game for that reason. It serves its
It is.
purpose. It doesn't. You're
It
right. It
is,
doesn't
yeah.
do great damage, but man, did I love using it. And and we're going to talk about that later. And it's one of the polls I have about, you know, favorite icons to use and whatnot. Shiva is definitely up there. I really enjoyed using Shiva in battle. But anyway, we get through the part with, unfortunately, taking out our sweet Benedicta here. It's actually on screen right now. Sweet Benedicta.
Oh.
Rest in peace, Benedicta. Rest in power.
Enjoy the fridge, poor girl.
Yeah, enjoy the fridge. And now it's like I almost have to ask you guys, what came next after that? You know what I mean? It's like, okay, so we took out Benedicta. Kupka is enraged because he thinks that that we like intentionally like kill and beheaded her. By the way, can we talk about that for a sec? So Kupka
Yeah, we
gets like
can.
a box that clearly what's in the box like has Benedicta's head in it. I must have like not been paying close attention here. Who put Benedicta's head in the box?
You were paying
You-
attention just fine. I actually had to ask someone the other day. I
It
asked
doesn't
Kyan.
show it.
It doesn't.
It
It doesn't show
was-
you, and it doesn't tell you.
It's for my interpretation that it was who's the silver hair guy that was with Barnabas?
Oh,
at the end
okay.
of the group
Yeah,
fight? It's that.
Sleep-
it-
Sleipnir.
Sleipnir, yeah.
Sleipnir,
Thank
yeah.
you. Yeah, that was my interpretation that it was him.
So it
So
was
not
riling.
Barnabas.
Basically,
It was riling
Odin.
Hugo up.
And Barnabas knew
Mhm.
about it.
It was all
Barnabas
part of the
basically,
plan.
Like, yeah.
It
Yeah.
was
It
was,
Ultima and
like,
Barnabas, essentially.
Yeah, I think Kupka kind of he fell victim into the manipulation
Right.
and
Right.
was brainwashed to believe that Sid killed her.
Yeah, this is
And-
all, since we're talking spoilers,
because
this is
it
all just one
wasn't-
big master plan to get everybody to a certain state that they can give Clive their powers so that he can become like the ultimate weapon, you know?
Yeah. So, which it's do they ever I can't recall if they ever did find out that it actually is us as Clive that killed her.
I think
Yeah,
Sidolphus
Krupp-
does say, doesn't he?
No,
Clive does.
Cl-
Oh, Clive
Clive
says it
literally
to
says
Kupka. Yeah,
to
that's
Kupka
because that's
that
what
he
initiated
killed
the big
her,
fight. Yeah.
but he plays on the fact that the head was sent, but he would not have been the one to actually send the head. It doesn't fit his character in any
Because
shape or form.
he is not psychotic.
Oh, you know what is next? Because it's on screen right now. I must say this is the next peak, and what a peak it was. I'd say this is actually one of the best parts of the game. When you get to go back to Rosaria with Jill, you get to go down into visually what is an awesome looking dungeon. On replay, I realized it's actually quite a boring dungeon, but visually a really cool dungeon, leading to an absolutely epic moment here, fighting against the infernal icon and accepting the truth. Which I will say, I mean, a lot of people certainly recognize that moment because I see it said all the time, like, accept the truth, L3 plus R3. I feel like this moment did make an impact. It was a really, really cool moment, emotionally, narratively, gameplay wise. Like, this was a high point for sure in the game.
This was my favorite moment in the game.
Add Find the Flame onto it, and this is definitely one of the major peaks of Final Fantasy XVI. And I'd like to just like the symbology of it. Really, I love how he accepts Josh here, and also accepts himself. It all kind of comes together in a really neat way. And going back to the voice acting, this performance here from oh god, what's his name? I'm drawing a blank on the actor's
Ben?
name. From
Ben
Ben Starr,
Yeah.
is so fantastic here. So definitely a shout out to this moment at the very least.
I think this is my favorite part in the game because of that acceptance within oneself. That is Final Fantasy protagonist peak for me, is when you come to terms with what you may have done or you think you did, or the pain you've caused, or the pain you caused yourself or others, whatever. This is the moment where he just lets go. And it was so like, the music was so epic, but at the same time, the gameplay in the moment was very cathartic.
Yeah.
And I was like, we are coming to terms with that everything is just crap, but all we can do is accept it. Like,
And what's great about this moment too is it opens
sorry,
up.
I'm getting sick, so I have kind of a cough going on.
That's okay. And what's great about this moment too is from a gameplay perspective, it opens things up a lot, because I would argue up to this moment I was definitely feeling a little bit of a lull in the mechanics of the game. Like, it felt like they weren't introducing things to me quickly enough to keep me interested from a combat perspective. And ultimately, I would say the game overall didn't quite nail that for me from a pacing perspective as well. But at least here it's like, here's Limit Break, which is a huge addition to the combat system. And finally, we're starting to get into, we had both Phoenix and Garuda now, and Ifrit as well, as far as the icons go, and to be able to mix and match their abilities. So now we have 2 icons to work with and mix and match. And especially once you get to Titan and you get 3, which is all you're allowed, then it's like, okay, now I can at least fully utilize the combat system the way it's really meant to be used, with 3 icons and their 2 abilities each to choose from. So this is the start, at least, of it opening up from that perspective.
But can we address the big elephant in the room when it comes to what would have made the combat diverse, even if you didn't add statuses? We have elemental summons, which give us elemental abilities, which don't do elemental damage.
Yeah.
Why was there not the opportunity to do elemental combo damage? Like, use wind to empower your fire. You know, why was there not this? We're using Fire Sword as one of your abilities. Why doesn't it apply a burn potentially?
The opportunities lost are sort of endless, and it really is shocking to me. And I think we'll go into this a little bit more detail later on. But when I found out that this game, right, status ailments, exactly. When I found out this game was going to be pretty much a single player character action game, I never would have expected them to get rid of things like that, because you've already taken away so much from, for me, what is Final Fantasy. And that is the party system, switching back and forth, managing your party, managing your inventory, your equipment, and adding elemental defense or offense, or defending against status ailments, doing buffs and debuffs and all that. Like, all these things that are sort of integral to Final Fantasy as it's been for the last 35 years. A lot of that's removed, and they didn't really replace it with enough, because you also took away a party. It's like you took away so much. I expected them to add at least, or at least hold on to a lot of these elements, and they did not.
I was concerned from the beginning when the Marlboro didn't even cause poison.
I agree.
Yep.
That was a huge red flag.
Yeah.
So there's another thing. Whilst we don't cause status ailments, they have status buffs. That the enemies have buffs that they give, but we have no way to do the same on ourselves.
Is it in Rosaria or the Crystalline Dominion, where they can basically cast like protect?
Yeah, and you have to use magic damage in order to break through it.
Why can't Jill be hanging out over there casting protect on me? That's all I'm saying. Like,
Razor makes a joke in chat, Spider-Man 2 is more RPG in combat than 16. And I think that might be a little bit of a stretch. But what I will say, God of War Ragnarok is 100% more RPG in combat than 16 is.
I didn't play Ragnarok, so I can't compare to a game that I didn't play. So
I was shocked by that. I was shocked that God of War Ragnarok felt more RPG to me than Final Fantasy 16. I don't want to harp on that too much right now, but it definitely was, in the midst of all of it, it did feel very disappointing to me, because I saw easy avenues for them to rectify those issues, and it felt like they just chose not to. Maybe they thought this was the one that they needed to simplify to reach a bigger audience, and I think it backfired on them. I really do. I think it honestly backfired on them.
I feel like that, in my opinion, they could have simplified without making it, without getting rid of it completely. Like, for example, in most previous installments in the series, you have antidote will cure poison, eye drops will cure blindness, and echo screen will cure silence. But what if they just gave us a blanket item called a remedy,
right,
that could remedy any status ailments, whether it be like slow or poison or just something, any kind of status effects, with one single curative.
And I would argue even that would be an oversimplification that's unnecessary, in my opinion, because like there's a way to make all this work easily. There really is. I wouldn't have been overwhelmed by a sort of pause menu mechanic where, like right now, and I've talked about this before, so sorry to those that have heard it before, but like right now you press the directional pad to switch to Torgal, right? Items to Torgal. And that's like the one usage of the directional pad, is issuing commands to Torgal or switching back and forth between your inventory and Torgal. Your inventory, what is there, like 6 or 7 items you can use? Like, and 2 of them are just potions, elixirs.
It's only 4. You
It-
get
You
elixir
only
at the
have four
end.
it's
Yeah,
so
you only have 4 slots that you can
bare
utilize
bones.
in the short
Yeah, but even
ones.
like the total number
was
of different types of items you can
barren.
put in there, it's like 7 maybe. It's so minuscule.
It's
Yeah.
potion, high potion, stone skin tonic,
In
and
which-
strength tonic or
Right.
something.
And it
Lion
felt to
Heart
me
Yeah, in
almost
which
like
you
they
can
were
only-
and
it,
elixir and
it
final
felt like they
elixir.
were holding back
Elixir,
because they
yeah.
were like, well, hold on, we only have enough slots for them to use like a 3 different things, so we have to limit the different types of items here. No, you don't have to. It'd be as simple as hold down left on the directional button. It slows down combat 7 remake style and allows you to choose an antidote if you're poisoned. It would be as simple as that. That's it. Like that's all they would have to do. There's so many easy ways they could have gone about this, made it not overwhelming, and still incorporated all of really the essence of past Final Fantasy games without destroying the character action that they set up. I just don't understand why they
Don't
decided not to do
forget-
it.
But also
forget
not
you had
having
full
it in the
access.
same plane as Torgal commands, because the amount of
Mhm.
potions and high potions
Me
that
too.
I accidentally used because I thought I was on Torgal's panel and not my items panel.
And I would always get so pissed too because the game was so easy for me. And I understand if it wasn't easy for everybody, but the game was so easy for me that the way I generated challenge for myself is I said, I'm not going to use potions in any battle. That's like
Drew
my
would get legitimately
fair,
upset
yeah.
when he would accidentally use a potion.
I
She's
would,
like,
because-
no, I'm not trying to use any.
yeah, I would get pissed off because it wasn't meant to be. First off, I was trying to use Torgal, and it was my way of instilling challenge into what I felt was a way too easy game. So for me to accidentally
Yeah,
keep
the-
using
there
items,
were-
I was like, come on.
Yeah,
I
it
will
was-
say-
the battle system was just so lacking.
Let's go to easily for a second here because I know
Yeah.
he's trying to say
Yeah,
something.
Sorry.
They also had the ability to access your pause menu and completely access all of your items during combat anyway. So why there wasn't a big long list of items you could use for statuses and whatever else is beyond me, because you had full access to it.
Mhm.
You don't in other games.
Yeah.
Right,
That is
yeah.
true. That is very true. Yeah.
I will say I
guess
want to
hadn't
I
really
want
thought
to
about it.
Go,
well,
shoot.
I want to give a major positive though as far as to the combat goes, because I do feel like we are kind of picking it apart a lot of all the things that we wish that it would have had.
Mhm.
For me, as someone who has been playing pretty much nothing but turn-based games in this genre for God as long as I can remember, this was a really great introduction for anyone who is new to action style real-time combat. My only qualm majorly, because I didn't really struggle with the combat. I didn't. And it was really nice for me to feel like I can do something and time the buttons right and learn how to dodge and learn how to parry and learn, how to switch abilities. It was a really nice introduction to that. However, as far as physical accessibility goes, I am someone who suffers from chronic pain and arthritis. My hands hurt. By the time I finished Final Fantasy XVI, my thumbs could I'd wake up the next morning and my hands were so stiff because it was so much pressing, repeated pressing. But at least I killed everything. Like I was in a lot of physical pain as far as my hands go trying to
Yeah.
play it. While I was having a good time in the moment, in hindsight, I'm like, oh my God, I wish I didn't go so hard on the X button last night. That's what she said somewhere.
Swunderland says it was very mashy. It was, and don't
was
get me
very
wrong, it was
mashy.
well crafted. It felt tight. It felt responsive. I never felt like it was poorly cobbled together or anything like that. There was a few instances where camera angles maybe went a little wonky and things like that. But overall, I thought it was actually a really well crafted battle system, and no surprise there when you've got the Devil May Cry combat director behind this. I'm not surprised at all that it was a very tight combat system. It just was lacking in depth for me and was too slow to integrate and introduce new mechanics. So much so that it kept getting there kept being in a lull that I felt by the time we got to the next introduction of a new mechanic or a new icon. I was like, okay, thank God, because I was getting really bored with the same thing over and over and over again. Let's jump back into the story though for a moment here, because
Okay.
up on screen we do have what is sort of the next pivotal narrative moment, and
Via, it's our husband.
yeah, and I was talking about it earlier that one of my favorite characters in this game is Sidolphus Telemon, because I do feel like he's so charming, he's so charismatic. I love the voice actor so much, and I do feel like in a game that, in my opinion, is just way too drab and somber and oppressive, he was a beacon of light. Like he was the levity that I needed for a large part of this game. So, spoilers, when we lose him here, I was sort of devastated from a narrative perspective at the loss of that character, but I wasn't emotionally affected in a great way by it easily. What about you? Like, did you feel anything here with the loss of Sid?
I just sat there and went, oh, this is early.
Right.
That's all I really felt like. I was like, okay, so given that we know that to get the other icon abilities, someone has to be either dying or near dead. You know, that's a mechanic it's shown us, and we lose one of the most crucial characters very early in the game, who is giving us this levity outside, alongside Gav. Gav's the only other one in my eyes that does that, and
I agree.
And honestly, you haven't had long enough to get an emotional connection to this guy, even though it's a very tragic death. And it's just so early. Just give us longer. Kill someone else first. You know, give us just give us longer with this crucial character.
What about you, Shoop? What do you think? Did you feel emotions here?
I wanna kind of preface this with when 16, even before 16 came out, when it was just the demo that had come out on June 12th, I had muted several accounts on Twitter. I'm very active on Twitter, and I had to mute several accounts that way I didn't get spoiled. And in the process of muting certain terms and whatever happened, and I found out that Sid dies. I didn't know how and I didn't know when, but that was the only thing for this game prior to playing it that I ended up getting spoiled on myself, was that Sid dies. So I expected his death. I just didn't expect when. But like Easley said, it was so early. It was so soon that I was like, well, shoot, I expected you to die, but I expected to be a little bit more emotionally attached to you first.
Right.
And also a funny thing about this, throughout my Twitter escapades where I was muting everybody, guess who else I muted? Who I follow on Twitter?
No.
Sid's voice actor.
Oh, really?
Oh, God.
I was just going down the list of all the people that were discussing Final Fantasy XVI. I said, you got to go, and you got to go, and you know what, Sid, you got to go too. And then, like a month after I finished 16, I was like, oh my God, what have I done? Whoops. Whoops.
I do have to throw out there, I like that they decided to give him the cigarette. Like Sid, this brash character, cigarette, and as he goes, cigarette falls out his mouth.
That's a node.
Somewhat spoiler.
I looked at that.
7OG.
I looked at that. Yeah, that was a node to 7OG when Sid drops his cigarette at the end of 7.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
It just falls out his mouth with the airship.
Sid never drops his cigarette.
Yeah. That's cool.
Only
I
other
didn't even
time.
realize that. That's a cool little touch.
Oh,
I like
really?
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
cool. I
so-
like that. Well, but what about you, V? It sounds like you considered Sid husbando, but was it enough for you
More
to
Dion,
to
but-
tear up? Oh, Dion more husbando.
Um,
But did you tear up at all when Sid departed?
I don't think I was as emotionally impacted as I was expecting to be, because again, I agree with Easley and Shoop. It was way too soon. We lost him way too soon. Because I want to say, how many hours into the game are we in at that point? Like
20 maybe at most.
Like 15 or 15, 20 hours, and
Yeah.
we still have like 50 hours of it left, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But
This
yeah, I
is
definitely
the marking point of 20% in the game. Yeah.
Yeah.
because I felt like we were still getting to know him, getting to know his history, where he came from, and how just everything kind of came about, because he was just basically, he was the solid foundation of the Hideaway in that community there, and it just kind of felt like he was just kind of ripped away from us.
And not even that,
Where
like
we-
that's almost offensive on its own, right? To feel like we lost this character that we just were starting to get attached to. But then on top
Yeah.
of that, to just have him replaced literally by Clive because they just call him Sid now. And this might be
and
such a
that
stupid thing. I know a lot of people
really
don't have a problem with this,
confused
but
me.
it really bothered me. It really, really, really bothered me that Clive became Sid. And I felt honestly like it was an offensive thing against Sidolphus to me. Like, no, like that was Sid. Honor Sid. You don't replace it. It's like, and they're like, no, that's their way of honoring Sid. Like, no, that's not your way of honoring somebody. You don't honor somebody by becoming them. Like, Sid was not Batman. Sid was not like a symbol that like anybody can take over. Like, Sid was a person. Wasn't somebody behind a mask. Like, Sid was a person who had a mission, and he died at mercy of that mission, and you honor that. You construct a monument in his memory. You don't replace him with another guy who's now going to be called Sid, that 10 years down the line nobody's going to even remember the previous one. It's like, no, this guy's Sid. Like that really bothered me.
I felt like the game developers were kind of pushing this "you're the chosen one" concept that just didn't really work, because I was very confused when they started calling him Sid. I was just like, wait, why'd they call him Sid? And I never understood why they started doing that. Like, and I still don't understand why they started doing that.
I think it was supposed to be that Sid is a symbol, not like a person. And I was like, that's really kind of offensive, actually, to the real Sid.
That's interesting, because he is a person, and he's a very significant person, especially with that community that he developed, you know? And so, which I'm pretty sure he spent many more years building that up.
Yeah, not to get into like 7 spoilers, I'm going to keep this very light here, but you could sort of saying like Redivide said, legacy. Like, you know, Zack says to Cloud, "You are my living legacy." Like, that's fine. Like, I am Sid's legacy. Like, I am
Cloud
continuing
didn't run around telling everybody, "Hi, I'm Zack now."
Not exactly.
Yeah, but I feel like that
kind of.
I don't know. I feel like that legacy is completely different to what the relationship of Clive and Sid had, because, I mean, Sid was basically a confidant. He essentially became a confidant for Clive when he found him, and he just basically kind of like took this misguided character and just kind of put him back on the train tracks.
Yeah. It I don't know. It's always going to bother me. I know a lot of people in chat were like, "No, it means this. Why don't you get it?" It's like, I get it. Like, I know what they're going for, but I don't have to like it. Yeah, I just don't like it. I'm just not a fan of it. Every time they called him Sid, I was like, "I'm not Sid. Stop calling me Sid."
A lot of friends that I had discussions with all kind of agreed. We're just kind of like, stop calling him Sid. His name is Clive. Call him Clive. And even I was just kind of like, I don't understand what's happening here. This is just confusing me.
I think in chat, I'm sorry, Easley, go ahead.
No, I was going to say pretty much where you are. My own opinion was not that it was to honor him anyway, as it said in chat. Ultimately, it was done so that there wasn't discordance among the other bearers, and the foes didn't think that the leader was dead. Because at the time, nobody knew that Sid actually died, so it was to prolong this.
Oh yeah, that really worked out. Yeah, now Hugo Kupka thinks that Clive killed Benedicta. Good job, you guys. Way to go. You really did a good job there.
Aspect.
Kuka, you have a really dumb brain.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. You're not going to convince me. Sorry, guys.
I understand the thinking of like, we don't want our foes to know that our leader is dead, and then we also want to be able to rally and ally the bearers together under one unified name, and they know the name Sid from each corner of the world. However, my issue with it was when you were talking directly to the people that you've been interacting with in the hideaway, like since the beginning of the game, other than like Uncle Byron, like, and Goots and Gav, I think they all refer to you as Clive, but I did a fun little thing on my channel where every time somebody called Clive by Sid's name, I would take a shot of pickle juice. And I was like, I'm just going to talk to NPCs. And I said, and I'm going to just run around and talk to every NPC in the hideaway and see who calls me Sid or see who calls me Clive. And the bartender called me Sid like 20 times. That was like a half a jar of pickle juice alone.
Well,
and
good.
Well, I just want to touch on that. Like, it wasn't just about use the name as a legacy name for the rest of the world. It was like the people around you that have been around you for years are still calling you Sid instead of Clive.
Right.
Like,
and even still, the argument that it's like a leader to rally behind and a name to keep to rally behind. Who would you rather have moving forward as your leader to rally behind and instill fear into the hearts of your enemy? Sid, or the icon of fire, who is the son of of Elwyn, the king, who's coming back for revenge? Who would you rather have as your leader to rally behind and instill fear? I'm telling you right now, I think Clive is the one that you want to be spreading the name around the world and say, yo, you want to mess with us? We got fucking the icon of fire. Like Clive as our leader. Deal with that. Like,
I do feel like his history, as far as history books go, though, like wouldn't be very good, because he's going to be known in books as the failed shield of Rosaria. Who do we run a rally behind? The guy that couldn't save his 10-year-old brother. Sorry.
I do have to say, for me as a player, it was an annoying thing to refer to him as Sid when I've been referring to him as Clive for this entire game, and all I keep hearing is everyone calling him Sid, and I'm like, Sid, no Clive, no Sid, no. It's Clive, and it was like
that got confusing.
It's a minor confusion, but it was one of those, as a player, the experience was less enjoyable for that exact part.
Yeah.
It also felt like just, again, sideswept, just kind of like swept Sid aside after
real
after we
Sid
lose him.
Yeah,
So the
right.
real
A
Sid,
character
yeah.
that we were actually becoming attached to. It does feel. It felt like the game was trying to tell us that it was respecting his memory, when in actuality it felt like the exact opposite. It felt like it was disrespecting his memory instead. But that's just my personal feelings on it. Moving on to, as I briefly brought up earlier, the one moment in the game that I do feel like is Jill's moment. We go to the Iron Islands, let's call them, the Iron Kingdom, and this was a good. I really enjoyed this part of the game for Jill, because Jill needed it. Jill deserved it. There wasn't really enough for her, but I did enjoy her sort of taking up the mantle of revenge here and getting it, going back here, taking out this. First off, you got the liquid flame here, which was a pretty cool boss battle, but taking out the I'm trying to remember the dude's name, the priest dude, that
he was
kills.
so disgusting that I can't even remember his name.
Yeah.
God.
I do have to say, it would have been
I don't even want to think about him.
a lot better if, instead of Shiva being background, keeping the ice under control so that you can fight, it would have been better if Shiva had her revenge moment there and actually was the dominant force of power in that exact part. It felt like it was her revenge point that Clive took over.
Right, she gets the final blow, but
Well,
why couldn't
really,
we play as her?
I wanted to play as her too. I was about to say, I was just like, I really wanted an opportunity to fight as her.
This would have been the moment, right? Like, even if they didn't want to allow you to switch actively between party members, if they wanted to keep it solo character action, now would have been the time. Like, sort of like Joshua, you get a very small glimpse of playing as Joshua at the moment, right? Let's play as Jill for a moment. Like, you have all the animations, you have all of the combat abilities in place. Like, just let us use them for even 10 minutes here. Let us be Jill, let us be Shiva. So another missed opportunity, I guess you could say. But thematically, narratively, I was really happy for this moment, because it was a sort of a glimmer of hope for me. It's like, oh, here we go. This is Jill's part now. Jill's going to grow from this, and we're going to get more Jill moving forward, because I wanted to love Jill. I wanted her character to develop and be important, but she kept being swept to the side, and I thought this was going to be the sort of the shift here, but it was only for a moment.
I wanted so much more about the time period between them as kids and them now,
Right.
And I really, and I'm sure that and I know that as far as different translations goes, the English version is a lot more mild in what they are referencing to, as far as like the torture of these people, because they were not just sacrificed, as far as and they do hint at it in the English version, but in other translations, it is very much in your face that the women were violated in more ways than just being sacrificed. And I obviously, for trigger warning reasons and things like that, they probably don't want to put like full-on sexual assault in the game, which I understand, but I would have liked just a little bit to understand Jill's pain a little bit more. I wish they had given us a little bit more understanding of her pain and what she went through, not just like, oh, I was tortured for 6 months. Like, no, this was years. Jill was in captivity, in their possession, if you will, for years.
Yeah.
I agree with that. Yeah, because it definitely would have given a little bit more emotional integrity behind it as well, and give us a little bit more of an emotional impact, maybe a deeper connection with her, because like I said before, I felt like there was a very big lack of deeper connection with the characters and emotional attachment to the characters.
I ended up getting a much more deeper emotional connection with somebody who was not technically part of the main cast outside of, Clive, Joshua, and Jill, but we'll get into that in a little bit.
Yeah. I think for me personally, I've said this before, I get why they didn't want to go too much into that territory. It's the same reason that I think a lot of people complained about Game of Thrones around the time that Sansa was really being treated poorly as far as the narrative direction goes. And I think they were wary of doing that for American audiences. But my feeling on that was in that moment because I thought we would get more development for Jill later. And we just didn't. So then it felt like, oh, well, they really just didn't do anything with this, did they? Like, I did need more. So I don't know if it needed to be that or something else. Like it didn't need to be that, but I did need more than what they gave us ultimately, because it feels like as far as their romance goes, it's just one big case of blue balls. Like it's like seriously, like
it's either a case of blue balls, or, and I'm just gonna say it, I'm sorry, I know you're archiving this, or it was major cock blocking. It was always like, oh, they're about to have a moment, but then they get nervous, or they're about to have a moment and Gav busts in the door, or like it happened so many times, 3-4 times.
Damn it, Gav!
Like, yeah, Gav, go away. We love you, but go away. Like,
I was trying to bust a nut.
Like,
what are you doing?
I like what Wonderland, by the way, Wonderland said in chat was, I wish they would have given her a different outfit. Girl, it was dowdy and country. I personally was not a huge fan of Jill's outfit. I did like that they didn't put her in what would be called a breastplate, but it's actually a bikini. But when they did release
that too.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah,
I really liked that they made her comfortable. But it wasn't, I didn't think it really represented Shiva until the DLC outfit came out for her. And I thought that was very Shiva.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean,
That's
I at least, I appreciate the fact that, like, this is one of the first Final Fantasies that we come across that I felt like they didn't really over-sexualize the women. Maybe,
for the most part, I would agree, yeah.
Aside for the,
Yeah.
I mean, for maybe Benedicta, but...
A little bit, yeah.
But she used that for her own power. She embraced that.
Right, it was like an empowerment
Yeah.
thing. I would agree.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I really did. I mean, I like Jill's outfit because it just kind of seemed
classy,
simple, and classy. Yeah.
I agree. I actually did like Jill's outfit, and I think even more than Benedicta, there was the Madam the. God, drawing a blank on the dame with the power.
Yeah.
Even her, like, it felt like she was using her sexuality for empowerment, which I appreciated that.
Isabel,
yeah. I think one of the things I noticed in the game, and this isn't just for the women, pretty much everybody, especially main characters and main NPCs, as gorgeous and as handsome as can possibly be. It was like nobody was unattractive in this game, which I thought was, we don't have to dive into that, but I did think that was
everybody
kind of
was just
pretty. Everybody was everybody was like problematically good looking.
Yeah. We didn't even touch on the fact that after Sid dies and we get this moment, this was actually 5 years later. So we had a 5-year jump in time, and this adds to like the mystery to me of like, what the hell were these two doing for 5 years? Like, you've been traveling side by side with all this sexual tension for 5 years? Like, is that what you're telling me right now? You've been traveling side by side like this for 5 years, and not once have you guys kissed? This is your first kiss right now? Like, you gotta be kidding me. Like, there's no way in hell that you guys have been traveling.
Sad thing? Do you want to know the sad thing?
Go ahead, yeah.
That's not where my brain went. My brain went, you was just like, you mean to tell me you have not gotten any other mother crystals in the past 5 years?
You know what? You're not wrong. I thought that too. Why do you have the same clothes on? Why do you have the same sword? Like all of it.
Did you wash your clothes?
Yeah.
Have you washed yourselves?
All that happened was that Clive's hair changed a little bit. Jill's didn't change at all, I don't think.
And he didn't have the brand on his face anymore.
Right, yeah. That was
So-
about it.
He
They
got
had the
he got a little
perfect-
bit of stubble added to his
A
face.
little bit of stubble. He
Like,
now,
I
he
get
now
that they
has
were-
like shaggy hair.
I get that they were recruiting for like the new hideaway for a time, but 5 years, I don't know. That seems like a long time to be recruiting and not capturing any other mother crystals. I thought that
I
was
think
a
it's
little bit
just
of
a
a stretch.
matter of that we didn't get any kind of idea of what happened in those 5 years. And during those 5 years, you have to think that like y'all destroyed a mother crystal. People should be looking for you more than just Hugo
Damn right.
Puka. Like,
Yeah.
Maybe
how
have
is
that-
it?
DLC.
Well, on top of
Maybe
that,
I yeah.
And
How
those
is
5
it
years?
that within the few months of the start of the game, we destroy one mother crystal?
Mhm.
Then there's 5 years, and then oh wait, we then destroy all of them in the next 6
Yeah.
months. Like,
Yeah.
why is it
Something like
5
that.
5 years of we're laying low, and
While we're
they
on,
missed
I was gonna,
a massive chance to change the look of those characters, or give them a new ability, or give them something.
Some perspectives that I've heard or read about was that, well, they needed to lay low for 5 years because of the chaos that happened. And I'm just like, I don't think the aftermath would have lasted that long.
not
No,
even
I
just
agree.
that, but even from the 12 years later and then 5 years later, do you have any idea how many memes are on the internet right now about Annabella and she must be using the best Botox on the planet? Like, or maybe it's
She looks
just
exactly
Ultima.
the same.
Yeah, maybe it's Ultima's power that just makes her the hottest grandma ever. She did not age.
By
an-
the end
an
of the game, I
hour.
think she's like 50-something years old. It's ridiculous.
She's supposed to be in her late 50s.
Yeah,
Yeah.
She would pass for 30s
Oh, I
without
thought
any
she
trouble.
was- I thought she was very young. I thought she may have been like a teenage mother when she had Clive. But I
She's in
don't
her
know.
50s when she ultimately
Oh my
dies.
God.
Yeah. She's
Yeah.
the like
Well,
women in
dang.
Final Fantasy are the opposite of men in Final Fantasy. Men by the time they're 35, they look like they're 55. And
She
women
probably just has a really
are
good
the opposite.
skincare regimen like
Yeah.
me. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I wanted to ask you guys how you felt about something that actually really bothered me.
Uh-huh.
So because I want to
I
keep
know
up
what
with the
you're gonna ask.
story.
I know what you're gonna ask.
Are you after you destroy the first mother crystal with Sid, when Sid dies, in Sanbreque, did anybody else go back to the area of Moor, like the fields of Sanbreque, and try
Yeah.
and go up to the palace? There was no exploring the actual palace of Sanbreque at all, except for the underground area that is scripted for when Sid dies. And I wanted, and this happens later in the Crystalline Dominion as well, I wanted to explore these beautiful palaces.
Mhm.
And no, you don't get to.
There's no
and it wa-
major city in all of Final Fantasy 16 that you can
Yeah.
explore. They're all just
Literally access
villages.
denied.
Towns.
and they're
Yeah,
like kind of
access denied.
samey towns, if I'm being honest with you. They're all just kind of like dinky little one street, like with a couple little houses and cabins.
And you couldn't even go into the little houses because they were
No.
all boarded up.
Yeah.
That would be the perfect opportunity to give us some non-linearity while still keeping it linear, to give us the impression that we are able to free roam slightly.
And not
But
to
it didn't.
compare it to Rebirth, but I have to, because a lot of the people were saying, like, look how epic in scale this game is, look how big it is, and this is why they couldn't do this. And then I'm like, what? Like, did you not see the 7 Rebirth demo? Like,
I
Well,
found
that one
myself
area
comparing.
is bigger than anything in all of 16. That one little area is bigger than anything in 16, and more to
Before
do
there
too.
was-
Unbelievable amount of stuff to do.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Well, before there was anything about Rebirth, as far as trailers or demos or anything goes, when I was playing through 16, I didn't mean to, but I kept comparing it to The Witcher 3 because I'm a big fan of that game and the way that it gives you open world, but it also is like you can explore minimal spaces.
Mhm.
And I'm sorry if you guys can hear the dog chewing on the bone underneath of me. It's driving me insane. But you could explore little huts and houses and steal people's frying pans and
Yeah. Mhm.
and I wanted so bad to just be able to go into some random NPC's house in one of these towns in 16, and you were not allowed to go inside of anything ever.
Yeah,
Like
I don't.
anywhere.
I don't think there's a
Yeah.
single house you go in really that's not like a part of the narrative in 16.
Yeah, aside from a character that we find later on.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like they're usually scripted moments. Like there's no like, oh, I'm just gonna go in here and loot a house. Like classic Final Fantasy. Like that,
Right.
honestly, that feels so classic Final Fantasy to me. To just go in and be like, I'm gonna search your drawers for some
Well, yeah.
gil
So
or a potion. Or...
Xerxes said the inn in Rosaria. Yeah, you can go inside of Martha's
Mhm.
inn, and you can go inside of
Right. Which is where you get
uh,
missions and narrative stuff. Yeah.
right, and you can go inside of what's his name, Quentin's little inn. But like that's it. It's only where you can pick up side quests. You can't explore the buildings of the town. They are literal rocks shaped as houses.
Yeah, they're
Like,
shells.
And the
They're
and the abbey
shells.
too. And also that one area by the abbey that's near Martha's Rest, that bridge area that was always out.
Mhm.
Like that never changed at all throughout the game. That was something that
Yeah.
weirdly bothered me.
One of the things that really bothered me is, once again, the game attempts sort of an illusion of nonlinearity in some of the environments, but does a terrible job of it. Like I was just talking about, the old Final Fantasy, how it actually did a really good job of making you feel like this world was traversable and it wasn't linear. Whereas 16, it's like, we have these branching paths that lead to dead ends with a chest, and that's it. There's not a single cave in all of 16, which blew my mind, if I'm
Or
being honest. Like, it's such a
dungeons.
weird thing to complain about, probably, but I just was kind of shocked that from an exploration standpoint, it's such an easy thing to do, right? Have like a path that goes off to a cave that is a little secret dungeon. Like, is it like, why is there nothing like that from an exploration standpoint in this game? I just thought that was really bizarre, that all of the environments were just a bunch of little branching pieces that led to a chest here and there. That also, by the way, had either crafting items that you already had thousands of, or potions that you were never going to use because after every battle you got like 5 potions anyway. It's like nothing had any meaning.
I will say that
So
like 15 did dungeons really well as far as
It
just
did.
explorable
Oh,
dungeons
yeah.
go. Like
I
Castlemark
agree.
Tower is still one of my favorite dungeons in the whole series, and I really thought 16 would kind of play off of dungeons like that. Like I forget what the one is in 15 that actually has no combat in it. It's just like puzzles, but you need the flying regalia to get to it.
Yep.
But
Oh
that was
yeah,
really
I
in
love
that was
that.
really
I loved that
yeah.
one so much.
Me too. It was so innovative. You think you're going in, you're gonna fight the hardest of monsters, and it's like plot twist. There are actually no monsters in here. Use your brain. Like that would have been cool.
Oh my god, I
Interesting
had so much
questioning
fun with
in
that
chat
puzzle.
real quick. Razor says, I'm wondering, do you think 7 Rebirth has a bigger budget than 16? Honestly,
Yes.
no, I don't think so at all. I really don't. I think 16 definitely has a bigger budget. 7 Rebirth is being done in just 3.5 years, has the base of a remake to build off of, and I don't know, looking at the scale of 16, I get that Rebirth has more exploration and all that, but I really honestly don't think we're going to see anything on the production value of these icon battles in 7 Rebirth. I think maybe in part 3, when we get the weapon battles, we might get to that point where we get things on the scale of icon battles, but I don't think we're going to see that in Rebirth. That's just my opinion. But
Interesting.
We'll have
So
to
I'm
wait and
looking
see
at the-
with boss ones.
yeah.
I'm looking at this Hugo fight, or the Titan fight here, and
Yeah, they
I'm
put a big screen.
backtracking again to the battles. I'm backtracking to the battle system again. There was a lot of fallout when you were fighting
Mhm.
the enemies, that it felt really hard to see what you were doing and if you were even doing anything at all.
It's a
And that
lot
was
going
something
on,
that-
yeah.
And I definitely felt that during this particular battle.
Well, that's what I was talking about
I-
earlier a little bit with the style over substance, right?
Mhm.
Easily also chimed in on that. Go ahead, Easily.
I felt this fight could have been a video, and I would have felt exactly the same as
Yeah.
if I did nothing, because it really wasn't a fun fight in my eyes. It was repetitive. It was, yeah, sure, it looked fantastic, but
I think the problem
was...
is I'm glad we had control of it. I get what you're saying. I'm glad we had control of it. It just goes on too long. And that becomes the case on all icon battles, in my opinion, where it's like, how many phases are there? Which is a Final Fantasy staple, don't get me wrong. But I do feel like each and every single icon battle from Titan moving forward, I felt like I would have cut this. I would have made this shorter. Oh my God, we're falling for what feels like an eternity here against Titan.
Or-
All of them just felt like a little bit bloated and a little bit like almost like self-congratulatory. It's like, okay, yeah, we get it. It's really epic, but you're kind of taking this a little too far. Shoot, go ahead. I cut you off.
Oh, I wanted to talk about my personal experience with this fight. So
Mhm.
after Titan lost, when you split him down the middle, I thought that was the end of the fight. So you know what I did? I put my controller down, and I had a very, very active chat during this point. I put my controller down and I was like, oh, oh, we did it. And the next thing I know, my chat is like, shoot, shoot, shoot. And
It's
I
like,
look
"Shit,
up.
we're not done. You're not
Yeah,
done.
we're not done. And now I'm falling. I'm out of potions because I'm like, this has to be the last phase. So I'd used up my fire lights or whatever they're called. Meanwhile, I'm falling down the crevasse of Titan, still fighting him. And I game overed because I wasn't paying any attention because I thought that was it. It was like, this game is one of those things where it's like, it makes you think that you're at like the sexual climax. Then you're like, all right, I can breathe. Oh, that was so good. And then it's like, nope, we're still going. Round 2. And I'm like, what? No, I don't want round 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. And I just I could not believe that it was still going. However, I will say the music during this fight,
Mhm.
there's the part in it. The song is called Hearts of Stone. There is a part of it.
Ba, 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 ba.
Ba, ba, ba,
Ba, ba,
ba,
ba,
ba,
ba,
ba,
ba,
ba,
ba,
ba,
ba,
ba,
ba,
ba, ba. It's so heroic. And this was the first piece of music outside of Find the Flame during the Accept the Truth bit where I felt like, oh yeah, that's right. Reminder, I am saving the world. Like it was very heroic. But most of it is like da 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 da. And I'm just like, I
Nailed it.
can't. There's just too much. There's too much operatic theme that I'm overwhelmed by opera, and then the heroic part comes on. I'm like, oh, thank God.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I agree
this
with you.
battle, This battle was a whirlwind, and it was already a whirlwind the first time that we fight him, because of what happens at the end of that battle. And I think we already had 2 phases of
Yeah.
that one in the beginning, and then this one is 3 phases.
It's probably 4,
So,
honestly. If you
4
really add it up, I
phases.
think it's probably 4
It's
phases. Yeah.
definitely, yeah, this is definitely the longest icon battle of the game, I think.
It's
And
up there. Bahamut's really long
it
too.
was, and it was a whirlwind because the first encounter with him, you cut off his hands, and I thought that was kind of it right there. I thought he was going to bleed out, and I was just like, oh, we're not going to get, okay, that's fine. But then we get it later on, and I was just like, okay, we got it. But then it kept going and going, and I was like, okay, now it's a little excessive.
I prefer the up close personal battles like the one against Hugo you just talked about cutting off his hands, and the one against Barnabas later. I kind of liked the more
I liked those 2
responsive battles, and that way the icon battles were very spectacle driven, but I feel like it got lost in the spectacle eventually. Like they went on too long. I think Xerxes nailed it in chat when he said that, or they said what they would cut. Titan cut out the falling phase, Bahamut cut out the phase after you play as Phoenix and before going into space. 100% agree. And that's what I was talking about. Each and every single one, I was like, I would have cut this, I would have made this shorter. All that being said, they were amazing. Don't get me wrong. Like they were really, really epic, cool moments. Music's bombastic. Visuals are spectacular. I just felt like it got lost in the spectacle a little bit. And by the end of it, I was like, all right, I'm ready to move on from this epic set piece here. I feel like I've got Marvel
Like, shatter the
CGI
crystal
overload.
already. We're done.
It's like the end of Man of Steel where it goes on with destruction for an hour, and I was like, this is really cool, but I'm ready to move on with my life from all the destruction and mayhem, and get back to something a little bit more personal. So I actually liked the up close battles, like the one with Hugo and the one with Barnabas. The one thing that bothered me, going back to a little bit of a combat complaint here, when you fight against certain enemies like Hugo, and it has sort of like a timed moment where you have to get out of a radius in time, those moments sucked because
I
first
hated
off,
it
they're
so
instant
much.
kill if you don't get out of them, and the game, it's almost like it doesn't want you to get out of the radius. I'm like, I'm trying to run away, I'm like clicking the button to try and remove auto lock, and Clive's like walking. I'm like, run, Clive, what are you doing? Get out of the radius. And I'm like, I know what I'm supposed to do. I knew immediately what I was supposed to do. I got to get out of the radius, and I couldn't get out of the radius, and I had to redo that entire battle, and it kind of ruined the moment for me because I was like, this is a cool battle. I'm dodging, I'm weaving, I'm in the moment, and then I was like, now I got to do it all over again. Shit.
Yeah,
Like
I
that
agree.
really ruined the moment for me.
I agree. I also had the same situation happen with me, and I do feel very strongly that that was an extremely failed mechanic, that you walk if you're in lock, if you're locked onto a
Exactly.
target. You have to unlock and then run out, and I learned that the hard way
Or
because
you
I
can't
got
get
one
out in
shot
time.
and
Yeah.
I learned that the hard way because I was still on lock, and he was just, like taking a stroll in the park out of the radius, and I got one shot and game over.
I felt disrespected. You know, disrespected my time at the least, which, as I've said many times, is my
I
biggest
was so
complaint in video
frustrated
games.
at that part.
Yeah.
I got two things. One, I can't hear Shoop anymore, but she's not muted on mine. So Shoop, can you try speak for me, please?
Oh yeah, you are muted.
She's
Yeah.
muted. She's muted for me.
Have you clicked the mute on? Not your mic. Have you clicked the mute
on the stream together, on the Twitch stream together?
Yeah, hit the mic and
the heck?
unhit the mic at the bottom just in case, just to make sure. And I'm gonna do it on my end too to unmute you on my end.
Hit it again, Shoop.
Can you hear me?
There we go.
Yeah,
now
there you go.
Now I can hear you now.
I never
in the
even
heck?
touched that tab. I don't know. That's weird. It says the
Interesting.
host or mod disabled your mic.
I did for a moment, and then I re-enabled it just to make sure it wasn't me.
Ah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, either way, you're back
Um,
now. You're good.
Well, I wanted to mention something about like the whole. It's gonna be a really weird word to use because obviously the game is called Final Fantasy, so to use the word realistic would be odd. But it didn't seem realistic for me when it comes to the epic scale of certain fights, especially the Titan fight when he had taken on this giant form. That we are about the size of his pinky toenail, not even the toe, the nail, and yet we are somehow. They didn't need to make Titan bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger as we fought him in more
Oh my
phases.
god, it gets bigger.
Oh my god, it gets
Oh
bigger.
Oh my god, it gets bigger.
I actually
That
have
was
a
a good one.
comment about the free fall scene.
Mhm.
So the amount of time that you fall for, you must be falling for miles,
Yeah.
literal miles,
Mhm.
because the sheer mass of those characters, they would hit maximum velocity pretty damn quick. And once they hit maximum velocity, how
You're passed
long are
out at
they
that point,
actually
aren't you?
falling? Well,
But,
I
if
feel like I
you're in
gotta
that
do a
form-
physics equation now. We gotta do 9.8 meters per second squared, and then gotta do the whole
and
thing.
can't you like pass out at that point too? I think from
Well, if we say that they're special beings who wouldn't, which
Are we
makes
doing
sense.
this right now? Are we actually doing this?
I-
Well,
just-
someone said,
I
"Why
just-
is Shiva not on this poll?"
I
It's a good
just
question.
don't
It's a good
understand
question.
why we fall for as long as we do. Just how
We're still
big
falling.
is Titan's body?
Ethan,
Like,
we're
how
still
many
falling. Just so you know, we are still falling. You may not realize,
know-
but we
you
at
know
this
what it
very
made me-
moment.
You know what it made me think of? Has anybody seen Spy Kids 2: Islands of Lost Dream?
Yes.
Yeah.
How long have we
Yes.
been falling? I don't
When
know.
they're-
They watched us at tell time.
And they're actually just hovering over the little
just
air
hovering.
blowy thing. Yeah.
Yeah, over a freaking like skydive simulator
The,
thing.
this is
volcano.
skydive volcano. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, this conversation took a
Um,
turn.
Well,
Sorry.
okay, I want to.
Sorry, that
there was
derailed a little,
something.
but that's what it reminded me of.
There was something I did want to mention when you guys were talking about linearity and non. I want to throw Final Fantasy X as a comparison for a linear game, because 10 is very linear through vast majority of it.
Yeah.
But I don't mind it because the time that it's linear in each section is relative to the story. It makes sense. It flows. It's a good pace. 16 fails on that front. It's very linear,
Mhm.
but it's so drawn out.
It's
Whereas-
purposeful.
Yeah.
So everyone who knows my views on 10, I find it fantastic first playthrough. I don't like replaying it. But as a first playthrough, when anyone, I don't know a single person that's picked up Final Fantasy X and gone, the pacing of this game is too slow. On your first playthrough, it's
Right.
perfect. It
Yeah.
is absolutely spot on. 16, almost everyone I've spoken to has gone, the game is too linear. It's just as linear as 10. It is just as linear as 10.
I feel like they have not played Final Fantasy 13 if they say 16 is too linear.
Yeah, 13
But that's
is
the
very
perfect
linear as well.
example. That's a perfect example, right? There's linear done right and there's linear done wrong. And
Mhm.
even though 13 I don't think is a bad game, I do agree that I think we talked about this last month or 2 months
13,
ago.
13 is extremely linear.
It's linear, but
probably
it doesn't
most
support the
linear out
narrative,
of,
right?
like,
You know what
it's
I'm saying?
yeah, exactly, it does, but it's like it's probably the most linear game of the series or of the franchise.
Like 10 is a
Mhm.
pilgrimage. You of course
Mhm.
it's a linear. You're going from temple to temple.
You
It
have
makes
a very
perfect sense.
specific destination. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Mhm.
13,
But it
what are you doing?
works.
You're running away. You're hiding. You're trying to get away from people that are pursuing you. Having a linear campaign in that narrative doesn't actually make any sense at all. And that's the problem is the narrative didn't support a linear structure, whereas 10's narrative perfectly supports a
literally
linear structure.
See,
run
I
away on this
actually
one
don't
path from the
feel
enemy.
that 13 is more linear than 10. I feel they're equally linear. But as Drew said, it's the narrative. 10, the linear suits perfect. It is done well.
Mhm.
13, it could have done with being less linear for the story purpose.
there was there was only one part in 13 where it wasn't as linear, and it was only in chapter sorry if I'm saying spoilers about 13, but there's only one chapter where you
Mhm.
can actually do quote unquote side quests, and that's literally the only spot
Yeah.
that you can do it.
Mhm.
And they're not even that and it's basically they're all basically grinding influence. So
It's about 40
and
hours into the game too.
yeah, it's like you're near the end of the
Yeah.
game at this point, but you're basically just like grinding everything to build up for the final battle, and it's
Yeah.
that one spot there.
Anyway, going to the video, I saw the next peak. It's funny is we keep skipping over. You guys notice that we're skipping over all the valleys and just going right to the peaks, which kind of encapsulates the problem with this game is we don't even want to talk about anything that comes in between the peaks. Like in all honesty, like are you even remembering what comes in between the peaks? Like it's all sort of a blur because it's all a bunch of side quests that don't really matter. There's a couple like in Sandbreak. You brought up two very somber quests easily that do impact a little bit with the little girl who has you know, what do you want to
Are you
call
talking
her?
about? Are you
I
talking
guess
about
she's like a
We're just gonna
servant.
call it the Chloe quest.
The Chloe quest, yeah, where she learns her lesson or it gets a little bit of an education. That one's pretty good. And then the little boy
That one, yeah.
who tries to use the fake wolf to get you out there and kill you. Those two quests were pretty neat. But really, like everything else is just a blur. So we're just gonna go right to the peaks, and this is definitely one of the major peaks. I think easily you were the one saying it earlier that this was maybe like the highlight of the game for you. I think partially because Dion is such a great character. Dion's awesome. I think we all
Yes.
can agree Dion's awesome, right?
Abby!
The dominance of light with Bahamut, such a great moment here, and a lot of good narrative beats here with his father and what
The
leads to his
flower there, the
transformation.
flower there.
Yeah, everything here was really well done. The music here is well done in how it's integrated into the scene, and also this is where it all comes together, right? Joshua comes back. Your revenge is finally taken. Easily said the thing you wanted most after the first 2 hours was to kill Annabella. Well, she dies. I
Yeah, but
guess
not how I was happy with.
let's actually talk about that. So Annabella
Such-
kills herself here. Did you
Such an
feel like she got the
unsatisfying
easy
death.
way out? Like, was that enough for you? Let's go to you easily
Well,
first because you brought it up.
Clive wouldn't have done it. He was
No,
going to let
I
her go.
agree.
You
I
could
agree.
see it. You could see he was going to let her go. And I believe that she picked the easy way out because I feel if she had been taken captive, she would have just ended up in a jail cell. Someone probably would have done a nasty R word to her, and it would have been a horrible life for her. And in my eyes, that would have been a better end for her as a viewer, which is horrible to say, absolutely horrible to say, but she took the easy way out
Yeah.
and not the way that I wish. If anyone could have done it, and if it wasn't going to be Clive, if anyone could have done it, I would have wanted to be Dion.
I wouldn't have minded a little like stepson, stepmother murder, in all honesty. I think I hate to call it like the easy way out when we're talking about, a suicide story arc. However, with Annabella, you could tell that she was just losing it. Like something was not right about her over the years, and I
I
think a lot of
agree.
that had to do with Ultima. But the biggest thing that really killed me when I was playing this was that Joshua, who right before, I want to just touch on this, that right before Annabella dies, Joshua is reunited with Jill and Clive for the first time, like really reunited with them.
Mm-hmm.
Like you get a glimpse of him in Sandbreck when they destroy the crystal 5 years ago. But this is what the Jill gets to see him again. Torgal, this is when him and Torgal are reunited. I'm sorry, I'm going to cry thinking about that. But you get this sweet, beautiful moment. And then Annabella and her crazed, deranged self decides to slit her own throat in front of Joshua. In front of Clive, okay, that's one thing. I think Clive can handle it. But Joshua has been through so much, God knows what, behind the scenes. And she did it right in front of Joshua. And I was so angry. I was so angry at the way that she went out in front of her sons like that.
But I agree with you. I think there truly was something wrong with her. Like
something,
not, and I think there always was a little bit something wrong with her. But I think she was twisted by Ultima, which we haven't even talked about yet. We're going to get into that right now, I think. But I think
Olivier,
did you guys feel sorry? Did any part of you feel sorry for her?
Get my name out of your mouth.
Via, is there any part of you that felt sorry for Annabella?
Oh, absolutely not. And I
No, okay.
1000% agree that I 1000% took the easy way out. It was a very unsatisfying death for me. And the reason I say that is because, am I allowed to share the theory that I kind of had?
I mean,
we're hoping that would
spoilers
happen.
are open. Whatever you want. Yeah, go for it.
So here was my theory. I do agree with Shoop that Ultima had a bit of an influence on Annabella through Olivier. And the reason why I say that is I believe that there's a possibility that Olivier, because we see that Olivier, there was Ultima in Olivier before he goes out, correct?
I think
if anybody remembers that.
It's not that there's something of Ultima in him. I think he's like Barnabas.
Ultima.
You know how most people most dominants when they die they petrify. Do you guys notice that both Barnabas and Olivier don't petrify? They like disintegrate. Yep. It's because they had become fully slaves of like fully Akashic. There's the word. They were completely Akashic. They were literally just puppets of Ultima at that point.
Oh, the reason my thought process, you know the part where Josh absorbs a little bit of Ultima right before Sid dies?
Yes.
Or after Sid dies?
Yes.
So what I was thinking is that Olivier was possibly stillborn. And Ultima essentially absorbed himself, or he absorbed
like reanimated him, and it
basically reanimated him and kind of brainwashed Annabella, because she's very overprotective of Olivier. She coddles the living daylights out of him. And the moment that she starts to, what I was hoping to see happen was that in her moment of weakness and her going stir crazy, Ultima as Olivier was going to turn on her and kill her, because it essentially being like, you're no longer of use to me. You don't have the power that you no longer have the power that I am trying to obtain from you.
I suckled on you long enough. I'm done with you.
That would have been really cool. I think in a little, not just a little bit, but a lot more satisfying, I think, to the player.
I think so too, because of how much she coddled Olivier, and just how manipulative the child was too, because I was just like, who is this child that does not speak? And then all of a sudden he talks to like, oh God, it speaks. And he was like basically plotting this whole massive infiltration and like
the first time he speaks, you like, okay, you know what? I liked you better when you were silent.
Right. So, but yeah, that for me would have been a lot more satisfying. And that's kind of how my brain was just kind of turning. The wheels were turning in my brain, because I was just not satisfied with how it went down. I either wanted Olivier to take her out or even Clive to take her out, even though a lot of people were saying like, no, Clive wouldn't have done that. And I was just like, I really wanted it to happen though.
I would argue too that I thought it was pretty confusing too. That entire sequence, like there's a lot of people I've noticed that really like, what the hell is Olivier? Like, what is going on here? Like Conjugate said in chat, he's completely Akashic, but I think that definitely got missed on a lot of people, and I feel like most of the people that do realize that mostly realize it because they read the Act of Time lore. So I feel like everything kind of came together there in a kind of cobbled together way. It didn't quite mesh well for me from a narrative storytelling standpoint. I remember myself even, I was like, I think I understand what just happened here, but that was bizarre. That was like, I didn't feel satisfied, partially because of Annabella and the way Olivier was revealed and all that, but I feel like they could have done a little bit better job of integrating some of the lore into that moment for storytelling purposes, as opposed to letting us do the work on the side.
I agree. I think the biggest issue, I think, for me is at the beginning, during the fall of Rosaria, you can tell Annabella is plotting against Rosaria for her own benefit, for her bloodline, for her whatever it is. And like, I think that was all her. I think that had nothing to do with Ultima's brainwashing takeover. I think she was selfish and she was self-seeking and she was bloodline this and bloodline that. What
Agreed.
happened in those 12 to 17 years where it went from greedy to the throne to obsessive over Ultima? Like, there's something happened that we don't know.
Well, especially with the fact, like in the beginning, how much she was coddling Joshua because he was the Phoenix Dominant, and when we all believed that he had died, she had zero remorse at all whatsoever, and to the point where I was just like, you didn't give a rat's ass about, pardon my language, you didn't give two craps about the fact that Joshua is dead.
Yeah.
Like, there was no remorse at all. There was there was none of that there compared to Olivier, who was like there were massive
she was devastated.
emotions.
Well, I think a big part of that is because she, you know, how much anger she had towards Elwyn about not possessing the bloodline or whatever, that she possessed the Phoenix. And so she could make another Phoenix, but she wanted the dominant of all dominants. She wanted the bloodline of of Bahamut and the bloodline of the Phoenix to make Olivier. And I think that's why she was so obsessed with him, is because he was like a pure blood, as they'd call him in like Harry Potter or something, you know what I mean? He was a perfect pure blood descent on both sides.
I think my disappointment with her was after that opening 2 hours, when it's revealed that she's partially at least behind it, I was like, oh man, like she's formidable. Like this is a mastermind, like going to be on Cersei's level from Game of Thrones. Feels like that's what they're going for here. And she really amounted to nothing. She was actually kind of pathetic. She was just a pawn, like a complete pawn, pathetic puppet. Not even just to Ultima, but like it kind of felt like even to Sylvester or whatever is like she was nothing. She was just, she was really just a mom to provide offspring. Like that's it really was nothing more than that. It's kind of pathetic actually. So I was a little disappointed that she didn't amount to more than that from a formidable standpoint, I guess you could say. Not even just the way she went out. But the Bahamut battle, which we didn't even talk about really, was another great set piece moment. I think it is elevated, of course, by the fact that Dion is awesome, and there is a lot of emotion felt there because you are sort of tag teaming it up with Joshua, and it's a great battle. It goes on a little long, as we talked about earlier, especially once you get into space. It's like, holy shit, man, this just keeps going. But I thought it was a really cool set piece overall. I was definitely into that moment without a doubt. And I remember
Zeta Flare.
Oh yeah, the way it just keeps going.
Like, flares just kept going.
Mega, Giga, and then Zeta, I guess.
Biggest hype things for me.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my. Yeah, I just that Bahamut fight was quite literally the peak in the game for me.
Yeah.
I agree.
I felt this amazing rush, and then it just went in smack straight after it, just straight down.
I felt like the game as a whole just kind of didn't go on a decline, but just kind of like a slow downhill
slope.
I didn't even see it as a slow. I literally saw it as here to
after Bahamut,
smack.
because Bahamut, that fight was hands down my favorite fight of the game.
You know, as you mentioned, Drew, that we weren't talking about the valleys in between the peaks, that we're only talking about the peaks. There was a really big valley in between Titan and Bahamut. I mean, I'm sorry. I know I'm trying so hard not to say that I was bored at any point in the game, but between Titan and even throughout some of the areas in the Dalmekian Republic during Titan, but after Titan and to Bahamut, I was falling asleep just trying to get on with the dialogue and just I give
Well,
me
let
some
me ask you a question. I'm
substance.
trying to remember because I feel like the valley after Bahamut might be even worse, but that's because I feel like the mid quests were after Bahamut. When were the mid quests? And when I say
Right.
mid, I mean the character mid.
After Bahamut.
Yeah, so
Oh, it was
that is the major
after
the
Bahamut,
major valley in my opinion then, because the mid quests were offensively bad. Like you can say that there was lulls between Titan and Bahamut and it was definitely boring, but the mid quests were offensive.
I might be getting ahead of myself, but I know I got to this point before Drew or Easley did. And it was towards the end when you're wrapping up. It's like the last, 8% of the game where you're wrapping up all those side quests. And I was like, I'm gonna go wrap up mid side quests. And Drew is like, when he gets to that point later on in the game, he's done all these side quests for mid. He goes, I better get a freaking airship out of this. And I was like,
Uh-oh. Like, who
And
thought
I
that was a
just-
good idea, honestly?
I just
Why
remember
dangle an
Popular
airship?
opinion, but
You're gonna dangle an airship in front of Final Fantasy fans? Like airships, every single time a Final Fantasy game is released,
was
one of the
just-
first
this is where I
things.
felt it was not a Final Fantasy. This was probably the
Right.
first moment where I was like, this is not a Final Fantasy.
Because whenever a Final Fantasy game is revealed, one of the first things people discuss is, will it have an overworld? Will it have an airship? How are we gonna, like, it's immediate. That's what people talk
But I
about because
loved the
airships are integral.
build-up. I loved the build up, how they gave us the boat, because like in a lot of previous Final Fantasy games, they give you a boat
Yeah,
first to
or
get
car.
your toes wet.
Yeah.
Yeah, some form of vehicle. You got the chocobo, you get your ambrosia back, which we never even talked about that being a key side quest in the game. But like, you get that boat, and when you get the boat, when you're doing the whole Walud stuff later on, and you think to yourself, you say, the end, you've got to get an airship. This is how it ends. We're getting our airship, and then mid just goes, never mind.
Yeah, even if the
Yeah,
airship
I
wasn't
was-
controllable, like at least from a narrative standpoint, provide
To
an
give us,
airship. Like, come on.
yeah. She could have been the pilot. She could have been
Yeah.
the captain.
Oh,
And
Ugh.
Man,
speaking of transport in the game, the Chocobo, crap level of transport as far as what should have been, because he was
Hey,
slow even when
you can
even when you
drift
were
on
quick.
it.
Not this one, you can't.
yeah, you can drift on it a little bit.
Yeah, you can drift on her.
No, you can kick things in the head. That's about
No,
it.
you can drift.
No, you can drift.
A lot of people don't realize that if you hold down L2 and you run into like a L2, you will drift, and then after the drift, he does a little boost afterwards. It's a way to sprint.
It's still slow.
Yeah, otherwise
It is slow.
I
It's
was-
almost equivalent to running, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is my problem with that. Why give us a mounted form, which is like minor way of being quicker, like marginally so,
But
and
no
then
other
not give us
vehicle.
another vehicle on top of that until we get
Yeah.
to a boat, which we use all of twice in the game, and one of which is for a really nice cutscene. Don't get me wrong, but we don't actually control it. We don't
Mhm.
actually control at all, and then we don't get an airship on top of that.
Mhm.
I'd argue the more
It's a
offensive
scam.
thing, the more offensive thing about Ambrosia is that there's no Chocobo theme.
Oh yeah,
I
we were
found
totally robbing
myself-
that. That
Yeah,
was
I found
is-
myself
I mean-
singing it the whole time I was riding her because the game didn't provide it for me. So I got to annoy
Problem
all
is
my
there
friends
is
singing
one.
it.
It's a
I
little
feel like there's
jingle.
a hint.
but it's
I
not good.
feel there's a hint of it in there when you're mounting it. When
Yeah.
you're mounting her.
There's a
but
jingle.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That was it. And I was just like, what the heck? So
Yeah, that's not a
Yeah,
Chocobo
but-
theme. That's a jingle. You're never gonna be like, they have a Chocobo theme. They have a da-da-da-da-da. Like, no, that's it. There's like no Chocobo theme. Get out of here with that. You gotta get like what? Like this is what I'm talking about though. This is if we're really diving into like one of my big problems with this game. It's like they were afraid to have fun. It's like
Yeah.
really
Yeah.
like you're not gonna put any cactars in here. You're gonna talk about them. There's cactar needles, but you're not gonna give me a cactar. You're not gonna give me a tonberry. You're gonna take
we
a
didn't even get
morball,
strawberries, yeah.
and you're not even gonna make them
Yeah.
poison you. Like you're like
the marbles couldn't do anything to you.
like, but they're
Like,
really
Instead, what we're gonna do
They-
is we're gonna put chocobo brains into food, and we're going to make leather out of chocobos too.
and we're gonna make the
Oh, and you can
flawn
also-
disgusting. Just the most
And you could
nasty looking
also
flawn
eat
ever.
chocobos. You could also eat
Ugh.
chocobos, and I did not
Yeah.
like that. I
mean,
did not
that
like
stands
that.
to reason that it would be a thing, but why is it a thing?
But man,
It's
it
not
was
like that they're I feel like if they had talked about I think what really could have been cool, and I thought about this much later on after I beat this game, because I'm a big fan of chocobos are friends, not food. But think about the conditions that the bearers were under. What if they had incorporated the fact that, like, if there had been books that you could pick up along the way and discover that bearers started having to eat chocobos because they weren't being fed by their masters or whatever
that
people
is true because a
owned
lot of
them.
them were there were a lot
They
of
were
them that were
yeah,
starving.
a lot of them were starving, and I feel like that could have been a great way to kind of explain why chocobos were being eaten in this game. Because like they're kind of like horses, right? I feel like if we were to play a game where people are eating horses, they're going to explain why they're eating horses.
There's
Like
also a
Yeah.
very good AP farm early in the game where you kill chocobos.
yes, and you and Droogle implemented your lovely
I
AP
don't know what
farms,
you're
and
on
I
about.
was
Don't know what you're
and
on
I
about.
but I
Didn't
was
like
pissed
fighting the
about it.
chocobos.
I was pissed about it for weeks, and I was like, I
And then you
don't
did
know
it.
you. And
I
then I
left the
did it.
I fought a few chocobos and I was like, no, I have to leave him alone. I can't do this. This just feels. I
Why
feel
would
like
they
an
make them the best
abomination.
AP grind in the game? Like,
I
what?
don't
To
know.
make you
To
feel
torture
guilty
us.
about it.
To
Yeah.
I
torture
literally
us.
went running through and I was like, oh, blue one, I'm gonna go kill it. I literally that was me.
Yeah.
It wasn't, oh, I feel bad about killing chocobos. AP's over there. That was me.
Yeah, I to go back to what Drew was saying about they were afraid to have fun. There were so many dark connotations in this game, and so maybe they just felt like it probably would have thrown off a little bit if they tried to risk or tried to add a little bit of fun to it. But it's not always a bad thing because the thing is when you have such dark tones in a video game or even like a show, you need to add some lightheartedness to it because the thing is people are going to get bored and they're going to tune out. You got to keep it interesting by adding a little bit of contrast.
Yeah.
Mm.
Which is why losing
And they
Sidolphus
and
really
they could have
hurt
done
for me.
that. Yeah, and they could have done that with the chocobos, and it just wasn't there, sadly.
Yeah.
I just
Or
found it
even with some of
interesting
the
that
side quests.
they referenced to cactars in Dalmekia. There's a
Yep.
sign up that's like cactar needles for sale or something. And it was like, if you're gonna say there's cactar needles somewhere around here, you better give me a cactar. Even if it's just a glimpse of one running across the desert that you can't interact with or you can't fight. If you could just see one, like if you get too close to it, it runs away. That would have been cool. You know?
Let's
Like,
let's try and get back on track here because we are going super duper long. I do want to talk about Ultima a little bit because we're really like into Ultima being a part of the story now. Now we realize that he's been manipulating Olivier. He's got this master plan, also utilizing Barnabas, who's on screen right now, to bring all the icons to Clive, essentially for him to defeat them and to obtain their powers so he can become Mythos. Or actually, he doesn't even become something else other than Mythos if he gets all of them. I forget. It's a bunch of jargon. But what do we think about Ultima as a villain, as the ultimate villain of this game? Easily, what do you think?
When he first got brought in, it was kind of like out of nowhere, and I was like, "Oh, who's this?" And it was interesting. We don't get a massive amount of lore other than when you go look for it, which I suppose is kind of a staple theory in most evil like antagonists. I felt he was very overpowered, but you didn't really see much of him. Sort of like a misunderstood, like, is it evil or is it just believing that it's doing the right thing? And it's more, is it evil or are you both just on your own side of the story? I didn't hate Ultima as a character, at all. I didn't feel like it was an evil being. I felt it was a being doing what it thought was right.
Right. It's just another godlike, I'm doing what's best for the realm when actually it's best for myself type deal. I think my problem with Ultima there's a lot of villains like him, but Ultima had no semblance of personality. Like he was Dr. Manhattan, like, from Watchmen. Like he was somebody that was so godlike that he was completely disconnected with humanity, which is kind of the point, but it also kind of makes for a boring villain then. Like
it's kind of
Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say it's kind of funny what Xerxes said in chat was that at least Ultima wasn't like Necron, and easily agreed. I kind of disagree. I felt like, in a way, he was a neutral force. He wanted to return everything to neutrality, where like Ultima's main objective is like, oh, I wanted to farm some stuff to make planet better, but you guys got free will, and he was like, we can't have that. We need neutral existence. And that's kind of the villain that he immediately reminds me of, whereas like he's not really a villain. He is, like you said, Drew, that he's doing what he thinks for his existence is right.
Mhm.
And that's kind of what Necron wanted too, which was to return everything back to its zero world. And you're talking about how he just shows up out of nowhere at the end.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's just
I
a
understand
thematic
that.
element, though. Kuja's the villain of 9.
Kuja's
Necron
the
is
villain.
a
Necron is,
thematic
yes.
is a thematic element at the very end to drive home the theme of purpose. But going back to like Dr. Manhattan, the difference there, the reason Ultima is a problem is because Ultima is a villain, whereas Dr. Manhattan is a hero that is trying to find purpose and understanding of what has happened to him. But when you put it in a villain's perspective, where it's some like this being that has no connection with humanity, like I can't connect with that villain then. And the best villains, in my opinion, are the ones that you can connect with on some level. Doesn't mean you need to agree with them, but there's an understanding. Again, going with a quote, without condoning, I understand. You know, like condemning or condoning. Without condemning or condoning, I understand, which is a quote from Watchmen. So again, it kind of comes back into play. Like it doesn't work when it's a villain. It just doesn't.
No,
I didn't like.
think-
I mean, I didn't like not Necron. I didn't like Ultima.
I didn't either.
If I'm being really honest, I didn't care for it as a villain, as a super villain, as the game's main antagonist. It was not my favorite, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Let's throw this out there as well. It's if we don't care about Ultima, because there's no connection. To me, that's just another character in this game, but it's on the evil aspect. We've got another character that I ultimately don't feel a connection to. And again, is that because I didn't hugely vibe with the game, or is it actually just you don't connect with some of these characters?
I have not seen anybody connect with Ultima or enjoy him as a villain, and that's even people that enjoy the game. Like I have not seen any positivity surrounding this villain. He's definitely
I
a
did not
low
like him
point.
either.
Yeah. Let's
Yeah,
hope
so I
that
guess
they- Go ahead.
that's our thoughts, I guess, on how we feel about Ultima. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah,
I think
well,
Barnabas
like-
Barnabas would have done better as a main villain.
I was about to
I like
transition
the
into
Barnabas.
that.
I
Yeah.
I thought Barnabas was the main villain because I mean,
Yeah.
Ultima ultimately was just extremely forgettable. Like he wasn't memorable to me in any sort of way, and honestly, I kind of dubbed him as a discount clearest cast star from Tron with no personality because I was just kind of distracted with the fact that he kind of looked a little similar to that character from that movie, and
I was
but there
gonna-
he just had no. There was just no personality. It was just like the soulless god, and the way he would speak so monotonely was just very dragging and very
And verbosely.
yeah,
yeah.
verbosely too. And a lot of my friends were saying the same thing. Every time he spoke, they were just like, "Oh my god, what is he going on about now?" And it was just he was very underwhelming and just very, like I said, very forgettable. There was not really anything memorable about him.
I think when when you were talking about what you would have liked to see with Olivier and Annabella, how like you wanted it, maybe Olivia to turn on her and all this stuff. I would honestly have loved if Barnabas had done some like wacko crazy thing where he took on some Odin power and was able to like Xantetsuken Ultima, the creator of
Yeah.
all this, and took on
Yes.
Ultima's power, and then Barnabas is like, all hail me. Like that would have been
That
I
would have been
agree.
sick.
A
That
twist
would
where
have
it's like
been
he actually
sick.
is the big villain, because I agree
Yeah.
Barnabas had so much more potential because Barnabas actually has personality, but also that is a sort of an element of disappointment for me is they set up these things like his mommy issues and lore relating to that and the religious island that he used to come from. He comes from a completely different continent. Like there's a
Mhm.
lot there in the Act of Time lore that I thought was interesting, and there was a lot of potential for that character. And I thought also his look was badass. I really like his design. Odin is like super cool. I love the way Odin looks in this game. It just kind of amounts to not very much. Like Barnabas suddenly becomes like Kefka out of nowhere, just laughing maniacally, becoming
laugh, the
battle
one-handed
sexual, and
the one-handed sword fight that you do with him, where he's got one hand behind his back,
oh,
kind
that
of
I'm not
thing.
even gonna get into that. I feel like I'll go on forever if I get into that. That was so offensively bad. I hated that. Where Clive just turns into a cartoon character who doesn't know how to sword fight anymore.
Oh God.
That really bothered me a lot. But even still, like Barnabas was formidable. Like every time I saw Barnabas, I was like, this guy can cut a sea in half. Like this guy can cut anything in half. Supposedly, it seems like. So how the hell are we gonna beat him? Like I was actually scared of Barnabas, whereas even though Ultima was a god, I never really felt scared of Ultima. Like I just didn't care.
Well, look
I was
at
more terrified of
how
Barnabas than Ultima.
Yeah, for sure.
look at how overpowered Barnabas was in the fact that he managed to sever damn near everything inside Clive, which wasn't fatal, but that was by design, by precision. He was this overpowered, really incredibly strong character, and in my eyes, Odin is my second favorite summon out of every summon ever made.
Mhm.
Okay, and they did a really good job of making Odin seem incredibly formidable, incredibly powerful, and insurmountably strong character. And then all of a sudden, we're stronger than him, and I don't get it. I really don't get it. It was out of nowhere. He's apparently then trying, but he can no longer sever things in half. He can no longer cut through the threads of fate. He can no longer do any of this overpowered shit. Sorry, overpowered stuff. And then, like, I just his end falls short to me.
I want to touch on a question in chat because I think it's important. To play devil's advocate, though, with the story we were given, should Ultima have had any sense of feelings or emotions? No, 100%.
No,
What they
no.
set up makes sense. He is an emotionless, godlike character, but does that make for a good villain? That's the question. No, and that's why I really do like Via's idea there, because they could have done a twist to rectify the ultimate villain being this careless thing on our end and his end, by making Barnabas the mastermind behind it all, tricking God, making him think he's been a puppet this whole time, when in actuality he's just been biding his time to take over the throne and be the ultimate god, but with personality. Then we could have had a final boss battle where it's like, yeah, badass Odin, formidable, scary, took down God, and now we got to take down him. That could have been cool, and I would have been connected to that, because it's like, damn, this guy played everybody. That's cool. So that's just a quick idea right there. Via just changed it all, and I feel like that could have been so much cooler than what they did. You know,
Yep,
we should have Via writing these games.
I thought. Oh, that's no. I thought that was Ship's idea. My idea.
It
was
was, but I wasn't gonna
Oh,
say
Via must have
anything.
piggybacked off of it then.
Drew doesn't think I have good ideas.
I heard Via say that. I don't know why.
No, I had the Olivier theory.
Okay. Either way, I think that's
Sorry.
to replace, to have that character like a godlike being. There's nothing wrong with that. I get it. It serves its purpose, but it doesn't make for a compelling final villain. So whoever came up with the idea to have Barnabas replace that, that would have rectified that ultimately at the end, and I'd have been totally okay with that.
I didn't like, I will say, when we were, as we're watching these scenes on screen right now with Barnabas, and there was so much back and forth in the Waloed period. Also, Waloed's, for me, Waloed's entire continent was a bit lackluster. I don't know how you guys felt about it, but it was just dreary and then drab and then dreary again. And it was like, I knew at this point, I said, wow, there really is no levity at all to this segment in the game. And it was so, we fight Barnabas. Nope, just kidding. It's a scripted fight. We run away from Barnabas. We got to go back to Waloed. Now we fight Barnabas. Just kidding. We're not fighting Barnabas. We're going to fight Ultima the first time. And then you're going to go. And then you're come back again. And now you're actually going to fight Barnabas. And it's like, are we actually going to kill Barnabas now? Is this, it was just a little, they could have cut like half of that. You guys want to talk about cuts that could have been done in this game? Was most of Waloed's back and forth.
But we needed the Clive and Jill scene.
Yeah, well, at least we got that.
We
Thank
did
God.
need that. Thank God. Yeah.
At least we got that. We got a little touchy, little kissy, little huggy, little
Relief to
icon
the blue
giving.
balls. Finally.
And the entire time I'm screaming, Gav, you better not interrupt this moment.
For a moment there, I
And from
honestly
the
thought
ship,
I honestly thought they were going to do it again. I
I
was like,
thought
are
so
you
too, and I
serious?
was
They're
just
really
like-
going to do this again? They're not going to give us the kiss? I was like, holy shit, man. You better
I
do
thought so
this.
too. I was just like, somebody tie Gav down on the boat over there.
I can't help but wonder. So when we first see that scene, like they're already disrobed, for lack of a better word. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you. Sitting in front of a campfire. So they're both already in the nude, sitting by the campfire, comforting one another.
Mhm.
Do you guys think that they had their clothes off because they were letting them dry because they were in
Yeah.
the middle of the Moses parted Red Sea? Or do you think that they had some kind of off-camera love interaction prior to that kiss that we saw?
They were drying
No,
their
I don't
clothes.
think they did.
Drying their clothes and also healing wounds.
Yeah.
Probably like bandaging each other up because they took a beating down
Yeah.
there. They took
Staying
a
in
I-
wet
I-
clothes is unhealthier. You can get hyperthermia easier staying in cold, wet clothes than you would
Yeah, that's why they.
disrobing and sitting in front of fire.
Well,
That's
yeah,
why when
but
you fall through an ice, you have to get your clothes off and get in by a warm fire. Otherwise,
Yeah.
I can't help but
Keep
wonder how they sat there in the nude, just talking about ye old politics of Dalmekia
Mm.
while their clothes are drying, and you're sitting with your butthole in the sand.
That's
But,
nothing. They
like-
dealt with sexual tension for 5 years. That's nothing.
Yeah, that's
Uh,
true. I guess.
I guess I would just kind of assume kind of the same way two people have sex in bed.
Yeah, but I'm saying, did it happen off camera before we saw it, before the kiss?
I think it happens after
I-
the kiss.
I think it probably
that
happens
kiss is their
after.
first kiss.
I agree. That
Okay.
that literally is their
Yeah.
first kiss, which is
Yeah.
insane. It's absolutely insane that that's their first kiss.
From
but
the way that kiss happens, it's their first kiss.
yeah.
Can you,
And
could
then
you
they bang
imagine
after that.
that being your stipulation for like someone's first kiss? Like, I don't kiss on the first date, I don't kiss on the second date. I have to wait until we are completely naked to have our first kiss. And I also have to know
Something-
you for about 17 years. Before
Clive's
this
such an
is-
idiot. I think that's what it took for him to finally be
I
like, all right,
mean,
I think I should probably kiss her now.
Completely off subject, but I knew somebody who her and her boyfriend got engaged and they were together for like 5 years before they finally got married, and they said that they would not kiss until their marriage. Not until you kiss the bride. They did not kiss each other at
That's
all
commitment.
and I was just like, okay, that's a choice.
Patience of a saint right there.
That's
Well,
no longer blue balls. That's
Catholics,
dead
so
balls.
shriveled balls.
anyway,
Shriveled balls.
man,
Before
it
we
was
Get into
Anyway,
discussion
go
on
on.
sort of the ending and what the ending means and all that in the final battle. Let's sort of segue here into we're going to do a topic early here because I kind of want to merge it in, and I think we're probably going to skip Jeopardy tonight just because we're going so long.
No!
Unless you guys really want to do it. I mean,
I
we're
love
already
Jeopardy.
3 hours and
I
20
love
minutes into this
Jeopardy.
episode. It's up to you guys, I guess. But right now, let's get into our equation of the month. You guys can get on our Discord at discord.gg/Droogle. When you get on there, there is a Crystal Bears category where we have the channel for Equation of the Month. Every month we'll post one there. You guys can respond, and we got some good responses this month to the question, which was, like every new Final Fantasy release, 16 has polarized the fan base in various ways. What are some aspects of Final Fantasy 16, whether it be story, tone, gameplay, mechanics, role structure, etc., you hope continue into the next mainline release? And what are some aspects you hope are left behind? I'm just going to kind of go in order here. I'll start with the first one. We got a response from Taser9001, who said, it's going to sound weird, but I hope none of Final Fantasy 16 carries over. Damn.
Oh my.
What
Fair,
makes this series great is that every entry is different. Sure, some themes carry over and some minor aspects and recurring creatures and such, but the tone isn't always the same. The setting isn't always the same. The mechanics always have something different about them, etc. I don't want every future entry to be a dark, gritty tale like 16. I'd be open to 17 having more comical tones like 5 again, especially as many of the games are good at balancing comedy and drama. I'm not opposed to more high fantasy stories, settings and dark stories, but I'd like Final Fantasy to continue with the variety it is known for. So it sounds like he's really against 16 at the start, but that's not what it actually is saying. He's just saying continue with the legacy Final Fantasy as upheld, which is where every Final Fantasy, after the previous one at least, has a very different tone and vibe and setting. Doesn't mean we can't get back to a dark storyline like 16s with 18 or 19, just that the next one should be a departure from what 16 did. And I agree with that 100%. Yeah. Do something very different with 17 in comparison to 16. Easily. Take the next one, please.
Okay, so Logan responded, I have to admit that I absolutely loved the combat in Final Fantasy 16. I love trying out different combinations of skills and being able to swap between them without the control setup. With the control setup, it had to try different combinations of battle styles was a huge plus for me, and some of the most fun I've had in an action RPG in a long time. I know the guys from Devil May Cry were involved, and it definitely filled me with the same sense of combat joy that I got from the first time ever playing the first DMC game. So if they took the same style of combat and added it into a high fantasy setting with a little more light-hearted vibe, I'd be well up for that. I would also love seeing some real RPG progression systems with stats, more visible and meaningful status ailments, meaningful weapon choices, and upgrade paths and skill trees associated that make leveling up and itemization feel more like an RPG rather than just a what is the highest number sync at certain points of the game.
Definitely.
I do feel it was a great foundation for a few Final Fantasy games to come, but I would like them to expand on some of the systems to make more meaningful decisions and and RPG elements, and let's go a little more lighthearted next time. After Final Fantasy 17 or 18, shuffle it up completely and give us something new. So I like that answer. You're saying obviously there's the nice additions in the combat, which you know what I did like the nice the way that DMC were clearly involved in the combat. I did like that combat style. Did it get repetitive? Yes. Do I agree that we need status ailments, we need upgrade systems, we need ways that make it a true RPG? Absolutely. That is one of the biggest gripes I have with the game, is that it was lacking in those aspects. So I agree very strongly there. I believe that, again, it was just you're going to have these abilities and you're going to do this number is your highest number. I agree. I even more so agree that they need to make it somewhat lighthearted, as you've said towards the end there. Just even if they want to have it dark, just give us that little bit of levity that we need to keep a more positive outlook on the game, rather than everything is doom, gloom, hell, and horror. But I like that. That's it's a good response. That
great response from Logan. Shoop, take the next one, please.
Platypus, P platypus, PP. Wait, PP platypus. It's a lot of P's. PP platypus responded, replaying the old Final Fantasies, I liked that they built on each other. What worked, what didn't. I really liked what they did with the 13 saga too, improving the battle system with each release. While I do see the combat system having its fault, it's a huge improvement from 15. I think having too many options meant the casual player just stuck with what was comfortable. Definitely needs to be a party system, different playable characters, and forced to play their different combat styles. I'm excited how they build on it, and hopefully status effects and elements. Story-wise, definitely needs to revamp the side quest system and more fun activities for brevity. Can't just have fun characters to take the weight off the situation.
Yeah.
I think it kind of touches a little bit on what Logan and Taser had already implied as well. I agree.
I think an important note there is I agree that the base of what we have here has a lot of potential. If they take the combat system just for Clive, and let's say they did have status ailments and they had elemental damage and things like that, and then had Jill and Sid, for example, with combat systems just as deep as Clive and allowing us to switch to them on the fly whenever we wanted, then you have a completely different game here, in my opinion. I think it's still character action with each of them, but being able to have each of them active at all times and be able to switch on the fly, I think just would have mixed it up so much, and I really wouldn't have had too much to complain about if they did that. We
talked earlier about like Torgal being the same mechanics pots as being able to heal yourself. What if they made Torgal a complete support character.
Yeah.
He was your potions, he was your remedies, he was your antidotes, he was your dispel, you know? Like that would have been cool.
That would have been cool. That's a good idea. I like that.
I love that.
I have to ask the question: if we were able to swap between characters, would they make it too similar to 7 Remakes vibe?
I mean, is that a bad thing?
Possibly.
I
It's
think
not a bad
so,
thing
and I
to
wouldn't
me.
mind that.
Yeah, I wouldn't
I-
mind that
I
either.
It's a
would-
good thing to me.
I wouldn't mind that. I think I would have enjoyed the battle system a lot more if they had done it that way.
I
I
think
struggled with Remake's battle system, whereas I didn't struggle with 16, so I don't want it to be like Remake because I don't know how to use it yet. I think it's confusing for me personally.
yeah, I'd
But
say
also-
wait until you play it again, but
But also with like the additional like opportunities, kind of like how they did in 15, where you could do combinations in between your party members, because I felt like that was another missed opportunity. Is like we could have had some very awesome
Fire and
iconic
ice
ability-
combos.
like iconic ability combos,
Yeah.
which
Mhm.
that could have been potential for a great battle system.
those are just obvious ways to grow on this system, right? Like if this team is going to be the one that works on 18 or 19, I feel like those are such obvious additions to have combo attacks and such. But really what we're talking about is them taking all these elements from 7 Remake and Rebirth. Because that's what Rebirth is doing with synergy abilities and synergy skills. It's what Remake already did with switching between characters that have their own sort of move set. The difference would be that 16 is obviously more character action than 7 Remake is. 7 Remake still has very much an ATB based system, waiting for bars to fill, turn based in that way. Whereas 16 should, and what comes after 16 should hold on to the completely real time combat system. That's cool. That's fine. I'm fine with that. To have like a branch of Final Fantasy that's fully true real time, totally cool. But you gotta expand on it more than you did in 16. There's just not enough there. Via, could you take Zarkano's response here?
Zarkano! I really like the active time lore. The ability to remember new characters is tough. By being able to look them up when they come on the screen was very helpful. The combat and cinematics were amazing, but in battle, cinematics along with the button inputs broke up the combat and interrupted the combos that are important in action style combat system. You would use your long cooldowns just to take off a sliver of health because you reached the checkpoint in the battle enemy's health. Also, add in the use of status effect magic. Games like Star Ocean and Tales make great use of AI-controlled party members that specialize in 1 or 2 parameters of battle: healing, support, buffs, debuffs, spellcasting, etc. I feel like Square Enix can really hammer that down. As far as storytelling goes, I was okay with it, but I played a lot of MMOs where the story would proceed at the pace that you make it, but I can see why people got frustrated with 16. I would be okay with story elements or dungeons tied to story elements like Tomb of the Unknown King in FF8. Doesn't affect the story, but it means to an end of the progress story eat up
Yeah.
time.
Something just to divert you, break things up. Yeah,
Mhm.
it really needed
Mhm.
dungeons. That could have gone a long way, and I feel like they could have replaced probably. I mean, there's probably like 70 something side quests in the game, something like that. Cut that in half and give me like 3 or 4 dungeons instead.
There's
Yeah,
18 just in the last 8% of the game. 18 side quests that take
Yeah.
hours, and I mean hours to do them all.
Yeah, literally it took I think it took me like 3 streams to actually finally get through all of them. And it was and I feel like if they had just taken like cut some of them in half and also just kind of distributed them more evenly, because when at the start of the game, I literally spent like the first 10 hours like, where are all the side quests? And then like the last 10 hours of the game, it's like, why are there so many side quests? And it just was
Yep.
really, it was just really, it really derailed the pacing of the story too at the end there.
Yeah. There's only one side quest that I would say arguably has something of a dungeon, and it's the one where you go to that prison that has
Oh, the behemoth,
that monster.
yeah,
Yeah, the
that
king or
was-
whatever. That's like the only one
yeah.
that kind of had like a semblance of a dungeon to it. Like it had like
Yeah.
keys that opened some doors and stuff like that. It was bare bones, don't get me wrong. It's like as simplest as a dungeon can get, but I was like, all right, I guess this is
It's
guess-
dungeon-esque.
Very
Yeah.
disturbing.
this
Very
is like,
disturbing
I guess
part,
our
like-
excuse for a dungeon in 16. One more short response here coming in from Fennis. If anything, I really just hope they keep the sort of character-focused world building that 16 had in spades. Maybe not with the amount of side quests, but keeping with the interesting characters that you meet throughout the journey. That and the active time lore. More RPG games need systems like that.
Mhm.
Touching on active time lore, I remember when they first revealed it and when I first used it in the game, I was so excited about it. and then I just stopped using it.
I just stopped using it. I was same thing for me. I was really excited about it, and I was looking up everything like during the demo portion. I was like, "Oh, I got to read about Media. Now I got to read about Rosaria. Now I got to read about Stan Breck. Now I got to read about the Demakian Republic." And I was like, "I'm learning lore." And then probably 20 hours into the game, I was like, "Oh yeah, I could read about things, but
I think
I
in
I
a
forgot
different
about it."
game, I probably would have been more interested, but I just by the end of the game, I was starting to check out a little bit, actually a lot in certain areas where I
Mhm.
wasn't that interested in the lore anymore. I felt like it's like it's so bearer focused, where it's like everything is just about how terribly the bearers are treated, and it's just like,
Mhm.
okay, I kind of get it. I feel like it's starting to just begin. It's like the same thing over and over and over again. Every side quest is about this. Every bit of lore is about this. It's like, all right, I'm kind of done researching the lore. I feel like I'm not getting enough out of it anymore to really feel compelled to look any longer.
I
Well, it's funny
didn't.
because go ahead, Via.
I completely ignored the active time lore because it was way too much. It was way too much reading, way too much information that it was overwhelming for me. And I was just like, I feel like I'm gonna get just as much information about everything and everyone just playing the game alone.
For the most part, I think you did. I did think it fell into the trap of using the active time lore as a bit of a crutch by the end. Like, I
Mhm.
do think there were certain moments that didn't sell very well because they decided to relegate important information to the active time lore. One of them
Mhm.
we just talked about with Olivier and him turning completely Akashic and things like that. A lot of people
Mm.
just didn't recognize that. And I think it's because they weren't reading the active time lore, which I can't really blame them.
Probably the one thing that I actually did learn from the uh active time lore that I don't think I would have registered in the game was how Elwyn and Annabella were actually first cousins.
Yeah, that's never said in the game. That's only in the
And
active
I'm just
time lore.
like, and I was like, ah, okay, that I missed that. And so,
That was a Biggs moment right there.
Biggs!
That's so loud.
I think that it's something that kind of I do want to touch on before we wrap up this area is that everybody throughout this mentioned like levity and side quests. And the thing with the side quests in 16 is that you never know which ones are going to be the good ones. And I'd say that 80, I'd say 80 to 90% of the side quests in 16 are completely unnecessary from a storytelling and from a world building and character building perspective. There are, and I'm very glad that Easily, for example, you finished the game much later than Drew and I did because you've been running 9 a lot. And I was able to tell Easily when he got to the end, I was like, do this quest, and this quest, and that's it. Out of the 18 that they give you, I was like, here are the 3. It was 2 or 3. One that unlocks a hunt, which is a reference to Gizam Luke from 9. I said, you got to do this one because it unlocks a hunt. And then you got to do Torgal's for sure. Don't miss Torgal's at the end. Torgal's quest is so worth it. But other than
Yeah.
that, I can't remember a meaningful side quest prior to like maybe Ambrosia's um since Oriflamme, the Chloe quest, and then the dog, the boy and his wolf one.
Yeah.
Like,
The only
See,
other, oh, go ahead, Easily.
no, you go, you go, you.
The only other side quests that were really memorable for me was Theo
Mhm.
side
oh,
quest.
Theo,
That was
yeah.
sad, yeah.
And that
And
one
his
really
sister.
stuck with me because it was just a very devastating one. And also, unpopular opinion, but mid side quest actually also really stuck with me, mainly just kind of an emotional level of you dream of building this thing and then it ends up not working out and you just have this utter disappointment, you know. And
Mhm.
I actually really felt that on a very deep level. I felt extremely gutted and disappointed at the fact that we were not getting an airship. But I was respecting the fact of what she wanted to do with her schematics and her blueprints and like leave them buried somewhere in the world for somebody else to dig up and maybe carry on the dream for her. Like I respect it, but I don't agree with it. But
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
really stuck with me because I was just like, this doesn't feel like a Final Fantasy to me now, and I didn't want to go to that mindset. And but
Yeah.
yeah, other than that, like all the other side quests were just redundant and forgettable.
The final quest at the end, wrapping up stories, were decent to good. Xerxes brought up a couple. I agree. Jill's quest was a nice quest with them in the flower field. I did like the one with Joshua and Clive paying respects to their dad. I really like the Torgal one. That's actually one of my favorite quests in the entire game because I feel like it's very short and sweet. So there were a few at the end that I thought were pretty neat. It takes a lot to get to them. You have to do the entire branch for each side quest to get to the last leg, which in my opinion is the only truly good side quest in each of those branches is the final one. It's a lot of dedication and time, for one good quest out of each branch. That would
What
be
did
my
you have to
argument.
say, Easley?
The only thing I'm sad about is I know I missed a couple of hunts because they're tied in behind other quests and things.
Yeah.
Oh
Like
yeah, and also getting the ultimate
King
weapon.
Behemoth, for example.
Yep.
Well, I'm not too bothered about getting the ultimate weapon. I'm really not.
Mhm.
I wanted the challenge of those other hunts, and I mean, I had believed that that was all of them, and then I knew I missed like the Behemoth King, and I missed another one. So I mean, part of me, I said to Drew the other day, I was like, I'm going to replay it seriously. Anyway, I want to choose a side quest at the end, and I really should because I wouldn't enjoy replaying the game fully again.
But you have a save point where you can go back and just do the
Yeah,
back to origin
exactly.
area, right? Yeah.
So I can literally just do the end and do all the side quests, and I would be able to do it. But the thing is that why have it so that everything is so spoon fed, and then other stuff that's really not? Make your choice. Either spoon feed us or don't.
Yeah.
Don't give us some stuff that like because you're not going to go look for it if you think everything is being spoon fed for you, because it does that. But then if it doesn't spoon feed, you're going to go and look for these things.
Right.
Right.
Oh yeah, exactly. I said the same thing earlier. Yeah, that was the
Mm.
charm of the old days when you didn't have a checkbox system and green exclamation points on the
Now,
map.
I don't mind if it doesn't tell you that someone has a side quest, but when you pick it up, it's then in a log somewhere. I don't mind that.
Sure,
I
yeah,
think
agreed.
that's really
I don't
good.
mind that either. They did that in 15, and I liked that a
Yeah.
lot.
Yeah.
At least make you explore to find these side quests, then put it in your journal. Go back to that later on
Not
to
put
remind
a
you.
big green thing on top of their head and be like, "There's a side quest right here. You better go
Yeah.
get it."
It's
They can
boring
literally
game
put
design.
they
That's
can
it. I
put
come up with a new recipe.
you know in the map where it shows if there's hunts and a little symbol, it will show there's little hunts on the map in each area.
Yeah.
What they could have done is put instead of showing you who has these side quests, they can put side quest completed and then a number out of a number. That would have been fine. So I
So you have
know
to go
that I've still
looking for
got to go
them.
and look for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
That's
I
true.
would be okay with that because that's not spoon feeding. It's saying, look, you've missed something. Feel free to go get it.
Mhm.
Go look for it.
Explore. The problem is
But
exploring in the game isn't fun.
yeah, but they could have made it more fun.
They could have, yes, 100% they could have. Well, anyway, thank you for the responses to the question of the month. You guys get on our Discord at discord.gg/Rugal. Become a part of the Crystal Bearers category. Make sure you get that role so you see all of our dedicated Final Fantasy channels, including the question of the month. We'll put up another question in the coming week or two for next month's episode of Crystal Bearers. Right now, let's wrap up the discussion on Final Fantasy 16. We've got it up on screen right now. After Barnabas, it's Ultima time. Dion's back. The dream team.
The final fights.
Yeah, the final fights, the boys coming together. Joshua, Dion, and Clive being the major team here. Like I said earlier, I do feel like this last 10% was pretty awesome. It felt like it built to an amazing spectacle and set piece. I felt like there was a lot riding on it. I was questioning like who's gonna live, who's gonna die. So I felt emotionally involved in it. Like I was really curious how things were going to wrap up. Question for each of you: who did you think was going to live, and who did you think was going to die? Shoop, let's go to you first.
I'm gonna run to the restroom really
please,
fast.
go ahead, yeah.
So I will be back.
I think so. With all three of them going in, with Dion, Joshua, and Clive, who did I think was going to die?
Mhm.
I thought that Clive was going to die. I didn't think. I thought Dion would have been a 50-50.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think Joshua was going to die. I think Clive was going to die. He was going to have his Shield of Rosaria, his first shield moment
Right.
that he couldn't uphold, 17 years ago. And I thought that this was going to be the moment where he dies for the Phoenix.
I agree. I 100% agree with you. I thought it would be Clive and Dion for sure, and I thought Joshua would live because thematically that's kind of what makes sense. What about you, Easily?
I thought Clive and Joshua were going to die. One, because Joshua was already very weak and dying.
Mm-hmm.
So it made sense for him to die, and I believed that Clive was going to die as a result of the battle, and his power when he absorbed Ultimate would kill him, which ultimately is what happened.
Yeah.
I believed that Dion would survive and essentially restore Sambrek. I figured he would have his, like, I'm now going to restore my kingdom moment for my people that that I am the reason why they're now in shambles because I destroyed everything. But now I'll fix things now that everything is done. But obviously
Yeah.
we don't get that because all three go.
Mm.
Well,
But we'll talk about that if we think all three went. I think for me, I thought you were saying like Joshua died as part of him being weak. I thought Clive would somehow like take that on. You know what I mean? Like in the same way he took on Ultima, I thought he would accept Dion or Joshua's ailment and be what he was always meant to be. You know what I mean? The shield of Rosaria, the shield to his younger brother, and accept his duty and fulfill his duty. And more importantly, something that he felt guilt over the entire game up until realizing Joshua was still alive. You know, I felt like that was such an important narrative. Yeah, sorry, Via. Hold on 1 second. It says you're. Oh, I can hear you, Via. You're good.
It got fixed. I don't know what
Okay.
happened, but
It felt
I
like that was
clicked
such
on
an
the
important narrative arc for Clive that I was like, he's got to sacrifice himself for Joshua, right? And I think we can argue that now if that's happened or didn't happen. That's the question. That's the ambiguity of this game. Actually, at the end is after defeating Ultimo, and what I thought was a really cool battle. Lots of like all
the
the
fight was so
phases,
cool.
really cool. And actually, even though it is a long battle, a lot of phases. Unlike the icon battles, I actually didn't feel like it overstayed its welcome. I think probably because it wasn't just big epic like icon smash. There was only one part of that was, and it actually wasn't even interactive really. It was a bunch of QTEs where Dion, Joshua, and Clive go against the Ifrit version of Ultima, and you're really just pressing buttons and watching a really cool cutscene unfold. After that, the battle with actual Ultima is sort of like the battle with Hugo at the one part, or the battle with Barnabas, where it's like, no, this is all about utilizing every aspect of the battle system that you've learned up to this point, utilizing the icons as you learn them, dodging, weaving, getting things nailed, you know, after all the training the game has put you through. I felt like it was the culmination of that, and it worked really well in the final battle.
I think it was also beautiful that the final battle with Ultima is all of the icons like absorbed. You were fighting Garuda, and then you were fighting Titan, and then like you were fighting
Yeah.
all of the transition, like the way it would kind of morph into
and hearing
the
their
Garuda
voices
and
too.
everything.
You would hear Jill.
Yes.
You might even hear Sid. I can't remember. It kind of felt like Final
Yep,
Fantasy
you
VII
hear
Advent
Sid.
yeah,
Children.
you hear Sid. Yeah, you
Remember in
hear
Advent
Sid
Children
at
where
one point.
all of the team come together to help Cloud throw him up to Bahamut and help him kill Bahamut? It felt like that. It's like the power of friendship. It's a very Final Fantasy trope, but it works. I always enjoy it, and it felt like they brought that in here where you got all your
I thought it was
friends
beautiful. That was
coming
so well
together.
done.
And they're literally inside of Clive. You know what I mean? Like, it's not even just like other ones where it's like, no, we're helping each other. Like, no, they're literally a part of Clive
Part
at
of
this
you,
point.
yes.
Yeah, which is nice. It's a good touch.
It was so I think, and I mean, this game, here's the thing, and we talked about this from the beginning of the show, is that it started so strong and it ended so strong. This final fight was thematically one of the coolest final fights, I think, in the series. Like, a lot of Final Fantasy games suffer from, what the hell is this final boss? You know? And this was where they put everything together, and they were like, here it is. We didn't forget this person. We didn't forget that icon. We put it all together for you. And now you duke it out. I thought it was so well done.
Easily. What do you think?
I thought it was a very long fight. I didn't like the part that's showing right there. I didn't like that part.
Okay.
Because I felt that all I was doing was charging, attacking, dodging a little bit. Charging, attacking, dodging a little bit. It was just too repetitive. It wasn't. It's cinematically fantastic, but aside from that, it wasn't enjoyable. I felt like as far as final boss battles go, it was a bit lackluster, personally.
Oh, okay.
Really?
Interesting.
I loved it.
Yeah, I
I
really enjoyed
agree
it
with
too.
easily.
Oh, interesting. 50-50. Go ahead, Via. Why didn't you like it?
Well, so the build up to it when they had the three of them going, first of all, I'm still mad at the fact that Jill was not included in this final battle. I think that was a
Yeah.
big mistake.
Mhm.
And also not including Torgal as well. But and I understand the reason. Oh, actually, I don't really understand the reason for the whole cinematic QTE in the first part of it with all three of them. And after it was done, it was yes, Dion kind of had his own little redemption, but I was really hoping he was going to come out alive from it because I just felt like it was a little, again, a little bit like the carpet was ripped out from under us by having him basically sacrifice himself like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I was really hoping that he was going to come out alive and be able to further redeem himself in his life, or let him have his own sense of redeem his own sense of self-worth for himself,
Yeah.
rather than having to be a sacrificial lamb. And then I just felt like the boss fight was just another phase fight to me, and there was no build up to it because they go into the cavern where there are all those icons there, and then Ultima essentially absorbs all of them, and he also basically rips out what was in Joshua and what Joshua has absorbed, which again, very emotional. It left me very emotional, but it was also underwhelming. It was just like, that's it. Like, he's not going to have any sort of chance at all whatsoever. And I'm sitting here thinking that Ultima was going to completely take control of Joshua and Clive was going to have to fight him and kill him to basically have Ultima ripped out of him, That's what I thought was going to happen. And then you shift into the first part of Ultima and then do an additional one of Ultima. But again, I agree with Easily how it was just kind of like, again, cinematically looked fantastic. It looked amazing, but it was too long, and it was just kind of underwhelming because you go into the cavern, you're like, have that emotional scene, and then bam, you're straight into the fight and into several phases of the fight with him.
I agree. It did happen pretty quickly, like the transition. I will agree with that. Go ahead, shoot.
Oh, I was gonna say, like, okay, so when we lost Dion, I was a mess. I was bawling. I was so emotionally invested in Dion as a character, as a heroic character. Perfect example of what I wanted out of a dragoon. Like Dion was by far, not including your four-legged best friend, by far my favorite character in this game. And
Same.
when he's falling. And
he survives that. He's a dragoon. Come on.
Dragoons always land on their feet.
But when he's falling, and he says, "Father, it is done," and he gives you that last little smile. I just lost it. And here's the problem. Here's the problem, though, with this is that I was so emotionally invested in someone who wasn't technically part of the main cast that when it got to the point not long after we were supposed to be emotional for the main cast, I was not. I was out of tears. I was spent. I had expended all of my emotions on Dion because of how well they built him up. And then when it got to Joshua and Clive, I was just kind of like,
my problem
good luck, boys, I guess. I don't know.
My problem is I didn't believe it when it came to Joshua. Even when Joshua was dying, I was like, he's not dying. And
when he's
still,
actually dead.
As we're going to talk about, I still don't think he's dead because it just doesn't make sense thematically. It's not a good story, honestly, if he dies there. It just isn't. Clive's arc is kind of meaningless if Joshua dies there. He failed. Like, that was his sole purpose.
Twice.
Yeah.
That was his sole purpose. Like, you can say like he has a bigger purpose by the end, but personally, his purpose is to be the sword, the shield of his brother. Like, that's his dying purpose. Like, that's what he's supposed to be. To fail him twice, like, it just doesn't make sense thematically. So when Joshua was dying in his arms, I was like, all right, waiting for the revive, waiting for the resurrection, waiting for something to happen. And then he seemingly passes Phoenix into him, heals the wound in his chest, and it's like, okay, this is where he's gonna pop back up. And then he doesn't. And I'm like, I'm so confused right now. Like, you healed him, you did some weird thing here to heal him, but then you're now going to walk and give your life and destroy everything. I was just like, the ambiguity there just didn't work for me.
Will say this: at no point do you see Joshua either turn to stone or disintegrate.
Yeah.
You don't. You
No,
see him
no.
stop.
It
You see
is-
him stop breathing, but that doesn't mean anything. He's the Phoenix.
Well, the
I-
reason
So
they
it
did
is
that
still an
firmly believe
open-ended
that.
thing.
is for the book at the end. The reason they did that is so that we can all be like, "Ooh, who wrote the book?" And
Who wrote the
it
book?
feels kind of cheap. I'm sorry. It feels like that's the only reason they didn't want to. They just wanted to have a question mark at the end. And if the DLC fills that question mark, I'm gonna be really annoyed. I want it and I don't want it at the same time because it's like, really, you're gonna
More like we wanted it in the game.
yeah, put that in the
Yeah.
game.
We
That's
did.
like a very important thing. I'm all for ambiguity when it feels right. 7, for example, I've said many times, I like the ambiguity at the end of 7. This is not ambiguity done right. You can't set up all these characters, have 3 characters go into this, have all 3 of them supposedly die, and then be like, but did they? Like, what? Like,
Yeah.
come on. Like, that's just cheap.
Well, right when Clive infused the Phoenix back into him, I was just like, yo, he's not dead. I firmly believe that he is not dead.
Who, Joshua? Yeah.
Joshua, yeah. I firmly believe
Until
that he is
until I'm
alive.
told otherwise, yeah. We can talk about it more fully after we talk about the credit scene here, but I am of the
Oh,
opinion
sorry.
that no, you're fine. We're jumping into it right now. I was actually going to ask the others.
Oh, okay.
I think easily. I think it sounds like you think that everybody died.
I had 2 thoughts with it. It is either that everyone is dead and the Phoenix failed to revive Joshua because of his body is already dead by this point.
Mhm.
But then on the other hand, we don't see him die, and he is the holder of the Phoenix. And there is every possibility that he comes back, and that is his book that is written at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Every possibility of that. We don't get the answer. And as I said, when I completed this game, I was left with more questions than I had answers to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I really dislike having more questions at the end than I had at the middle. I would prefer if I at least get some of the answers, just some. Let me have some closure at the end of a game. This didn't give it.
Yeah.
I think that's one thing I really love about the Final Fantasy series in general. In general, excuse me, is that most of these games give us a definite closure. And I don't want to spoil any other games in the series, but I'll just use certain examples while being vague. 10 gave us closure. 9 gave us closure. 8 gave us closure, not just for the main characters, but for the side characters. 7 gave us closure, but it also left it ambiguous. I hate that word. And 4 gave us a conclusion. 1, 2, and 3, while not story heavy, gave us a "we did it, guys." Like there was an end. Even 10 too had multiple endings, but every single one of them, even the one considered the bad ending, which I don't think is the bad ending. I think it's the best ending personally. It's Yuna getting closure, and it's just like,
Oh, the sad ending was definitely, I think, is the best one in that one.
I think it's the most appropriate. But yes, I just feel
Sorry
like that.
to jump in. I didn't notice this, but when I just watched the end credit bit there, as Clive went to create a fire in his hand, as to expend the last of his power, essentially. Whose fire is it? That looks like a Phoenix fire,
Mhm.
which would suggest
I
that
wasn't-
Joshua is alive.
That he gave it to. Yeah, he's given everything up. He's got nothing left.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was not an Ifrit fire. That was a Phoenix fire. They're different
It
colors.
had that little purplish, bluish, greenish
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't pay enough attention.
Also, you can literally
but
see the
also-
petrification spreading on him. Like it's
Mhm.
growing down his arm as you're watching. And this scene here, like none of this has emotional impact after the fact. Like you're supposed to be all like the light goes out in the sky, Torgal howls, Jill starts crying. It's like all leading you to believe that Clive died, and then after the credits you're gonna be like, oh, never mind, he lived. Like come
Well,
on.
here's-
Like so
here's
you're
the
just gonna
thing.
rip all that emotional like weight from us after the credits. It's like it's terrible storytelling if that's the case, in my opinion.
I
Here's the
was
thing,
actually torn apart here.
Were
You
you?
wanna go? Yeah, go ahead, Shoop. Oh,
Well, I was gonna say, so here's Jill crying when she sees Media go out. I don't
Right.
think it's just Media going out that tore at her. Remember when Jill was injured and we were like, "Oh my God!" Like in Waloed, Jill better be okay. Jill better not be dead. And Joshua says, "She's not dead. I can still feel her," kind of thing.
Right.
There's
Mhm.
something among the dominants that can feel when each other's power is gone,
Yeah, they
right?
literally say that in the game.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I don't think Jill is gonna stare up at Media and cry because Clive lost his hand is petrified. I think he's dead.
Not even
I
just
think
that,
he's dead.
Torgal as well. Torgal is
Mhm.
like kind of a dominant as
He's a
well.
frost wolf of
He's a
Fenrir.
frost
Yeah,
wolf.
he's
Yeah.
basically he's considered the Fenrir dominant. Yeah.
Right. So
Mhm.
he also has a connection to the other icons. They both felt it at the same exact moment. Torgal
Also,
howls,
dogs have a
Jill
sixth
starts
sense.
crying. Like, yeah, like he died. Clive died. So like if
So Torgal's gonna make me cry watching him
I know.
howl.
Oh, gosh, don't get me started. And didn't the game developers kind of insinuate or like confirm that Clive is dead?
no,
I
not
thought I
yet to
read
my
that.
knowledge.
I thought
Nothing
I
has
read
been
that somewhere.
confirmed.
Yeah, I
I
don't
thought
think
I read
anything's been
that
confirmed.
somewhere, but
If somebody
but
knows in chat, please let us know if Clive's been confirmed dead. But that's the big argument right now is after the
Mhm.
credits, we have a future scene. No, all magic is gone in the world to the point where little kids are reading stories about magic and they think it's fake.
Mhm.
They think it's like just storytelling. They don't even think it's history. It's lore and
It's
magic
fictional.
in fiction.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they go outside. They've got their own little pet Bahamut, I think, if I remember right, dog. So the world's all well.
Because
Magic is
Bahamut
gone.
says so.
But then when they go
I didn't
inside,
want to be my dear.
what book were they reading? Oh, Final Fantasy. And who's the author? Joshua Rossfield. So when I saw that, like, I didn't even question it, if I'm being honest with you. I was like, oh, Josh lived. Exactly. That makes sense. Clive gave himself up. Josh lived. He went on to tell the story, probably utilizing Harpocrates as well to tell the story of Final Fantasy. And then suddenly I'm seeing in chat, like, Clive lived. He went to tell the story. I was like, wait, what? You think Clive lived? And I'm just kind of shocked that there's another interpretation of it, honestly, that you can't just take the ending at face value. And that kind of bothers me that they would even do that. You're going to have a book that says Joshua Rossfield on it, but then lead us to believe that Joshua didn't write the book.
Well, I think that
Okay.
Yeah,
there are some people in the community who are very adamant, like the Final Fantasy community, very adamant that because of a certain side quest that you do where Harpocrates talks to Clive
Yeah.
about putting down the sword and picking up the pen,
Yeah.
that's kind of a hint to this after credit scene that Clive did live and ended up writing a book instead of fighting for everybody. But again, ambiguous. I still take it at face value. I still think Clive died, Josh lived. That's just my
Occam's razor, right?
take.
I mean,
I think so too. Because and the reason why I stick really hard to that is because I knew in the back of my head that something was going to happen to either him or Jill. And because of the Abbey, because of what we find out at the Abbey. I was just like, this is what's going to happen to somebody at the end. Either if it's not Clive, if it's not Jill, it's going to be Clive. And I was hoping with all the absorptions of Ultima and all the icons, it would no longer be applicable to him. But lo and behold, it still happened, and I was absolutely crushed. And again, going off of what you said about the star fading and Jill and Torgal getting emotional and feeling that, I also firmly believe that he is gone.
my question would be, what would be the point of somebody using Joshua's name to write the book other than to confuse us, the player?
So I
I have another
never at any point thought that anyone other than Joshua wrote it. But in my head originally, because I saw him die, I didn't think anything of it. I just went, oh, he must have wrote it before he died, and like maybe Yote finished it and got it out there. But as he's a phoenix, it's very likely he obviously did live and write it anyway. But it's either, in my eyes, it's either he wrote it before that mission or he survived and wrote it after.
Right.
It's the only two versions I can see of that.
Yeah.
I have another theory.
Okay.
And this is also another theory that I heard from other people. The question that I'm left with is this book actually based on a true story of what actually happened hundreds of years ago?
Mhm.
Or is this entire game this book, like this
Like a
book
fairy
of
tale.
fiction. Yeah.
I've seen that interpretation. I think they've debunked that theory, if I remember right. I could be wrong, but I think they've debunked that theory. That the game is literally just a story, and at the end you're like, but close the book on it. Like, I don't. Personally, I would hate that. I kind of hate that trope of like, hey, none of it actually happened. It was all just a story.
Yeah, I saw it because there was a couple of YouTubers that I watched that were interpreting that concept or that theory, and I was like, I never heard that before. I'm like, oh, that's actually really interesting.
If I remember right, Maximilian Dude on YouTube
he was
had that theory, and that's why I feel like I remember it being debunked, because I think he came out and said like, oh, I guess I was wrong, because I'm pretty sure they directly responded and said that's not what happened, that everything that happened was real. But I don't quote me on that. I might be wrong. I just feel like I recall seeing confirmation that it wasn't just a story. Conjugate Voices in chat says it's a historical account. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I remember reading that.
I read something, it was a really cute theory. It's not one that I necessarily support with my personal beliefs, but I saw a really cute theory about Jill actually being pregnant after.
Yeah.
And that being a reason why she didn't go with them, that she was pregnant possibly, and that she ended up naming her child Joshua, and that Jill's account of all the events, she told her baby as like this, obviously there might not be a baby, but it was just somebody's theory that she told the baby these stories as fairy tales, and that baby grew up and wrote this book of the story that mommy Jill told her.
I can get more down with that theory than a lot of other ones, if I'm being honest. I think it's a little
I thought it was
just
it was cute,
and also,
though. It was really cute.
And also that these kids would be descendants of them.
That's it's a cute idea.
And the dog is a descendant of Torgal.
What's the dog doing? It looks like in chat the winning vote right now is Joshua. I've noticed that nobody's voting for Clive in chat,
and I'm surprised. I'm honestly surprised.
Well, it openly says in the game that there is no known cure for the petrification of the curse of the bearer. So
once it sets in, it's
do they randomly discover it and cure him? That would be the only way he would be alive.
Right.
But there's no hint of anything that shows that they find a cure.
Who do you guys think will be the star of the DLC?
Torgal.
Let's go.
Torgal. I think it'll be Sid. I think it'll be Sid. We didn't get enough time with him.
I do agree with that.
I thought it would be Joshua's like teen years.
I was gonna say either Joshua or Sid.
I would like to learn more about what Joshua was doing all those years. Yeah,
I would like to know.
Yeah,
because
it's funny.
Too much time has gone by for us to not know what he was been doing for all those years.
That's kind of the same boat that Drew was in during his whole playthrough. It was like, I don't know anything about what Josh was doing all these years. He's just saying like, he knows everything about Ultima, but why does he know everything about Ultima? Like, why don't we cover some of that, you know? But I voted for Sid because I just feel like there's got to be so much more backstory. They could throw some Benedicta in there. His relationship in Waloed with Barnabas. Like, there could have been so much more to build off of there that I think we could have gotten more from.
But what about Leviathan the Lost?
Because I feel bad.
We better get Leviathan.
Yes. Leviathan, it really, really bugged me that there was almost nothing about Leviathan, yet it was mentioned, yet it was in there, yet it was in the mural.
Medicine Girl DLC.
And yet we get nothing. And it really bugged me.
Did you go really me. We're talking about the book revealed at the end of 16's ending. I'm not going to say specifically what we're talking about, just in case you stopped in here and didn't realize we're talking spoilers. We're talking mega spoilers on Final Fantasy 16, and the book is kind of the ending ambiguity of the game. But yeah, that's kind of it, isn't it? I as I said earlier, I don't know if I want an answer or I don't want an answer in the book. I want an answer, but I would be offended if they put the answer in the DLC. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I agree.
You know what I mean? Like, I want the answer, but it should have been in the game. It shouldn't be in DLC where it's like, hey, give us $15 to find out what happened. Like, come on. Really? Kind of bullshit. Yeah.
So say that
I feel bad saying that, but it's kind of the truth. The truth hurts.
Yeah. I'd be down with some Leviathan the Lost.
Yeah, if I could have
I
any
would love
DLC, it would be Leviathan.
to know anything about Leviathan.
Like
'Cause
more
I
than
got
the 2
kicked out of
lines we
that.
get.
Let me ask you guys. I mean, we've been live for over 4 hours.
Mhm.
Do we want to just go to the Moogle mailbox, or do you guys really want to do Jeopardy? Easily, I mean, you've been up late.
I was gonna ask if we could have a skip this one because I have work in 3 hours and
Yeah.
would very much like some sleep.
Yes, I totally understand. I totally understand. Do we want to do the Moogle mailbox real quick? We're gonna have to rapid fire it. We only actually have 4 questions because one of them was about who we thought wrote the book. I know that one.
We can rapid fire it, and then maybe we can do Jeopardy. Just we can save this board for another night.
Yeah, we'll save it for the next one for sure.
Yeah.
And
I
Via,
know.
we will of course have you back on for Jeopardy in the future. I'm sorry, I apologize. I know you love your
It's all
Jeopardy.
good.
All right, guys,
No.
let's jump into our
Mhm.
final segment of the show. It is time for the Moogle mailbox.
I love that you had a great crew voice for that.
You guys again can take part in the show through our interactive redemption through Twitch channel points. Ask us questions that maybe we didn't get to in chat throughout the show. We have 5 in the Moogle mailbox tonight. Let's check out our first question. Coming in from Rabo. If you were Cloud, what would you name your Segway? Make Sid proud here. The low wind.
The low end, yeah.
I don't know.
The ground win.
Yeah. You
The
got
ground runner.
anybody got anything better than me? I got nothing. The low wind.
I don't know. I think I would do something like how he says Yahweh in Bruce Almighty. Segway.
The low wind is a good shout, says Rabo. I need
The
more
low
time to think about
Bronco.
this. What was that?
The low Bronco.
Yeah. It's like low rider, low Bronco.
Yeah, because of the tiny Bronco.
Micro Bronco.
I think we need to keep thinking on that one.
I need to think about it. I need to think about something snazzy.
We'll keep
Something
thinking
snazzy.
on it. Next up, we got Xerxes, who said, "With Final Fantasy XVI coming to PC in the future, how crazy do you think the modding will be for that game? What kind of stuff do you think would be modded? Of course, we're
Oh
gonna
my
get
God.
nude mods. Everybody's gonna be naked, but besides that,
Yeah.
Cloud as Clyde.
They're gonna take the rated M even further.
somebody's
just
gonna put
remember-
Leviathan in there.
I remember seeing some of the mods that they did for 7 Remake, and when I saw the nude mod, I was like, oh, cool, we've got big boobies, whoop-de-doo. But they modded Cloud, and yes, they gave him some well endowment, and I was just like watching him fight in the sewers with this thing swinging around, and I'm just like, oh my God, why do people do this?
I mean, it's
Why?
only fair. If Tifa's gonna
Why?
have double J cups, then Cloud should
Double
have.
J, yeah.
It should be
But
packing.
I was just, I mean, I respect the creativity in the modding community and all, but I was just like, this is pornography at this point. This isn't necessarily modding gameplay or anything. It's just, it's wild to me. But I'm sure 16 will get the nude treatment. I think,
I could live my whole life without that image in my head.
yeah, it was not a fun time. I mean, granted, I was laughing hysterically, but like, it's stuck in my head now. But
Realistically, I think the first thing people are going to try and do if they're modding, make the other characters playable.
Yes, I agree.
yeah, I think they're gonna do that, and
Yeah.
I think also, well, the DLC, the official DLC, gave Clive and Jill and Torgal and Ambrosia and all them like a custom outfit. There's so many customizable mods that you can do as far as clothing goes. Like that's gonna be a big one.
I remember when 7 Remake released on PC, there was a lot of horny mods, but one of the first ones I did see was controllable Red 13. Because that's the thing is, if these characters have all the animations in place, which they do, like they fight in battle with you. You don't control them in any way, but they are fighting alongside you. Jill has mechanics and abilities that she's using. A modder would easily be able to take that and align it to a button press or to 2 button presses, give you control of Jill, make the abilities on the menu, and suddenly we've got Jill, we've got Sid controllable, and maybe somebody can even find out a way to make it so you can switch between them on the fly. You know? And Torgal as well.
Yeah.
Make Torgal controllable. Yeah, it'll happen. You'll see.
Torgy!
A good question. Thank you. Next up. Let's see. We have Razor. I realize that these are different games made by different teams, I think, but I believe that there is a sharing of resources and knowledge between everyone at Square. Does the quality of 16 side quests leave you with any fears for Rebirth? Um,
Not after what I've seen.
yeah, not after what I've seen. There's already just enough diversity. Even if there are some lackluster side quests, we're already seeing a million different things at the Gold Saucer and even on the field where it's like, okay, I can't be worried. There's enough diversity here that there's going to be something for everybody, even if you don't want to do everything. That's my opinion.
Not just that.
Yeah.
Look at 7 Remake. The side quests, yes, you could do them, but if you skipped them, the game was still not 6,000 hours long.
Right.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not too worried about I probably I mean, I kind of question like how much side quests could they actually implement into the game, because they already said main gameplay is going to be over 100 hours long.
They said the main
So-
story is like 40, which would mean the side quests are over 60.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the side quests
Anyway,
are
it
actually
does-
the majority of the game.
Okay, but
Mhm.
I'm not too concerned about it because again, even the side quests in 7 Remake exceeded my expectations. I didn't find them boring at all. I actually had a lot of fun with them. And I
Me
can't
too.
really
I
can't recall one that I really I can't even pinpoint my least favorite one because I just enjoyed it so much.
They weren't like stellar side quests, don't get me wrong, but I think what makes them work in 7 Remake is it was an excuse to take part in an awesome battle system, and also they
Mhm.
don't overstay their welcome. There's not
Yeah, they're
100
not-
of them. There's like 30 total. They result in you getting a dress for Aerith, or a dress for Tifa, or there's like
Yeah.
actual repercussions, not repercussions, there's rewards for doing the side quest, and they're just kind of fun, goofy little side quests that give you a little bit more time in the world with the characters.
They're also not
just-
excessively long either.
No.
I just want to take a second to welcome the Raiders. Hello, Christy. How was your stream? I hope
Hi,
you had a
what the
good one.
Christy?
Hi, everybody. Thank
so
you so
good
much for
to
coming
see
in
you.
here. We're kind of wrapping up our discussion on 16, and now we're moving on to our Moogle mailbox, which is questions submitted by the viewers throughout the episode. And we were talking about the side quests in 16, and if our dislike of them gives us fear for Rebirth. But I think we're all kind of the opinion that what we've seen so far for Rebirth is looking very promising, and what they're building off of with Remake I think is a good start. I think Remake wasn't blowing anybody's minds with its side quests, but they weren't bad either. They were just kind of a good start. I think Square Enix still has a little ways to go before they get to like Witcher level side quests, though. That's for sure. That's always what I go to as like a great example of side quests done right, are games like The Witcher. I also think God of War has amazing side quests. We're not quite there yet with Final Fantasy, but maybe 7 Rebirth is going to be the one that changes it all. I do think the reason that 60 plus hours are side quests is because, let's be honest, like the Gold Saucer is probably going to be like 40 of those, because if you want to like chocobo race and do all the mini games and get top score and get 1,000,000 GP so you can buy X, Y, or Z, you're probably going to have to put in ridiculous hours that it's completely up to you if you want to do that, right? It's like
Shoop and I are probably going to spend a good few streams on the piano.
exactly.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You're
oh
probably
yeah.
going to end up with like 5 in Calm. You're going to end up with like 5 in Costa del Sol. You're going to end up with probably 20 in Junin. You'll probably end up with another 5 to 10 in Cosmo Canyon if we do in fact go to all these places.
Yep.
And then you'll end up with a couple in Nibelheim. There's more there. Each of these majority like main towns we go to will have a minimum 5, I would imagine.
Yeah. They are
Hmm.
hub towns. That's kind of the point of them, right? And they have the board where you can find hunts, and they showed that off with Calm. I never expected Calm to be a hub town, but that's what they turned it into. They turned it into a hub town where you can get side quests and you can get hunts and all that kind of stuff. So I 100% agree. I think each major town is going to have that aspect to them. Our
Yeah, I
next
definitely-
question. Rabo again. Okay. Who do you think wrote the book? We already talked about that, so we can actually skip that one.
Yeah, we can
Um,
skip that one. Sorry, Rabo.
He actually said in chat that we got to it. So as long as we answered his
Yeah.
question, right? After that, we
Yeah.
have Zarkano. Everyone list off your favorite thing about 16 Go. Easily?
Come back to me.
Okay, not good. Shoop.
Mine is. I'm sorry, I'm getting sick. Mine is easily Dion's story.
Via?
Dion and Torgal.
Deanna Torgal, yeah.
I have to agree. My favorites are also Dion and Torgal. Don't get me wrong. I really love Clive. I think he's a great character.
Hmm.
And I like Joshua for the most part, although I liked him better as a little kid than I did as a
And
as a
again,
grown-up.
the self-acceptance moment with Clive for me, the find the flame,
Yeah.
accept the truth, that was still my favorite part of the entire game.
Yeah, if we're talking about like a set piece moment, I agree. I think Find the Flame is the highlight of the game. But if we're talking about like a character, I think Dion stands out and Torgal stands out for me.
Hmm.
Mine is to do with the massive highs. The highs that are in 16 are by far some of the best high points I've found in any game played.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's really unbelievable moments without a doubt. Next up, Rab Bebop says Tifa's best girl. Why Drupal hate? I love Tifa. I do not accept this opinion. I don't know why people say this about me. I also love Aerith. I'm not going to go into this again. I don't need to go into this again. They are
We'll
both
skip over that.
amazing.
We'll
I
skip
love
over
them
that.
both. They both serve their purpose in different ways, and they are beautiful women.
He just has a preference.
I just have a preference. That's right. That's right. Xerxes, short one to piggyback on the Rebirth
Nice
side quest.
one.
Do you think we get Chocobo breeding in Rebirth? I do not. He's
I don't
shaking
think
his
we
head
get
no.
it. I don't think
we'll
we get it
in
in
the third
Rebirth.
part.
Me
No,
too.
I think it'll be the
agree.
last part.
Yeah.
I actually am of the opinion that we don't get it at all, even in the final part. Did we
You
lose
think
Via?
we just?
Oh, she's back. Okay,
You think
I
we'll just capture
feel like-
certain?
go ahead,
I
Via.
feel like we may, but not in as complex as a method as the original.
Right.
Like
I
not the constant back and forth of like you got to go raise your chocobo, then you got to breed them, and then you got to develop this one, that sort of thing. I think there will be some. I feel maybe there's a little bit of simplistic breeding behind it because we still see the different types of chocobos and the abilities that they have.
Here's what I would
So-
argue, and this is maybe a little bit of a hot take. I think nowadays, when you go back and look at chocobo breeding, it's not fun. It's boring and monotonous and repetitive. It's cool
is.
because of
Very
what it
repetitive.
results in. It results in getting Knights of the Round, so it feels very rewarding. Like there's a major payoff for the monotony, which makes it cool.
I liked being able to go in shallow water and then deep water.
That's
and
not what
then
I'm talking about, though.
mountains, and then
That's cool. The breeding is boring and monotonous and tedious and also requires a guide for the most part to get it right.
I do
But
agree
what
with
we're
that.
seeing with Rebirth is what they're doing instead is they're hiding Chocobo in the world that you have to track down and capture, if you want to use that word, and then they become a Chocobo that you can then use. So they already have shown us in the trailer that there's a Chocobo that's meant for climbing. There's a Chocobo that's meant for flying. There's going to be a Chocobo that's meant for swimming. There's going to be a Chocobo that can run on water potentially. So these Chocobo are within the world, but it's about capturing those Chocobo, finding them and capturing them, not breeding them. Because I think to streamline that is the right way to go. I think they could definitely find a way to make it more fun than just finding and tracking them down. And I think there's ways to utilize them in Chocobo racing and to name them and to dress them up. We're already seeing all that. They're adding a whole ton of new stuff onto the Chocobos that wasn't in the original. And I think they're going the right way about it. They're getting rid of what I consider to be the monotony of the breeding and instead adding a whole bunch of fun mechanics instead to take that over for the Chocobo stuff. So
That's
no,
an
I don't
interesting
think we
thing.
have it.
I don't think that's much of a hot take. I mean, it's an interesting theory.
We have, I think, one more question coming in tonight, and it's from Ichi, who says, once the game comes out, will you play it right then, or will you wait until they fix any bugs that may happen on a release day? If we're talking about 7 Rebirth, I'm not too worried, if I'm being honest. 7 Remake was mostly very polished. I think everybody is always talking about the door. What about the door? Yeah, the door was a bad texture. But honestly, in comparison to most games nowadays, I will take a broken door texture every day over what a lot of games face, which is game-breaking bugs and crashes and glitching through walls. Like,
Cyberpunk.
7 Remake had none of that. 7 Remake had some low quality textures for skyboxes and a bad door. That is it.
So
I will go ahead, Easley. Go ahead.
So I got 7 Remake and I adored that first week. I was in absolute utter bliss, barely sleeping, constantly playing. I loved it, right? I couldn't care about a door. Being truthfully honest, it was a
Yeah.
door.
Me too.
You know, the characters were phenomenal, the backgrounds for the most part were phenomenal, the battle was phenomenal, the music phenomenal. This will be the same. It will have the odd little bug. I don't care. I have booked off 2 weeks from work from release. I will be playing it day of release.
Yeah. And the thing is, I recognize the graphical flaws of 7 Remake. They're definitely there. That game 90% of the time looks amazing, but the chapter 8 with the sector 5 slums, yeah, it doesn't look very good here and there. It definitely, the trash piles and stuff look really low quality textures and stuff like that. It's just not that important in the end, though. Like, I'm not gonna dock a game that provided me 60 hours of amazing enjoyment because a couple scenes had bad textures. You know, it's not something I'm gonna harp on. You know what I mean? I don't know about you guys.
Shoot, I cut you off as well.
no,
Sorry.
No, you're fine. Okay, here's the thing. So I played 16 on release. It was about a week. It was about a week after the game came out. I was very honored and blessed to get a code sponsored from Square Enix to be able to play 16 on release. And while I enjoyed it, because it was the very first time I had played a Final Fantasy game on release in probably, God, what, 20 years. From a streaming perspective, from a viewership perspective, it was very hard for me with where the size of my community is at right now. It was very hard for me viewership wise to enjoy that with the entirety of my community because so many people wanted to play it and not be exposed to spoilers. And I think I'm going to handle Rebirth a little bit differently. I think I'm going to wait 3 to 4 weeks before I play it, maybe more than a month before I play it on stream, because I really want my community to get a chance to play it before I do, or at least get a little bit ahead of me before I jump straight into it. I'd be lying if I said that I didn't care about viewership numbers, because to an extent we all do. In a way, we always, you know, at least where I'm at personally, I do want, I want as much of my community as I can to be able to be there to celebrate any game that I play. And granted, I had a blast with 16 when I did get to play it on release, where my numbers, I mean, you can look at my metrics and my numbers were, but you know what? I had a really good time and I was very happy with it. But I think going forward, I don't know if I'm going to play it immediately on stream on release.
Yeah. What about you, Pia?
Bro, I already have time submitted off for work for the next 10 days. Like, I'm gonna be playing that game like day in, day out. It's gonna be like I'm gonna get even less sleep than I'm getting right now, being part-time student, computer science student, and working full-time. Because I mean, Remake came out and I literally locked myself in my bedroom for 4 straight days playing that game. I did not stop, and I was playing that game for roughly about 15 hours per day. To the point that my roommates were thinking that I was dying possibly because they had not seen me at all. So it's gonna happen again. It's gonna happen again once that release comes up. So I'm okay with taking the knock of the viewership. I just really want to play the game, and I'm gonna end up probably editing it into a YouTube video anyway. But odds are I'm probably gonna end up playing it again after I'm done. Because if it exceeds my expectation the way Remake did, I'm going to be wanting to play that game over and over again. And I've now made it a tradition every year upon release that I'm going to play Remake on the anniversary. However, my next Remake play is probably going to happen right before Rebirth release. So
that's what I'm doing as well. I mean, I want to brush up on it, you know.
Yeah, celebrating that anniversary a little bit early, but yeah, I definitely I will definitely be playing it upon release because I already pre-ordered it. I mean, I literally have already dropped like 4 months worth of rent on Square Enix for this game.
Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, I took off the launch day of Remake, and I think I'm probably gonna do at least a day off for Rebirth. Depending, I'm trying to remember. That's like a Tuesday, isn't it? 29th is like a weird day of the week.
I
Let me
think
check.
It is.
I
Oh, it's a
thought it was a
Thursday.
Friday.
It's a
It's
Thursday.
a Thursday.
Yeah,
So I guess
Thursday.
I'll be
Yep,
taking
it's
off
Thursday.
Thursday and Friday is what I'm probably gonna do. And I would be lying if I said I'm not bummed that my numbers are probably going to suffer, because I know that they will. They're going to suffer. But really, what it comes down to is I'm not playing this game at launch because I want to be there day one. I'm playing this game at launch because there's way too much risk here when it comes to spoilers.
Mm.
This
Yep.
game, I do not
Yeah.
want to get spoiled on Forgotten City. And if they change
Same.
something, I cannot risk that.
I had to avoid so many streamers that I love going into their streams when 16 first came out, because I didn't get it bang on release, obviously.
Mm.
And so I was avoiding all these streamers, and I won't have to for Rebirth. I can just get on, play it. And you know what? Shoot, when you play it, Drew, after you've done your first couple of days, I'll probably be ahead of you by then.
Mhm.
I
Mm.
can actually be there as a mod who's not going to care about spoilers because I'll be past you. So
Yeah.
That's the other thing
Yeah.
is that I
I-
want, when I do my playthrough, I want to be able to have my mods ahead of me so that they can catch things when I play.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, I'd rather suffer my viewership than suffer with spoilers.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Mhm.
And like Via said, I'm in the same boat. I think I'll probably play it twice. If hard mode is anything like Remake, which I thought was awesome, I enjoyed the hell out of hard mode
yes,
on Remake,
yes.
then I will definitely play Rebirth twice. So yeah, the second time I play it, maybe my viewership is better. You know, we'll see. But thank you again for all the questions. I think that's all of them. That is all of them. Let's send Drew away. Get out of here, Drew. You guys,
Bye,
that
Drew.
is the show tonight. Unfortunately, we're going to have to skip Jeopardy on this one because this 16 spoiler cast went super duper long, but we went into a lot on this spoiler cast, and I hope you guys enjoyed what we dove into. I still feel like there was so much we could have discussed that we didn't, honestly. But, you know, there's only so much time in the day. We'll continue to talk about 16 just organically, I guess, on our streams. If you guys want to talk with us about it, please do. And eventually, when you guys play it on the PC, for a lot of people that didn't show up tonight, I'm sure we'll probably dive back into it again at that point.
Maybe we can save the Jeopardy for your anniversary, because your 10-year anniversary is coming up on December 1st.
That is true. That is true. I'm gonna need to make more than that, though.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna need like 3 or 4 Jeopardy boards for that anniversary stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna
Another music one.
Yeah, I'm totally down for more music ones. I think we just got to get the right players. Otherwise, it's gonna be
I'll
dominated.
tell you what, if we do a music one, can I just make it, since I won't guess any of it anyway?
That's not a bad idea. Yeah. We know
Yeah.
the
'Cause
music
I can
is your
make
weak
it.
point.
Like I know the songs, I just don't know the names of them. Like I if you hear it, I'm like, I don't know, I know where it's from. That's it.
Yeah, I made one, and they all played it when we were discussing what we were going to do for today's episode.
Well, thank you so much, Ish. Fantastic podcast. Excellent. Thank you for the podcast. Thank you for the podcast. Right, Bebop, Mock, Ish, Xerxes, everybody else in chat right now. And thank you so much to What the Christie for the raid. Thank you for the 5 follows that came in. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs from Sweet Honey Bags. You guys are awesome. This was a good time. You know, it was obviously a little bit of a slower night because some people still don't want the spoilers on 16, but we really appreciate all of you that were here and lurked and chatted with us and submitted the Moogle mailbox. Please get on the Discord, as we talked about earlier, discord.gg/Droogle. Be a part of the Crystal Bears category. Make sure you take part in the Equation of the Month for next month's episode, which will be on December 7th. If things hold, we'll see. Might delay it a week, considering I have my anniversary stream early that month, and we'll have to see how things fall. But we will hopefully do another episode next month. This episode will be archived on YouTube and on Spotify. So please get on Spotify and Apple Podcast, I think it's called. Make sure to follow us there. Make sure to rate and review the episodes. That really helps out a lot with the algorithm if you guys do that. We're still trying to grow the podcast on other services other than Twitch. Also, the most important thing of all, easily, Rise of Shupuff and Via Final Fantasy are essential to these shows, and you guys should follow them right now. Don't just follow here. Follow Easily 18, follow Rise Shupuff, follow Via Final Fantasy, our very special guest tonight, because they are amazing streamers and they deserve your love.
Thank you so much for having me. It was a lot
Thank you
of
for
fun.
Yeah,
being here,
thank
Via.
you.
Thanks for joining us, Via.
Thank
Yeah,
you for
this
joining
was
us,
a great.
Mia.
We had so much great conversation tonight. I had a blast talking about 16 with y'all. I wish we had more time, honestly, to talk about it
I know.
even
I
more.
feel like there was so much more that we didn't cover that we,
It's a big
Oh, we would
game.
go on for
lot.
hours,
Yeah.
hours.
We really just
And
kind of
also, if
focused
you-
on the peaks.
If you guys don't mind just sticking around, we're gonna find somebody to raid and
Any
send all
recommendations,
this love.
actually? Shoop, you have anybody in mind?
I was gonna say Jin because I pulled my list up and the only
He's on
person playing Final
16.
Fantasy 16, yeah, is
That
Jin.
works for me. I'm totally down. Jin's
Yeah.
playing 16. Let's give. We're gonna do credits, of course, you guys. Watch the credits and all that. See where all the experience points are going tonight. Looks like pretty close. Actually, pretty even night. Easily in the lead with 1,700 experience points. Way to go.
It's a
Easily.
rarity. Thank you,
Yeah.
guys.
Proud of you.
This is the first podcast I think that I'm not in the lead for the experience at the end of the night.
I was gonna
so
say.
let
I
the
think you're right. Yeah.
yeah, let the boys catch
Yeah.
up to me.
Spread the love. We will all be on throughout the week with more game streams, you guys. We hope to see you next time. Until then, take care. And as always, don't forget to level up, my friends.